None. Papers have been laid. Questions?
Yes, Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've given notice of the following private notice question addressed to the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness, whether in regard to the recent outbreak of communicable diseases, he will state the A, number of confirmed cases thereof. In each case has a date indicating the conditions of the patients and the number of related fatalities recorded. B, specific containment and prevention measures implemented or being envisaged. C, current operational capacity of public hospitals to deal herewith indicating the number of medical and paramedical personnel trained for the management thereof. And D, different medicines, diagnostic kits, and personal protective equipment available for the management and control thereof. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, Minister of Health.
Madam Speaker, I would humbly request you to allow me enough time to dwell on this issue as it is of national importance.
Yes, of course, but we need to give him the time also to put his supplementary questions.
I also wish to reassure the House that my ministry is treating the present situation with the utmost seriousness. Madam Speaker, communicable diseases or illnesses caused by infectious agents such as virus, bacteria, parasites or fungus that can be transmitted from one person to another or from an animal, object through water, environment or vector to a person. In our local context, presently we are concerned with chikungunya, dengue, leptospirosis and mpox. The vectors concerned with the communicable diseases are mostly mosquitoes, rodents and other animals. Chikungunya is a mosquito-borne viral disease caused by chikungunya virus, transmitted mainly by infected Aedes mosquitoes. It usually causes sudden fever and severe joint pain, often with rash, headache, muscle pain and fatigue. Joint pain may persist for weeks or months. Dengue is a mosquito-borne viral infection caused by dengue virus, also transmitted mainly by infected Aedes mosquitoes. It may cause higher fever, severe headache, pain behind the eyes, muscle and joint pain, rash, nausea, and low platelet count. Severe dengue can lead to bleeding, shock organ failure, and death. Leptospirosis is a bacterial zoonotic disease caused by bacteria of the genus Leptospira. It is transmitted to humans through contact with urine of infected animals or with water, mud, or soil contaminated by infected urine. Rats, cattle, pigs, dogs, and other animals may be reservoir. It may range from mild fever to severe disease with jaundice, kidney failure, lung bleeding, shock, and death. It is important to understand that leptospirosis is not one single uniform disease. There are more than 200 pathogenic serovars classically grouped into different serogroups. Some publications refer to more than 250 known serovars overall. Different serovars are associated with different animal reservoirs and may be associated with different clinical patterns and severity. For example, rat-associated leptospirosis is often linked to serogroups such as heterohemorrhagy, which may be associated with severe Wales disease, jaundice, renal failure, and hemorrhagic complications. Cattle-associated leptospirosis is often linked to serovars such as Harjo, which may in some settings be associated with milder occupational disease, although severe disease can still occur. The outcome depends on the serovar, the bacterial load, the delay in diagnosis and treatment, the patient's underlying conditions, and the occurrence of complications such as renal failure, jaundice, shock, and pulmonary hemorrhage. Mpox is an infectious viral disease caused by monkeypox virus. It can cause fever, painful rash or skin lesions, swollen lymph nodes, headache, muscle aches, back pain, and fatigue. It spread mainly through close contact with an infected person, contaminated materials, or infected animals. Madam Speaker, with regard to part A of the question, the number of confirmed cases from January 2026 to 11 May 2026, chikungunya 2,816 local cases, of which 102 are still active. The others have been treated and have recovered completely. In addition, there are 5 imported cases which have also recovered. Dengue, there has been only 1 local case and 6 imported cases, all have recovered. Leptospirosis, there have been 21 reported cases, of which 6 have passed away. In Mauritius, the 6 registered deaths are of the severe type. Additionally, all the 6 patients had comorbidities, including one who was brought dead to the hospital. Mopox, there are 2 imported cases. One was a Mauritian and the other one a foreigner, both of whom had come from Madagascar. Both have recovered. Their immediate contacts have been followed up and none have shown any sign of infection. Madam Speaker, since the outbreak of chikungunya and leptospirosis, my ministry has intensified public awareness and sensitization campaign, where activities have been carried out as follows. Community sensitization sessions, 224, health education talk in high-risk areas, 61, sensitization of municipal district council workers, 400, radio TV intervention, more than 200, school media campaign, 9 digital media platforms used, distribution of posters, leaflets, more than 30,000. The key messages have focused on early recognition of symptoms, avoidance of contact with contaminated water and mud, use of protective boots and gloves, rodent control, safe handling of livestock areas, and the importance of seeking medical care early. Larviciding and mist-blowing activities are carried out whenever a case is detected. House-to-house inspections and rooftop surveys are also carried out. 25,341 premises were inspected, 524 sanitary notices were served, 2,195 water notices were served, 1,300 statement of nuisances were issued, 2,195 contacts were screened, 1,224 blotting paper were taken among contacts, 105,905 premises were treated with larvicides. Mist-blowing activities were carried out at 81,535 locations. Indoor residual spraying was conducted in 1,811 houses. 100,000 male sterile mosquitoes are being released on a weekly basis. Madam Speaker, I am informed by the Ministry of Local Government that dedicated teams have been set up at the level of all local authorities to attend to the cleaning of bare lands for unknown owners, cleaning of public places, fortnightly flushing of markets, rodent control, and issuance of notice on owners of bare lands. The local authorities have so far taken the following actions. Around 3,100 plots of bare land have been cleaned, weekly flushing of markets and fairs with assistance from Mauritius Fire and Rescue Services and larviciding, intensified rodent control either through in-house labor or outsourced services. Around 2,800 notices have been issued, fixing of notice boards to prevent illegal dumping, regular cleaning of drains, and cleaning of rooftops of buildings owned by local authorities. Moreover, local authorities are undertaking sensitization campaign through distribution of posters and public announcements through loudspeakers. Additionally, the Ministry of Local Government is in the process of printing posters to be affixed in public places such as market and fairs, village halls and sports complexes, among others. Funds to the tune of 260,000 rupees have been earmarked for this specific item. In some local authorities, a special service is being provided for night collection of waste, as is the case of Municipal Council of Aqua Phoenix, in commercial areas, including collection restaurant food waste. Madam Speaker, these diseases cannot be controlled by the Ministry of Health and Wellness alone. It is a disease at the interface of human health, animal health, and the environment. This is why a One Health and multi-sectoral approach is essential. Multi-sectoral meetings led by my ministry have been held with the participation of ministers responsible for environment, agriculture, veterinary services, local government, municipal, district council, police department, rodent control services, environmental health officers, public health inspectors, the representatives of hospitals and primary health care services, laboratory services, communication and health promotion teams, the Mijin Sugar State, and other relevant authorities. Madam Speaker, I have personally chaired several meetings with my colleagues, the ministers of agro-industry, local government, and representatives of ministries and other organizations. The meetings have focused on mapping of affected regions and high-risk localities, identification of possible sources of exposure, strengthening of surveillance and reporting, enhancing rodent control and environmental sanitation, drain cleaning and removal of stagnant water, public sensitization in affected localities, protection of high-risk workers, veterinary and livestock-related measures, hospital preparedness and clinical management, review of severe cases and deaths. Madam Speaker, the national response is being structured around the following pillars, which at baseline in national cleaning campaign, strengthen surveillance, immediate notification of suspected cases, standardized case definition, daily, weekly monitoring of cases, mapping of cases by locality, identification of clusters, for example, for chikungunya in Plum Williams, Port Louis, and Black River, analysis of risk factors and exposure history, early diagnosis and laboratory support, strengthening access to diagnostic testing, use of appropriate laboratory methods, including serology and PCR when indicated, faster communication of laboratory results to clinical teams, clear guidance to clinicians not to wait for laboratory confirmation before starting treatment when leptospirosis is clinically suspected. Standardized clinical management, updated clinical protocol for suspected leptospirosis, early antibiotics, timely assessment for warning signs, rapid referral of severe cases, monitoring for renal failure, jaundice, thrombocytopenia, pulmonary hemorrhage and shock, early involvement of nephrology, ICU, and internal medicine teams where needed, especially in cases of leptospirosis, review of deaths and severe cases, audit of all deaths, identification of delays in presentation, diagnosis, referral, antibiotics, dialysis, or ICU care, corrective action at hospital and community level, feedback to clinicians and public health team, public sensitization on risk communication, targeted communication in affected region, information to laborers, livestock handlers, cleaners, drain workers, gardeners, and outdoor workers, advised to avoid walking barefoot in mud, stagnant water, or drains, promotion of protective clothing, gloves, and boots, advised to seek early medical care for fever after exposure to mud, flood, animals, rodent, or contaminated environments, rodent control and environmental sanitation. The Rodent Control Department Unit has a central role in national strategy. Details regarding the Department Unit are as follows. Rodent Control Unit is responsible for rodent control activities in all public health institutions, warehouses, and offices of the Ministry of Health and Wellness. 36 staff are involved in rodent control activities daily. Activities consist of placing rodenticides and baiting, attending complaints and inquiry around the leptospirosis cases. Additionally, glue traps are also being used. Number of intervention, 2024, 9,751, 2025, 25,492. The strategy for leptospirosis includes intensified rodent control in affected localities, baiting and environmental cleanup, clearing of illegal dumping sites, cleaning of drains, improved waste management, removal of stagnation water, action around markets, rivers, canals, livestock areas, and high-risk residential zones. Madam Speaker, occupational health measures, high-risk workers include laborers, cleaners, drain workers, waste handlers, gardeners, sewage workers, veterinary workers, and abattoir workers. Measures include the use of boots and gloves for protective clothing, education on early symptoms, reporting of occupational exposure, early referral for medical assessment, workplace risk assessment. The national strategy for these diseases is based on a One Health approach, recognizing that the disease sits at the intersection of human health, animal reservoir, rodent, livestock, water and sanitation, and the environment. To summarize, our strategy includes enhanced surveillance of suspected and confirmed cases, rapid reporting from hospital, clinics, and laboratories, early clinical recognition by doctors and nurses, immediate treatment protocols, especially for febrile patients with jaundice, renal impairment, thrombocytopenia, or relevant exposure, audit of deaths and severe cases to identify preventable factors, strengthening of laboratory diagnosis, including timely testing, rodent control and environmental sanitation in affected areas, multi-sectoral coordination with local authorities, agriculture, veterinary services, and environmental health team, protection of high-risk occupational groups, public education and risk communication, mapping of high-risk zones and targeted interventions, regular reporting to the Ministry on progress, gaps, and corrective measures. The present situation is being dealt with in a serious, structured, and evidence-based manner. The Ministry will continue to inform the public transparently strengthen early diagnosis and treatment, carry out audits of deaths and work with all relevant ministries and authorities to reduce transmission, prevent avoidable deaths, and protect the population. Madam Speaker, with regard to part C of the question, all regional hospitals and designated health institutions are equipped with isolation and treatment facilities for infectious diseases. The new Suyak Hospital serves as a designated admitting institution for highly infectious diseases due to its proximity to Sasisagar Ramgulam International Airport. Strategic stockpiles of personal protective equipment, disinfectants, medicines, laboratory consumables, and infection prevention and control materials are maintained. Laboratory diagnostic capacities have also been strengthened through collaboration with organizations such as World Health Organization, the Indian Ocean Commission, and Africa CDC. Sanitary officers are posted at the airport and port on the roster basis to screen incoming passengers and vessels. Free practice is granted to vessels only after clearance by my ministry. Incoming passengers are required to complete the Mauritius all-in-one travel form, and particulars of travelers arriving from affected countries are transmitted to the certain regional health officers for follow-up surveillance. Blood and sputum samples are taken whenever required for laboratory analysis. In addition, dedicated general practitioners have been deployed to strengthen surveillance against imported infectious diseases. Enhanced surveillance protocols are implemented for passengers arriving from countries affected by diseases such as Mpox, including physical visit, telephone monitoring, immediate referral procedures where necessary. With regard to part D of the question, I am informed that my ministry has sufficient stock of essential medicines, diagnostic kits, and personal protective equipment. With regard to the outbreak of chikungunya, dengue, leptospirosis, and Mpox, the following are available. For preventive measures, vaccine for Mpox, mosquito repellent cream, personal protective equipment, sprayers and insecticide, rodenticides and rat glues, laboratory testing kits, impregnated insecticide bed nets for treatment for all outbreaks, analgesic oral intravenous, antibiotic oral intravenous, anti-inflammatory in oral form. All essential drugs needed to manage critical cases and intensive care are available in all regional hospitals and medical clinics. Madam Speaker, I wish to highlight that the public also has an important role to play in fight against chikungunya, dengue, leptospirosis, and Mpox as a responsible citizen by maintaining the plot of land in a clean state. However, we have observed that many of our citizens are not maintaining their lands, thereby causing public nuisance to the neighborhood. I wish to highlight also that in 2024, there were 9,393 cases of dengue and 8 deaths due to dengue. In 2025, there were 55 cases and no deaths. I am confident that the decision taken by the government as far as public health and sanitary measures are concerned will bear the fruits and that we will win this battle against the spread of these diseases.
Thank you. Yes, your first supplementary, Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What a good coincidence, Madam Speaker. Today we celebrate the International Nurses Day. Allow me to pay tribute to all those nurses who work very hard in this country to protect us, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in the figures given to the House by the Honourable Minister, can you confirm to the House whether they include also cases reported in private clinics?
Of course. My ministry is a meeting point of all the different departments that we have, whether it is government or non-government organizations.
Okay. Yes, second.
Yeah. Let me start with leptospirosis, Madam Speaker. We have now, the Minister confirmed, 6 disease and 21 confirmed cases. Can the Honourable Minister inform the House why there was a delay to establish that the last victim from Bamboo in fact passed away due to leptospirosis?
Madam Speaker, well, this is out of the 6, all of them had commodities, that is other complications. And there was one patient that was brought dead in the hospital. I know of 2 cases, one on the dying bed was brought to the hospital, and if I'm not mistaken, the one who was brought from Bamboo was one who was almost dead. So you know what, if they have not, yes, the deceased was brought dead from Bamboo, was already dead. He had not undergone any medication, nothing. And the test was, yes, that is, the test was repeated 3 times, but unfortunately he was brought dead. And similar has been other cases also. There is one case of Condé Masque, The man was almost on the dying bed, and there was nothing was done because he was alone living in the house. And when his relatives found out that he was not coming out, they inquired, and then they brought him nearly dead. So these are the cases we can't do anything. But definitely we are on our guard. Any such cases that is coming where we can save the life of those people, we are going to do it. And again, this leptospirosis, I have mentioned there are about 250 types. Unfortunately, I am told Mauritius, we have got the most serious type compared to La Réunion and other countries.
Okay, yes, third
Yes,
question.
I'll come to that later, Madam Speaker. Can the Honourable Minister confirm that the observed mortality rate in the country, and he said 6 disease, exceeds WHO benchmarks, which is between 5 to 15%? And if so, will he inform the House what specific factors are contributing to that high rate of death, Madam Speaker, and that
I
disparity?
have just mentioned, unfortunately, there are about 250 types of that disease. We have it in La Réunion, and it is important to compare Mauritius with Réunion carefully and scientifically. First, the denominator may be different. Réunion is most likely detecting and reporting many mild cases, and therefore its case fatality rate will appear lower. Since Mauritius is detecting and reporting mainly severe hospitalized cases, the apparent fatality rate appears to be higher. Second, there may be differences in case definition and reporting. Some countries include suspected, probable, and confirmed cases differently. These change the denominator and therefore the calculated mortality rate. Third, there may be differences in circulating reservoirs and reservoirs. Studies from Réunion have apparently identified cattle as a major reservoir, while recognizing possible role for dog, cows, and mice. The local mix of reservoir and reservoirs may influence clinical severity. In Réunion, there has been a shift in the reservoir causing leptospirosis. In recent years, most cases have been caused by Leptospira bupetanacea, which causes less severe disease, whereas prior to 2020, most cases were caused by Leptospira enterohemorrhagic. Fourth, differences may arise for delays in presentation. Patients who present late, already jaundiced, breathless, or shocked must have a much higher risk of death. Fifth, there may be differences in comorbidities. Mauritius has a high burden of diabetes compared to Réunion Island, chronic kidney disease, cardiovascular disease, and obesity. These conditions may worsen outcomes in severe infectious diseases, including leptospirosis. Sixth, mortality is strongly influenced by whether patients develop pulmonary hemorrhage, renal failure, shock, or multi-organ failure. Severe pulmonary leptospirosis is associated with particularly high mortality. I just want to explain, you have to compare like with like. Unfortunately, we have a country, we have got more than 20% of our population are diabetic, and that becomes a cause of concern for us compared to Réunion Island.
Yes,
Yeah, the fact is that we have a mortality rate which is much higher
Put
than
your
the
question.
international benchmark, Madam
yeah,
Speaker.
put your question.
Can the Honourable Minister confirm whether his ministry has undertaken a post-mortem audit or clinical review of leptospirosis cases? And if so, will he confirm to the House that such a review will be initiated to identify systemic gaps in diagnosis and case management?
Post-mortem.
I have already taken the decision, and the expert, or I can call experts, those who are really skilled in that, they have already done the 6 deaths which have occurred. They have already gone through the details, and I can submit a report in the House. I can name the research scholar that I have in my ministry, Dr. Nakshedi. I'm proud of him. He has been a laureate and he's working in my ministry. He has done a thorough study into that. And for the benefit of the House, I'm going to present the operational plan, either whether it is for chikungunya, leptospirosis, or even for mpox. We are ready with all these. I'm going to submit it to the House, and I can assure the House that we are not sleeping. We are working. In fact, we are acting.
Next question.
Yes, can the Honourable Minister confirm to the House that the high rate of mortality is due to late diagnosis, Madam Speaker?
Madam Speaker, I repeat again and again, is only when, in such a case of leptospirosis, is only when the patient turns up. He is in his house. We are not aware of it. And as I told you, the first two cases I remember very well of old people, they already have a number of commodities, as my colleague is telling, commodities, too many complications. And then it becomes difficult. It's no question of comparing. Here we have got a problem, our own specificity. But I can assure the House, I have already given you a long list of the action that have been taken by my ministry. Anybody who needs the support, they come immediately before their doorstep and they try to help. So I can say frankly, sincerely, that with limited capacity, we are doing an extraordinary job. I do hope that we will be able to overcome all these problems.
Okay. Can the Honourable Minister confirm if the proliferation of rats around the island is due to considerable delays in the collection of solid waste by municipalities and district council? Et tout le monde sait, Madame la Présidente, le pays est sale, Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, the real cause of proliferation and of so much of degradation was because the last 10 years, nothing. That is the real thing. And I can assure the House that in each local authority, wherever you turn, you will see cleaning work going on at an accelerating speed. And I have to thank the Honourable Member of Local Government for that.
Okay, your next question. Don't comment, please. Don't comment. Should.
Madam Speaker, can with regard to chikungunya now, can the Minister confirm to the House if his ministry is in the presence of a report from WHO on the chemicals used for fumigation, and if yes, will it table the report?
Fumigation.
You know, I know very well WHO. We have got regular meetings. It's almost regular meetings, and one representative of WHO is in all my meetings, whatever I conduct. And now you have to, first of all, let me explain. And not only that, WHO is giving us full support. I remember, as far as larviciding is concerned, they are in favor of it, but they have been slightly against fogging.
Okay.
Fogging because they say that those insects have already developed resistance. They have developed resistance, hence fogging had to be decreased, in which we have completely eliminated fogging, but larviciding and all these things are already continuing. I am not aware of any chemicals that we are using which is harmful.
Next question.
I understand that he has a report in his possession whereby, can he table that report in the House, Madam
I'm not
Speaker?
speaking of report, I'm speaking of what information is available to me. If there were a report in my hand, without hesitation, I would have submitted. But WHO is praising our government, our ministry for the good work that is being done. And it's not an exaggeration if I say that WHO is also trying to help us financially to combat all these diseases.
Next question, please.
Yes, Madam Speaker, government in 2025 proposed the introduction of sterilized mosquitoes into the wild, starting with the villages of Triolet, where some 80,000 mosquitoes were released. Can the Honourable Minister state to the House?
Male ones.
Yeah, male ones. If this measure was conclusive, and if yes, how, Madam Speaker?
Yeah. It's on not 80,000 now, it's on average 100,000 per week we are releasing in the air, 100,000. But you know, recently, though we are releasing, we can't release everywhere because where we are having that fogging campaign, larviciding campaign is going on, we are going to kill that what we are producing. So we are not utilizing it in areas where we are using larviciding. We are using it in places where larviciding is not being undertaken. It is 100,000 on an average per week. Yeah.
Next question, please.
Come to Mpox, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Minister has confirmed that we have had imported cases. Can the Honourable Minister inform the House of protocols in place at the airport and the port to detect this virus on passengers?
I have voluntarily spoken on that, Madam. I am not going to repeat all those, but I can assure the whole House that complete surveillance is being kept everywhere at the airport and at the harbour also. And all passengers that are coming, I have already mentioned that we are following those passengers, particularly anyone coming from countries which are affected by those mosquitoes. I can assure the House for that. And our ministry is very well known. Our department is known for that. If you come from abroad, they will try to pursue, run after you, unless and until you give your pricks. This is a known fact. So,
One last question, please.
No, I've got two last questions,
Ali.
Madam Speaker. Please, in terms of security at our hospitals, can the Honourable Minister now inform the House whether it has been established how a patient with Mpox managed to escape from the hospital, the Victoria Hospital?
see, during visitors' time of 1 hour, do you think it is possible for my nursing officers to follow someone? So if I am told there was one case when he escaped, but out of hundreds and thousands of people who come and go in the hospital, if one such case occurs, I am not going to blame anybody, nor my nursing officers who are there.
Last one, Madam Speaker. We are facing a virus outbreak on 4 fronts, Madam Speaker, and winter season has just started. Can the Honourable Minister inform the House of his plan to manage this particular period of the year with an abrupt surge in cases of flu and, like I said, the 4 different viruses? Now, in the same vein, I heard what he said. In case of full capacity in our hospitals, and keeping in mind that certain departments might be quarantined to avoid contamination, what is the contingency plan, and will patients be sent home, Madam Speaker?
As far as flu is concerned, we have already started massive vaccinations throughout the country.
Yes.
And anyone who is above 60 years of age, all of them are already getting it. And secondly, during winter, there is a tendency for all these, at least chikungunya, to go down. This is out of experience, during winter. And certainly, as far as the hospitals are concerned, I can assure the House that all measures that were required to be taken has already been taken, and I have no doubt that all those who are involved in it directly or indirectly, they are doing their best to avoid such type of diseases.
Okay, one question, Dr. Mia. Last question, and then that's it.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I ask the Honourable Minister in regard to communicable diseases with the recent flare-up of hantavirus on cruise ships and in 1 or 2 particular countries, may I ask him whether his ministry has put a preparedness plan, particularly at borders, so that they are properly screened to avoid having any cases in Mauritius? Thank you.
I thank the Honourable Member. This is a question which I expected from the opposition. Madam Speaker,
Okay,
but this is a rare but potentially serious infection linked to infected rodents and transmitted through urine, droppings or saliva. So my ministry is maintaining vigilance through surveillance, clinical awareness, coordination with public health and environmental services. And we are in contact with the international organization WHO and COI also. They are trying to give us all type of help. And in case of any case, even if it comes is a doubt, then of course we have got the National Institute for Communicable Disease, a laboratory in South Africa, and we Pasteur in Madagascar. We have got contact with them. We'll be going to send the urine for inspection and all. So we are readily prepared for that.
Okay, time is up. One moment. Now we go to PMQT. Members, table has been advised that PQB 630 will be replied by Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs, Regional Integration and International Affairs, and International Trade, PQB 668 will be replied by Honourable Acting Prime Minister, time permitting. PQA 34 will be replied by the Honourable Minister of Housing and Lands. Mr. Francois.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a great honor and privilege to ask the first PQ B631 of his PMQT to the first female DPM and acting Prime Minister of our Republic, B631.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I am informed by the Acting Director of the Mauritius Meteorological Services, the MMS, that the official website of the MMS provides comprehensive real-time weather information, forecasts, and safety warnings for the Republic of Mauritius, including Rodrigues, Agaliga, and Saint-Brando. For the island of Rodrigues, dedicated observations and forecasts, including current temperature, wind speed direction, and humidity, are available on the website of the MMS. Hourly observations are transmitted on a daily basis to the MMS, of which communiques are published in French on the official website at 4:30 hours, 11:30 hours, and 16:30 hours. The last 24-hour rainfall data is also provided in the weather communique. I'm further informed by the MMS that daily weather communiques for the island of Rodrigues are broadcast on the MBC Rodrigues radio channel at 5 hours to provide weather forecast. A meteorologist provides daily live interventions at around 5 hours and as and when required during the day. Moreover, current weather conditions, as well as information pertaining to wind, temperature, and relative humidity collected at Pointe Canon and Pointe Corail stations, are displayed on real time on a 24/7 basis on the website. I wish to highlight that daily fishermen weather communiques in Creole language are issued at 4:10 hours in the morning and updated at 10:30 hours on the same day to inform the fishers community about sea state and provide useful advice for their safety. In case of severe weather conditions, warning bulletins are issued. Madam Speaker, I'm also informed that early warning bulletins related to severe weather conditions, such as heavy torrential rainfall, strong winds, heavy swells, tropical cyclones, and tsunamis, are issued by the MMS for Rodrigues when the island is exposed to such risks. Timely weather warnings are disseminated through various communication channels, thereby supporting disaster risk reduction, public safety, and preparedness measures over the island of Rodrigues. Furthermore, the Pointe Canon Rodrigues Meteorological Station communicates with Rodrigues Emergency Operation Command, the REOC, when activated during severe weather conditions, and information is disseminated to the public. The Rodrigues Meteorological Station also provides working information to its stakeholders and the public. Madam Speaker, pursuant to the Mauritius Meteorological Services Charges Regulations 2022, service charges are applicable to any person who wishes to obtain any information or service as specified in the regulations, subject to an application being made to the Director of the MMS. The data referred to is in respect of rainfall, temperature, humidity, wind, mean sea level pressure, radiation, or sunshine hours, and are available on daily, hourly, monthly, and yearly basis. Yes, Mr. Francois?
I have a few supplementaries, Madam Speaker.
I'll give you two. We'll try and keep two as far as possible.
Okay.
So that everyone gets a chance to have a question.
Thank you. L'honorable Premier ministre, par intérim, a-t-elle connaissance que les données des 5 stations météorologiques automatiques opérationnelles à Rodrigue ne sont pas transmises instantanément à aucun récepteur, ni à Pointe-Canon, ni à l'aéroport de Plaine-Corail depuis plus de 5 ans, ce qui implique l'absence d'affichage et même les personnels n'ont pas accès en temps réel à ces données. Ils doivent contacter VACOA.
Madame la Présidente, comme je l'ai expliqué dans ma réponse, le MMS émet quotidiennement des communiqués météorologiques et pour Rodrigue en version française de manière régulière à 4h30, à 11h30 et à 16h30. D'autres informations sont également disponibles, à savoir le bulletin climatique mensuel, le résumé pluviométrique et perspectives. De plus, il y a déjà un portal donc un portail en ligne existe déjà et les informations climatiques relatives à Rodrigue peuvent être consultées à n'importe quel moment.
Second.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. L'honorable Premier ministre, par intérim, est-elle consciente qu'il est crucial de moderniser les instruments des stations météorologiques à Rodrigue, principalement à Pointe-Canon et à l'aéroport de Plaine-Corail, afin de générer des rapports météorologiques précis pour l'aviation civile, par exemple, à Plaine-Corail, il n'y a qu'un vieux baromètre et un vieux anémomètre sans backup.
I will look into the matter, Madam Speaker, and will communicate later.
Of course. No, Miss. Yes?
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. L'honorable Premier ministre peut-elle fournir des explications à la Chambre pourquoi les données météorologiques et climatiques relatives à Rodrigue ne sont pas facilement accessibles au public malgré l'importance croissante de la résilience climatique et de la préparation aux catastrophes?
Madame la Présidente, je pense avoir déjà répondu à cette question.
Est-ce que l'honorable Madame la Première ministre pourra informer la Chambre sur la possibilité de revoir les règlements existants concernant l'accès et paiement pour avoir des copies des rapports météorologiques relatifs à Rodrigue, puisqu'à présent, un rapport est fourni seulement après application faite à VACOA contre paiement d'une somme de 1000 roupies. Pourra-t-elle voir la possibilité d'avoir un comptoir à Rodrigue pour ce genre de demande et paiement? Merci.
Yes?
Madame la Présidente, je vais transmettre le message à qui de droit.
Très bien. No, we've already got 4 questions. 4 supplementary, I mean. Now, the third member for Port Louis North and Montaillon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Since this will be my first speaker address to the DPM, please allow me to address my sincere congratulations to Honourable Marie for her promotion. PQ B632, please.
632.
Madam Speaker, with regard to parts A and part B of the question, I am informed by the Commissioner of Police that there are 608 police quarters, out of which 545 are being occupied for residential purposes. The remaining 63 are unoccupied as they are beyond repair, and there is no project for their rehabilitation. As at now, there is no project for the construction of new police quarters. I am tabling the information requested by the Honourable Member.
Yes, one question, yes?
Ask the Honourable Acting Prime Minister, what are the criteria for having access to these quarters, please?
Criteria to access. I'm informed that, police quarters are allocated to married police officers for occupation by them and their families as long as they are serving members of the Mauritius Police Force. They also abide with the conditions and obligations for the allocation thereof as laid down in Police Standing Orders 140 and the lease agreement. I'm also informed that upon retirement, secondment of duty or resignation, the occupants have to vacate the police quarters on or before the date of their retirement or resignation.
Yes, all right. Ms. Sabapati?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question B633.
Madam Speaker, I am informed by the Commissioner of Police that for the period 1st January 2026 to 7th May 2026, a total of 48 cases of fatal road accidents have been recorded, resulting in the death of 51 persons. Of these, 3 cases were linked to driving under influence of intoxicating drink or drugs, and 1 case was reported as a hit-and-run accident. In connection with these cases, 37 persons have been arrested and provisional charges of involuntary homicide have been lodged against them. 36 accused have been released on bail with conditions, while 1 accused involved in driving under influence of intoxicating drugs is currently on remand in prison. I'm further informed that investigations into these accidents are ongoing. Madam Speaker, 1 life lost on our roads is one too many. Several preventive measures are being taken by police to reduce road accidents, including sensitization campaigns, roadblocks, random alcohol and drug testing, targeted operations against reckless driving, and speed control using handheld cameras and radars. However, greater discipline and responsibility from all road users remain essential to reducing preventable accidents and saving lives. Madam Speaker, government is further reinforcing measures to improve road safety and curbing dangerous driving behaviors. It has been decided last week to amend the penalty point system by increasing from 3 to 6 points to 5 to 10 points for those using telephone while driving.
Yes?
I have 2 supplementaries. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can the Deputy Prime Minister also, from the answer given by the Deputy Prime Minister, is the number of fatal road accidents on rise or on downward trend with the penalty point system?
I am not in presence of this information, Madam Speaker.
Yes, second?
Yeah. My second and my last. Can the Deputy Prime Minister also inform the House what is the approximate time between accident and the matter to be brought forward the courts? For in my constituency last year, a young kid, K.A. at a tender age, has lost his life. Then the family does not hear anything about the inquiry. Is that normal after such a tragic loss? Thank you.
It is not normal, Madam Speaker. I will inquire.
Okay. Now we have Mr. Apollon, second member for my group.
B634.
Madam Speaker, I am informed by the Commissioner of Police that Miss LLIR, a French national, arrived in Mauritius on 23rd March 2026 at 8:06 hours on board flight MK015 from France. After completion of immigration formalities, Miss LLIR collected a suitcase from the conveyor belt and proceeded through the Green Channel, where she was asked to proceed to the customs examination hall. The suitcase was scanned and she was allowed to leave the airport premises. Later, on the same day, an unclaimed suitcase tagged in the name of Miss LLIR was seized by custom and ADSU officers at the airport. Following a search on the content of the unclaimed suitcase, 10.43 kilograms of cannabis and 6.05 kilograms of cannabis resin were found. On 24th March 2026, ADSU officers arrested Ms. LLIR and lodged a provisional charge against her for the offenses of drug dealing with aggravating circumstances, importation of cannabis, and importation of hashish with an averment of trafficking. Ms. LLIR has been remanded to police cell since 24th March 2026. Police have raised objection to her release on bail. Madam Speaker, in the course of this inquiry by ADSU, 9 other persons, including 2 police constables, have been arrested. Police Constable NP, posted at the ADSU airport, and Police Constable AH, posted at Maibo police station, have been remanded to police cell since 24th March and 25th March 2026, respectively. Police have objected to their release on bail. The 7 other persons arrested in this case have been charged with drug dealing for the importation of dangerous drugs. 3 of the suspects have been remanded to jail, and the remaining 4 suspects have been remanded to police cell. The police sought and obtained intelligence report on Ms. LLIR from Interpol France. Madam Speaker, since the inquiry is ongoing, it will not be appropriate for me to provide further information.
Thank you. Yes. Good. Next question. Now, B635 has been withdrawn. So next question is Honourable. Second member for Rivière-des-Anguilles. Yes.
Merci, Madame. Question B636, s'il vous plaît.
Madam Speaker, the COVID-19 Projects Development Fund, now known as the Projects Development Fund, was set up on 28 April 2020 as a special fund by way of regulations made under the Finance and Audit Act. The fund is administered and managed by the Projects Development Committee. Madam Speaker, I am informed that the Projects Development Committee had invested a total amount of 3 billion rupees in Silverbank Limited in 2022 and not in 2023 as mentioned in the PQ. The investments were made on 3 occasions as follows. A, first, 500 million rupees in April 2022. Second, 500 million rupees in August 2022. And third, 2 billion rupees in September 2022. At that time, the committee was chaired by the former Financial Secretary and comprised representatives of the Prime Minister's Office, Ministry of Finance, and the Bank of Mauritius. The committee also comprised the Accountant General, an officer from the Attorney General's Office, a former advisor of the Ministry of Finance, as well as 3 representatives from the private sector. All these investments were made following the approval of the then Minister of Finance, as provided for in the Finance and Audit Act and the Finance and Audit Projects Development Fund Amendment Regulations 2020. Madam Speaker, all these investments were made despite the former Minister of Finance being aware that the Silver Bank had the following systemic issues. First, the Silver Bank was a newly constituted bank, being given that on 11th June 2021, the board of the Bank of Mauritius approved the acquisition of the shares on Banyan Tree Bank by the shareholders of Silver Bank. The Banyan Tree Bank was itself a problematic bank. Second, the Silver Bank had, at its inception, a shareholding structure not in conformity with the provisions of the Banking Act 2004, which stipulates that no single shareholder should hold more than 10% of shares in a bank, except with a prior approval of the Bank of Mauritius. In fact, approval for a 75% shareholding to a single shareholder, in this case, Ginny Gupta, was given by the Bank of Mauritius, and this tantamount to endangering existing and future depositors. And third, Silver Bank had difficulties in appointing an external auditor to perform the mandatory auditing of its accounts. Madam Speaker, again, we must highlight the weakness in the supervisory role of the former management of the Bank of Mauritius. The representative of the Bank of Mauritius on the Projects Development Committee intimated that investment in Silver Bank at that time was safe, as it was being supervised by the Bank of Mauritius. Despite knowing all these systemic issues, the former Minister of Finance gave his approval for these massive investments of public funds into such an ailing bank. With the unfolding of all the facts today, it is clear that this was a wrong decision to invest public funds in such a bank. Madam Speaker, let me come to the process for investing 3 billion rupees into the Silver Bank Limited. With regard to the first investment of 500 million rupees on 5th April 2022, the Projects Development Committee received an investment offer from Silver Bank Limited through the Ministry of Finance for its consideration. On 6 April 2022, the committee sought quotations from 4 other commercial banks. Quotations were received from 2 banks, namely State Bank, Mauritius Limited, SBM, and Bank One Limited. On the basis of an evaluation of the quotations made by the Projects Development Committee and taking into account the offer from Silver Bank Limited, the Projects Development Committee agreed to invest 2.5 billion rupees as follows: 500 million rupees in Silver Bank Limited, 1 billion at SBM, and 1 billion at Bank One. The approval of the then Minister of Finance was accordingly sought and obtained for the investments. As regards the second investment of 500 million rupees on 11th August 2022, the Projects Development Committee received another offer from Silver Bank Limited through the Ministry of Finance. The committee invested 500 million rupees directly into Silver Bank Limited after seeking and obtaining the approval of the then Minister of Finance. Concerning the third investment of 2 billion rupees on 31st August 2022, the Projects Development Committee sought quotations from various commercial banks. Quotations were received from 6 commercial banks, including Silverbank Limited. On the basis of an evaluation exercise, the committee invested 2 billion rupees in Silverbank Limited, again, after having sought and obtained the approval of the then Minister of Finance. Madam Speaker, out of the 3 billion rupees invested in the Silverbank Limited, 500 million rupees are still outstanding, and there is no certainty of its recovery. It is regrettable that the decision to invest so much of taxpayers' money was made only on the basis of higher returns, without any consideration at all of the risk involved. Madam Speaker, basic principles of portfolio investment stipulates that investment decisions must consider both returns and risks. Clearly, the risks associated with the investments in Silverbank Limited were prohibitively high. It is incomprehensible that such investments were made, and with the support of the protégé of the previous regime at the Bank of Mauritius. There is definitely anguille sous roche. The Financial Crimes Commission is currently investigating into this whole financial scam.
Yes, good. Honourable Ms. Béranger, yes?
B 637.
Madam Speaker, as everyone knows, the previous government left public finances in an unprecedented state of precariousness, a disastrous legacy hindering our actions. The economic mismanagement and irresponsible fiscal stewardship have led to public debt soaring beyond unbelievable level, and the country edging to the brink of a downgrade to speculative grade junk status by Moody's. In the last budget, government had to accordingly focus its efforts on bold fiscal consolidation measures to address the situation, including implementation of several measures to increase revenue from income tax collected from individuals and corporates. Indeed, one of the main decisions was to appeal to the spirit of solidarity among the more fortunate, urging them to support the most vulnerable and disadvantaged members of our society. A fair share contribution has been introduced for 3 years on high-income earners and highly profitable corporations. Madam Speaker, let me remind the House that in spite of the pressing need for fiscal consolidation, the personal income tax system was reviewed to make it fairer. The income tax exemption threshold was raised by 110,000 rupees, and the number of tax bands were reduced from 11 to only 3. As a result, it was estimated that 44,000 income earners would be removed from the tax net, while some 75,000 individuals earning between 500,000 rupees and 1 million rupees in a year would actually pay less income tax than under the previous tax structure. The tax structure becomes more progressive above the 1 million rupees threshold. The wealthiest taxpayers, in addition to their normal income tax payable, are required to contribute under the fair share contribution for 3 years, an extra 15% of their chargeable income in excess of 10 million rupees. Madam Speaker, in the budget speech, it was announced that a high-income earner earning annual net income exceeding 12 million rupees, inclusive of dividend income, will be required to pay a fair share contribution at the rate of 15% of his chargeable income after adding thereto any dividend income received during the year from domestic companies. On 17th June 2025, with a view to dispelling any doubt about the interpretation of paragraph 272 of the budget speech 2025-2026 relating to the fair share contribution, the Prime Minister informed the House that it relates to a high-income earner earning annual net income exceeding 12 million rupees, inclusive of dividend income received during the year from domestic companies who will be required to pay a fair share contribution at the rate of 15% of his chargeable income in excess of 12 million rupees. This clarification was brought to provide tax certainty and maintain the attractiveness of our jurisdiction to high net worth individuals and high-end foreign talents and investors. Madam Speaker, as regards corporate income tax, in the last budget, government has, inter alia, introduced an alternative minimum tax on certain profitable sectors with low effective tax rate. A qualified domestic minimum top-up tax was also introduced on a resident parent or subsidiary of a large multinational enterprise to raise the effective tax rate to 15%. In addition, a fair share contribution of up to 5% of chargeable income has been introduced for 3 years on domestic enterprises having annual chargeable income above 24 million rupees. There is an additional fair share contribution of 2.5% on the chargeable income of banks on their domestic operations. Madam Speaker, representations were received from banks and telecom operators raising concern that they are already subject to special levies imposed partly on turnover and that the fair share contribution would increase their effective tax rates to excessive levels. It was accordingly decided that the tax burden of banks and telecom operators, that is, the aggregate of corporate tax levy, corporate climate responsibility levy, corporate social responsibility, and fair share contribution will be capped at 35% of their chargeable income. Madam Speaker, as regards Part A, B, and C of the question, regarding the impact of the change brought to the fair share contribution, I am informed by the MRA as follows. A. The initial annual projected contribution from individuals was 1.3 billion rupees and from corporates 3.8 billion rupees. B. The revised annual projection from individuals is 535 million rupees and from corporates 3.25 billion rupees. Yes, 3.25 billion rupees, bulk of which comes from banks and the financial services sector. And C, the initial estimated number of individuals subject to the contribution was 425, and the revised projection 405, whilst there is no change in the estimated number of liable corporates, which was estimated at 573. Madam Speaker, revisions were brought to the fair share contribution to strike an appropriate balance between revenue mobilization objectives and the need to ensure fairness, equity, and competitiveness for both individuals and businesses, while also safeguarding economic activity and maintaining Mauritius as an attractive jurisdiction for investment. Madam Speaker, both the IMF and Moody's ratings have, in their recent reports, acknowledged the concrete progress being made by the government in restoring economic stability and consolidating public finances. The IMF has specifically underlined that our fiscal position is expected to improve significantly this year, reflecting higher revenues, mainly from the fair share contribution.
Yes, you want supplement one?
Yes. Je voudrais savoir quelles mesures ont été prévues pour prévenir toute forme d'optimisation fiscale ou de restructuration visant à contourner le fair share contribution.
Madame la Présidente, comme je ne suis pas la substantive minister, je conseillerais à l'honorable membre d'adresser sa question au Premier ministre quand il retourne.
Okay, good. Time is up. Anyway, now the table has been advised that the following PQs have been withdrawn: B644, B643, B645, B649, B648, B646, B647, B642, B639, B638, and B640. Now we go to questions to ministers. Miss Honourable Member for Rivière des Anguilles, Souillac. Ms.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B650.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. There is at present a plot of land of an extent of 3 acres adjacent to the traffic lights at Rivière-du-Post that was vested in the then Ministry of Environment and NDU for a sports complex. However, the project was never undertaken, and in year 2008, a portion of 1 acre 44 was excised therefrom and vested in the then Ministry of Women's Rights, Child Development and Family Welfare for the construction of a women's centre. That was back in 2008. In addition, an extent of 12 pêches has been used for the provision of an access road to the remaining portion of 1 acre 44 pêches. Following budget speech of 2022-2023, the extent of 1 acre 44 pêches retrieved from the then Ministry of Women's Rights, Child Development and Family Welfare was vested in the Ministry of Gender, Equality and Family Welfare for setting up of an integrated shelter for victims of gender-based violence. I'm sure the Honourable Member would not be surprised, as at date, none of the 2 projects have materialized, and the whole plot of 2 acres 88 perches is still undeveloped. In regards to Part A, there is no record at my ministry of any application for that plot of land from any member of the public. In regards to Part B, I understand that this ministry, the Ministry of Youth and Sports, is awaiting for availability of funds to start its project, whilst the Ministry of Gender, Equality and Family Welfare has only just informed my ministry that in view of budget constraints, it is not envisaging any construction project for the time being. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Minister. No, good. Second question, second member for Rodrigue, Mr. François.
Yes, thank you. B/651.
Madam Speaker, with your permission, I will reply to this parliamentary question. Medical tourism constitutes a niche market in our tourism product, offering just like cultural tourism and sports tourism, amongst others. As per statistics provided by the Economic Development Board, in 2025, there are over 4,000 foreign patients visiting Mauritius annually for medical and wellness treatments. Approximately 1,000 patients out of these foreign patients are from Africa, Seychelles, Madagascar, and Comoros. Given the growth potential of this niche market, the Ministry of Tourism has since August 2025 initiated the development of an action plan aimed at advancing medical tourism in Mauritius in collaboration with the Economic Development Board. The action plan aims at 1. Developing and promoting Mauritius as a leading destination for medical tourism. 2. Facilitating investment in healthcare facilities, wellness centers, and medical support infrastructure. 3. Promoting cross-sector synergies between healthcare providers, travel operators, and hospitality services. And 4. Increasing international awareness of Mauritius medical tourism offerings. Madam Speaker, to support the preparation of this action plan, the Ministry of Tourism held a series of meetings with key stakeholders, including the Ministry of Health and Wellness, the private healthcare providers, the Medical Council, the Prime Minister's Office, and the Passport and Immigration Office. These consultations were intended to gather valuable insights on the further development of medical tourism, to assess the issues and challenges currently faced by stakeholders, and to identify priority areas for improvement and policy interventions. The following challenges were highlighted. 1. Lack of common and shared vision regarding medical tourism in Mauritius, with no clear definition thereto. 2. Poor coordination and support between public and private health providers. 3. Different specialized high-quality medical services being marketed individually by the different service providers. 4. Poor visibility of our specialized high-quality medical services on the international market. And 5. Lengthy administrative procedures, both for foreign clients and the operators. Madam Speaker, I am informed that a first draft of the action plan has been elaborated in March 2026 and circulated to key stakeholders to gather their views and comments prior to validation and finalization thereof. With regard to the benefits that medical tourism will bring to our country and how it will enhance its attractiveness, I must inform the House, Madam Speaker, that medical tourism will, A, no doubt position Mauritius as a destination for both high-quality healthcare and leisure experiences, especially over the recent years that our country has been investing in the development of public and private healthcare facilities equipped with advanced medical technologies and internationally trained practitioners. B. Enhance international visibility and reputation of Mauritius as a modern, professional, and service-oriented destination, more specifically among African countries, taking into account our strategic location between Africa and Asia. And C. Stimulate investment in healthcare infrastructure, technology and facilities, boost local suppliers and value chains such as pharmaceuticals, diagnostics, rehabilitation and wellness centers. Madam Speaker, our country has significant potential to establish itself as a competitive medical tourism destination, supported by its modern healthcare infrastructure, qualified medical professionals, and strong reputation for safety and political stability. For this, we require concerted efforts from all stakeholders in the health sector, coordinated actions, synergy between the Ministry of Tourism and the Ministry of Health and Wellness, and above all, a well-formulated strategy. I am sure, Madam Speaker, that the action plan, which has been elaborated in consultation with relevant stakeholders, whether in the health sector or otherwise, will chart out the way for the development of a proper medical tourism sector in our country. I have no doubt that in the years to come, the medical tourism sector will not only be one of our strategic economic pillars, but also a main driver of our foreign exchange earnings.
Yes.
Parliamentary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Will the Honourable Minister agreeable to share the draft action plan with us parliamentarian as well before validation? The draft action plan.
I will check with the substantive minister. If possible, we will do it.
Yes, Ms. Colette.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Est-ce que l'honorable ministre pourrait indiquer à la Chambre si ce premier brouillon de l'Action Plan inclut des services pour les étrangers souffrant d'infertilité?
Pas savoir.
I believe, let me check with the substantive minister, and of course we will discuss about the details in the future.
So basically, we don't know which areas. Yes. So that's fine. I'll take another question. Honourable First Member for Port Louis North.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Question B652.
Madam Speaker, I am informed that recruitment and appointment exercises for local authorities fall under the responsibility of the Local Government Service Commission, which is an independent statutory body. I am further informed that under Section 4, subsection 2 of the Local Government Service Commission Act, the Commission shall not, in the exercise of its function, be subject to the direction or control of any person or authority. Accordingly, neither my ministry nor I, as Minister of Local Government, can interfere in any matter falling within the statutory function or internal processes of the Commission, which operates under the Prime Minister's office. Madam Speaker, I am informed that the recruitment exercises referred to the question were carried out following the reconstitution of the Local Government Service Commission after this government took office in November 2024. I am further informed that concerns were subsequently raised regarding the manner in which certain appointments had been processed under the previous administration. Following this, and after consultation with the Attorney General Office, advice was tendered to the effect that the appointment convened were tainted with nullity, procedurally improper, and patently illegal. Consequently, I am informed that the employment of 1,463 employees recruited on a temporary basis was brought to an end on 15 June 2025, in accordance with the advice received and legal position prevailing at the time. Madam Speaker, I am further informed that a number of those employees challenged the decision before the Supreme Court and obtained interim relief pending the determination of the matter. In view of the stay granted by the court, they were allowed to continue working until final judgment was delivered. I am informed that following the judgment of the Supreme Court on 23rd January 2026, the termination process was implemented on 29 January 2026 in accordance with the decision of the court. Madam Speaker, I am also informed that thereafter, fresh recruitment exercises were carried out by the reconstituted board of the LGSC in order to ensure continuity of the delivery of essential services within the local authorities. I am informed that these new recruitment exercises were conducted in accordance with the Local Government Service Commission Act, the relevant schemes of service, and established procedures. Madam Speaker, I am informed that following those recruitment exercises, allegations and rumors of possible malpractice were again raised publicly. As the Honourable Prime Minister stated in this House a few weeks ago, the matter was looked into at the level of the Commission, and the new chairperson subsequently tendered his resignation. However, I am informed that as matters presently stand, no inquiry has been initiated at the level of the LGSC in relation of these recruitment exercises. Subsequently, there is no inquiry report before my ministry to be tabled, and there are no measures arising from any such report for my ministry to state or envisage. I must also emphasize that since the Local Government Service Commission is a statutory body operating under its own legal framework and under the aegis of the Prime Minister's office, my ministry has no authority to intervene in its internal administrative matters or decision-making processes. In the absence of any active inquiry, There is therefore nothing before my ministry for further action, and I am not in a position to comment on any internal step which the Commission or any other competent authority may or may not contemplate in relation to the LGSE. Madam Speaker, I am nevertheless informed that ongoing recruitment exercises are being carried out with greater transparency, accountability, and strict compliance with the law and established procedures. I am further informed that in order to reinforce transparency, efficiency, and accountability, an e-recruitment system is being worked upon and is expected to be introduced as from early next year. Thank you, Madam.
Yes, one.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. J'ai une question pour le ministre. Ne serait-il pas judicieux d'annuler les récents exercices de recrutement et de faire appel à candidature où la méritocratie primera, cette fois-ci sans l'intervention de qui que ce soit? L'honorable ministre trouve-t-il normal qu'il y ait 323 au sein d'une collectivité locale? Merci.
Mademoiselle, but he has explained there's a legal system.
Oui, madame, mais la méritocratie n'a pas primé.
Peu importe, le ministre, lui, n'est pas responsable.
Madam, I have already explained
Okay.
very clearly
You want to reply?
and explicitly.
Okay. Maybe we can have one more question. Miss Antil. Miss Antil, yes. 2 supplémentaires, j'ai dit aujourd'hui à tout le monde.
Ah bon?
J'ai dit 2 à tout le monde.
B653, merci.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Land Drainage Authority that for constituency number 18, Belrose and Catabon, some 13 drain projects have been earmarked for implementation, out of which one project, namely drain works at Saint-Jean, has been practically completed, with a few minor snags currently ongoing in the defects liability period till 11 June 2026. 5 other projects out of the 13 would also be implemented by the Municipal Council of Catabon, namely A. Flood mitigating measures at Gaia Lane, Robert Edward Hart Avenue. B. Flood mitigating measures at Soba Lane, Olivier Avenue. C. Drain works in front of Sir Virasamy Ringadu Government School at Autruche Avenue. D. Upgrading of drain along Nélan Lane up to Canal Nélan. Supply fixing of metal gratings. And E. Flood mitigating measures at 75 Avenue d'Ansan, Catabon, entrusted by the Land Drainage Authority on 6 February 2026 to the Municipal Council of Catabon for implementation. Approval for design for the mentioned projects have been sought by the Municipal Council of Catabon from the Land Drainage Authority on 17 April 2026. The project upgrading of Canal Nélan and removal of obstruction over a length of approximately 2 kilometers as from Lal Bahadur Shastri Street is ready for implementation by the Municipal Council of Catabon and is awaiting financial clearance. Madam Speaker, concerning the National Development Unit, there are 4 complex drain projects which are all located in the densely populated regions of constituency number 18 and are still at preparatory stage, namely A. Flood mitigation measures in the region of La Louise, La Sousse and Candos Catabon. B. Flood mitigation measures in the region of Catabon, Belrose, Sodnac, Berthaud. C. Construction of drain at Juperé Avenue and Brown Avenue, Old Catabon. And D. Construction of drain at Trianon Avenue after ShopRite roundabout, road to Coville, Trianon. The Drains Infrastructure Construction Limited has also been entrusted with the project construction of cut-off drain at Berthaud Avenue, Catabon, which is currently at land acquisition and waiver stage. I am also informed that bids for drain network at Résidence Beau Séjour is ready for implementation by the National Development Unit, and bids will be launched by 15 July 2026, subject to financial clearance. Madam Speaker, I wish to point out that the projects being implemented by the National Development Unit and the Drain Infrastructure Construction Limited are very complex to implement owing to the extensive network of buried services whereby appropriate measures would need to be undertaken to prevent any disruption in the existing services and to avoid inconvenience to the inhabitants as the projects will take quite a few years to be fully implemented. Moreover, the holistic approach being adopted for implementation of drain project in constituency number 18 will entail considerable costs amounting to over 6 billion rupees. Due to financial constraints, it will be difficult to complete these projects in the near future. Alternately, I called for focused meetings with the National Development Unit, Drain Infrastructure Construction Limited, the Land Drainage Authority, and the Road Development Authority to explore different and more cost-effective short-term solutions to mitigate flooding. 2 meetings have already been held on 30 April and 11 May, respectively at the seat of my ministry. Further to discussions held during these meetings, the following measures to alleviate flooding have been identified for the project at La Louise, namely, first, geotechnical and investigative assessments owing to the site conditions. Second, the construction of absorption drains along Lal Bahadur Shastri Street and Boundary Street. Third, the construction of a retention pond to cater for the overflow of water from the absorption drains. Fourth, the conversion of the existing Road Development Authority drains into upsized absorption drains from Lape Street to the junction at La Louise along Kandos-Vakwa Road. And fifth, the construction of drains along SSR Road and in the vicinity of Winners. Let me reassure the House that the implementation of these projects will be effected in phases upon approval of the design by the Land Drainage Authority and subject to availability of funds, which I gather will be far less costly than adopting a holistic approach. My ministry is focused on implementing projects responsibly with efficient use of funds without forgetting the prevailing fiscal situation of the country.
Yes.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. Je remercie également le ministre pour sa réponse détaillée. Nous remercions le ministre, le Dr Boulel, le Deputy Speaker et moi pour sa réponse détaillée. Le ministre peut-il informer la Chambre les raisons pour lesquelles les travaux de construction de drains dans les régions de Kandos et de la Louise accusent des retards depuis plus de 10 ans, malgré les inondations répétées qui contraignent les habitants et les commerçants à vivre dans l'angoisse à chaque grosse pluie. Merci.
Madam Speaker, as I explained, if we take a holistic approach for the construction of drains in the region of Catrebonne and La Louise, it will cost 6 billion. I presume that the previous government was working on a holistic and which can never be implemented. That's why now we are going on phase-wise on short-term measures, having an absorption drain. We shall try to have a cut-off drain before the Kandos Hospital. We'll try to see how it works. Then we'll go downstream. We'll construct the two sides of the drain of the Road Development Authority. We'll upgrade it. Then we'll see how it works. And then we'll go to La Louise instead of having holistic and never implement the project. So we are going phase-wise, short-term measures, so as to solve the problem.
Yes.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. Le ministre peut-il informer la Chambre si les travaux, il a mentionné dans sa réponse qu'il y aura des travaux à Lal Bahadur. Alors, si les travaux prévus à Lal Bahadur permettront de résoudre de manière significative les problèmes récurrents de drainage et d'inondation affectant non seulement les régions de Kandos et de la Louise, mais également Palma, Bassin, Boundary Road, ainsi qu'une partie de Sobnat, dont à proximité du supermarché de Winners. Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, I cannot give guarantee that we'll solve the problem entirely. According to consultants, if we do the first measure, it can solve the problem up to 35–40%. It has to be at least we are solving 35 to 40% of the problem, and then we see how we move forward instead of doing nothing.
Pas à pas. Thank you very much, everyone. I'm raising until 2:30.
The Honourable Third Member for Bobasai and Chitrivière.
Basis 54. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Trust Fund for Excellence in Sports was established under the Finance and Audit in Regulation 2002. Following the reconstitution of the Management Committee in February 2025, Mr. N.V. was appointed as chairperson. In accordance with established governance principles, the chairperson chairs the Management Committee, which establishes policies and develops strategies for the fund. On the other hand, the Chief Executive Officer is responsible for the operation and day-to-day management of the fund by executing the decisions and policies of the Management Committee. Unfortunately, my attention has been drawn to the fact that due to the persistent interference of the chairperson in the day-to-day management of the fund, problems started to escalate. I personally met Mr. N.V. on several occasions in the presence of officers of my ministry and clearly explained to him that there should be clear demarcation between governance and administration. He was also reminded of his role as a chairperson. Despite this repeated intervention, there was no noticeable improvement. In addition, I have been made aware that certain decisions were made by the Management Committee for the personal benefit of the chairperson, which were totally against established procedures in the public sector. Hence, with a view to restoring serenity and ensuring that the principle of good governance are upheld at the level of the fund, I had to take a bold decision to revoke him in the interest of the institution and its beneficiaries and replace him by a new chairperson. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as regards part B of the question, I'm not aware of any allegation or irregularities thereat made by the former chairperson. Insofar as the alleged interference of the Chief Executive Officer is concerned, I need to stress that his co-responsibility in the discharge of his duties is to give effect to the decision of the Management Committee. He cannot and is not allowed to change this decision. I have never been made aware of any change brought by the Chief Executive Officer to the decision of the Management Committee. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, as far as the governance structure of the fund is concerned, it is clearly defined in the regulations which establish the fund. In addition, there is a well-established governance framework for public sector organizations to which this fund subscribes. The House may rest assured that I will leave no stone unturned to continuously improve the administrative processes in the parastatal bodies that fall under the purview of my ministry, so as to give satisfaction to our stakeholders.
Yes.
Monsieur le Vice-président, l'honorable ministre peut-il dire à la Chambre si une enquête indépendante et impartiale, j'ai bien écouté sa réponse, a été menée avant la décision de révoquer M. NV, ou s'agit-il d'une mesure prise de manière précipitée et sans procédure transparente.
Can I assure the honourable member that at the level of my ministry, the officers has conducted all inquiries and has come to that conclusion.
Question. L'honorable ministre a informé la Chambre qu'il n'est au courant d'aucune allégation d'ingérence du Chief Executive Officer, comme l'a bien fait mention M. NV dans ses déclarations à la presse.
Put your question.
Oui, j'arrive. Et j'aimerais savoir de l'honorable ministre pourquoi il n'y a pas eu, suite à la déclaration de M. NV dans les médias, pourquoi il n'y a pas eu de communication claire et publique jusqu'ici, ou tout au moins une enquête interne par rapport aux allégations qui ont été faites par M. NV.
Let me assure the honourable member, I'm in receipt of a complaint on workplace conduct and concern relating to the CEO from a staff member of the fund. Same was also addressed to the chairperson and members of the fund. Given that this complaint is an internal matter for the fund, which is the employer of the complainant, my ministry has left same to be attended to the management committee of the fund. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in respect to the complaint letters received from the employees, I would like to draw the attention of the House that after explaining her predicament, she stated as follows. Finally, I wish to clarify that what she said. I wish to clarify that this correspondence is not intended to undermine the authority of the CEO. In addition, in the same correspondence, she stated that she was seeking clarifications as to whether the actions of the CEO amounted to intimidation or harassment. In fact, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, once a new chairperson is appointed, I will request him, the next board, to look into the matter and give his reply.
The Honourable Second Member for Mayberg, Mayon.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. B655.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am informed that the Special Mobile Force Museum, SMF Museum, has been closed to the public since December 1997. Following the closure, the site was taken over by the Tourism Authority in 2009 to serve as an operational venue for its cleaning team. The Tourism Authority occupied the building and its premises until September 2022. Following the establishment of the National Environment Cleaning Agency, NECA, in 2022, the ex-SMF Museum building and its premises, which were then under the control of the Prime Minister's office, was allocated to the NECA in September 2022. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I wish to inform the House that a sum of 40 million rupees was earmarked under the capital budget for the financial year 2023-2024 for the renovation of the building for NECA. The renovation works were not carried out due to financial constraints. The maintenance of the building and the yard are undertaken by the employees of the Mori Facilities Management Company Limited. The House may further wish to note that a request has been made to the Prime Minister's office to take over the site and the building on the 17th March 2026. Mr. Deputy Speaker, with regard to Part B, the question does it arise and there is no museum.
Honourable Third Member for Vieux-Grand-Port and Roosevelt.
Si, Monsieur le Vice-Président. PQ B656, please.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, presently there are 2,506 persons who are registered as fishermen, out of whom 608 persons were issued with fisherman card in the year 2024, that is prior to the general elections. I'm informed that since 2007, A certificate of character is required at the time of submitting an application for a fisherman card. With regard to party of the question, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, a clean certificate of character is not a prerequisite to be eligible for a fisherman card. A person having been convicted for any offence other than drug dealing may be issued with a fisherman card, provided that he meets all the other criteria. Now, it is only when the applicant is convicted for drug dealing that he is debarred from having a fisherman card. Under Section 122F of the Fisheries Act 2023, a person is convicted for the offence of drug dealing under the Dangerous Drugs Act shall be deregistered as a fisherman. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, as regards Part B of the question, a total of 60 applications have been rejected on account of the certificate of character over the past 5 years. In all these instances, the certificate of character indicated that the applicant was convicted of a drug-dealing offence.
The Honourable First Member for Montagne Blanche and Grand Rivière South East.
Sir, B657. Monsieur le Vice-président, avec votre permission, je répondrai conjointement aux questions B657 de l'honorable membre et B693 de l'honorable Roupny, celle-ci portant sur un même sujet. Monsieur le Vice-président, depuis plusieurs mois, les marchés énergétiques mondiaux connaissent des fortes turbulences. Malgré le cessez-le-feu conditionnel, les perturbations des routes maritimes, les tensions géopolitiques persistantes ainsi que les dommages causés aux infrastructures énergétiques continuent d'alimenter une flambée des prix des produits pétroliers. À Maurice, et en tant que pays fortement dépendant des importations énergétiques, notre pays subit directement cette situation. Le cas du heavy fuel oil illustre parfaitement cette réalité. Aujourd'hui, chaque cargaison d'environ 33 500 tonnes de fuel lourd coûte au CUB près de 489 millions de roupies supplémentaires, soit une augmentation de 68% par cargaison. Il convient de rappeler que le fuel lourd représente encore l'une des principales sources pour assurer la production d'électricité du pays et contribuer à près de 40% des besoins du pays. L'impact financier, Monsieur le Vice-président, est colossal. Le CEB estime devoir absorber un surcoût annuel additionnel d'environ 4,8 milliards de roupies uniquement pour couvrir les dépenses liées à l'importation du fuel lourd. Monsieur le Vice-président, cette situation intervient alors même que les finances du CEB se trouvent dans un état extrêmement fragile. Il est important de rappeler qu'en 2014, lorsque le Parti travailliste quittait le pouvoir, le CEB disposait encore des réserves de 894 millions de roupies. En 2022, le CEB avait 7 milliards de roupies de surplus dans ses comptes. Pourtant, en l'espace de 2 ans seulement, cette situation s'est totalement renversée. Au 31 décembre 2024, alors que j'assumais les fonctions de ministre de l'Énergie, le CEB affichait une balance négative de 5,9 milliards de roupies. Autrement dit, l'organisme est passé d'une situation de réserve importante à une situation financière extrêmement dégradée, marquée par des déficits massifs et une dépendance croissante aux facilités bancaires, loans et overdrafts. À ce jour, la dette totale du CEB a atteint 9,3 milliards de roupies, dont 5,2 milliards de découvertes bancaires, overdrafts. Les comptes audités au 30 juin 2024 faisaient déjà ressortir un déficit de 243 millions de roupies. Monsieur le Vice-président, dans ces circonstances, il aurait été irréaliste, financièrement irresponsable, d'exiger du CEB qu'il absorbe seul l'intégralité des os liés au heavy fuel oil, sans procéder à une révision tarifaire. Il faut d'ailleurs préciser que la hausse appliquée à partir du 1er mai 2026 ne permettra même pas au CEB de récupérer l'ensemble des coûts supplémentaires qu'il devra supporter. Alors que les dépenses additionnelles liées au fuel load sont estimées à 4,8 milliards de roupies par an, la révision tarifaire ne devrait générer que 3 milliards de roupies de revenus supplémentaires. Le différentiel, donc entre 4,8 milliards et 3 milliards, soit environ 1,8 milliard, devra encore être absorbé par le CEB. Autrement dit, Monsieur le Vice-président, si le CEB avait choisi de répercuter l'intégralité de la hausse du coût de fuel load sur les consommateurs, le tarif d'électricité aurait dû augmenter d'environ 25%. Ceci n'a pas été le cas. Malgré la situation financière extrêmement tendue, le gouvernement et le CEB ont veillé à protéger les catégories les plus faibles, les plus vulnérables de la population, ainsi que les petites entreprises. Près de 128 000 familles clients du CEB, incluant les 8 000 bénéficiaires des kits photovoltaïques, ne seront pas affectés par la hausse tarifaire. Ces mesures concernent principalement les ménages enregistrés au Social Register of Mauritius. Au total, Monsieur le Vice-président, 25% de la clientèle du CEB bénéficiera d'un mécanisme de protection contre la hausse des tarifs. Monsieur le Vice-président, toutefois, le CEB a pris en considération ces impacts potentiels pour protéger les plus faibles. Monsieur le Vice-président, en ce qui concerne les déconnexions, le CEB m'informe qu'au cours de l'année écoulée, 21 211 ménages sur un total de 482 000 ménages à Maurice et à Rodrigue ont été déconnectés en raison du non-paiement de leur facture d'électricité.
The Honourable Second Member for Belrose Cadbourne.
658. Merci.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am informed that Mrs. B.S., Assistant Child Program Officer at the National Children's Council since 2012, is currently the Acting Shelter Manager at the residential care institution Cap l'Espoir, managed by the Council. She has been appointed on 23rd April 2026 by the NCC after the previous Acting Shelter Manager resigned on 20th April. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the qualifications of a shelter manager as per the scheme of service approved by the NCC's board on 28th August 2015 are as follows. A diploma in social work or administration or management or an equivalent qualification acceptable to the Council. And B, at least 3 years of experience in the field of social work. I am tabling the scheme of service of shelter manager of the RCI.
Yes.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Vice-président. Je remercie la Première ministre par intérim pour sa réponse. La Première ministre par intérim peut-elle expliquer à la Chambre comment un établissement aussi sensible peut fonctionner correctement alors qu'il a connu 3 managers en seulement 5 mois depuis sa réouverture le 5 décembre 2025, un véritable musical chair témoignant d'une instabilité chronique et soulevant de sérieuses préoccupations quant à sa gestion. D'ailleurs, pas plus tard que la semaine dernière, des pains moisis ont été servis aux enfants. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Vice-président.
Monsieur le Vice-président, je remercie l'honorable membre d'avoir soulevé cette question. Je dois avouer qu'il existe des problèmes relationnels entre les employés de ce shelter. Il se serait constitué, Monsieur le Vice-président, en clan et essayerait de manipuler les enfants contre tel ou tel clan. Le board enquête sur le sujet. Des actions seront prises en temps et lieu. En attendant, nous relançons pour la 3e fois un Expression of Interest
pour inviter les ONG à prendre la gestion du shelter avec un personnel formé et dedicated. Quant aux questions de pain moisi, je remercie encore une fois l'honorable membre d'avoir soulevé la question parce que moi aussi, je trouve que c'est inacceptable qu'on puisse donner aux enfants du shelter du pain moisi. Monsieur le vice-président, le 5 mai, le ministère a été informé que du pain moisi avait été servi à un des enfants du shelter. Une enquête a été initiée. Il s'avère que la cuisinière a déclaré qu'elle n'avait pas constaté que le pain était moisi, vu qu'il n'y avait pas suffisamment de luminosité dans la cuisine. La cuisine n'était pas suffisamment éclairée. Un officier du ministère s'est rendu sur les lieux et a constaté que toutes les lumières, toutes les ampoules fonctionnaient. La cuisinière a tout de suite été remplacée. Un statement a été donné à la police de Grand-Bay le même jour, OBI 1449/26. L'enfant a été conduit à l'hôpital pour des examens médicaux. Heureusement qu'aucun problème de santé n'a été relevé.
Une dernière, Monsieur le Vice-président, d'ailleurs, je vous en remercie. Je remercie la Première ministre par intérim pour sa réponse. En attendant qu'une ONG prenne la gérance du shelter Cap l'Espoir, would the acting Prime Minister inform the House whether there are plans to review the organizational structure and staffing requirements of a shelter with a view to improving service delivery? Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Oui, évidemment. C'est pourquoi le National Children's Council est en train de tout revoir le fonctionnement du shelter en attendant qu'une ONG digne de ce nom puisse être confiée ce shelter.
Honourable fourth member for voting.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, B659.
Honourable
My apologies to you, sir. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regard to part A of the question, I'm informed that the use of pesticides in Mauritius and Rodrigue is regulated under the use of the Pesticides Act of 2018. This act, which is enforced by the Pesticides Regulatory Office of the Ministry, provides a comprehensive legal framework governing the proper use, handling, and disposal of pesticides. The legislation is aligned with international standards and best practices and aims to safeguard public health and the environment from the potential risks associated with pesticide use. With regard to part B of the question, I'm informed by the agricultural services of the Ministry that regular monitoring and inspection exercises are carried out by the Pesticide Regulatory Office to ensure compliance with established norms. The Office also develops strategies for the sound use and management of pesticides with a view to reducing risk associated with their use and has devised a comprehensive code of practice. The code of practice covers inter alia the responsibilities of pesticide users, guidance on when to use pesticides, interpretation of pesticide labels, safety precautions during use, and requirements relating to the storage, mixing, and application and transportation of pesticides. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm informed that the Food and Agricultural Research Extension Institute has been implementing continuous training and sensitization program on the safe and judicious use of pesticides since 2002. To date, over 6,400 farmers have benefited from this program. This has been complemented by extensive field advisory services with some 15,000 or more visits carried out to guide planters on proper pesticide use and pesticide diagnosis. Following the proclamation of the Use of Pesticide Act in 2018, I'm informed that additional structured training courses have been delivered to more than 1,700 planters, thereby further strengthening capacity in the responsible handling and application of pesticide. These efforts are further supported by a wide range of extension materials and media outreach initiatives covering integrated pest management, alternatives to chemical control, and of course good agricultural practices, including the MORIGAP program. Now, in order, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, to further strengthen the enforcement of the Use of Pesticides Act, the Ministry is collaborating with the United Nations Development Programme and the Attorney General's Office to finalize 4 regulations under the Act. In this context, my ministry has organized a validation workshop on the 4 draft pesticide regulations on the 6th of May 2026, with the participation of 75 stakeholders from the public and private sectors, regulatory institutions, growers, importers of agricultural produce, agrochemicals, and technical experts. These regulations, with inter alia, provide for the control of pesticide use with respect to maximum residue level on harvested produce, establish guidelines for the sampling of agricultural commodities, and set out requirements relating to the mixing of pesticide and the training of pesticide applicators. My ministry, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, remains committed to continuously strengthening pesticide governance to protect public health, preserve the environment, and ensure the safety and quality of agricultural produce.
Honourable Edouard.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. May I ask the Honourable Minister, is there any collaboration between the Ministry of Agriculture and the Ministry of Health to study if there is any relation to a rise in cancer cases with the use of pesticides in agriculture? Thank you.
Yes, certainly, this question has been raised, flogged, but it's very difficult to establish clearly whether there is a link. Although, if I refer to a number of cases, refer to hospitals, there may be. But as of now, I've gone through literature to establish fully that there is a link is yet to be determined. But certainly, it cannot be ruled out.
Je vous remercie. Dans un contexte où le directeur de l'audit regrette lui-même que les contrôles soient insuffisants, que les sanctions par rapport à l'utilisation excessive de pesticides soient inexistantes, est-ce que réduire les effectifs du Pesticides Regulatory Office ne revient pas à exposer davantage la population à des produits potentiellement dangereux?
There's always room for improvement. One of the shortcomings is effectively the shortage of officers, and this matter is being addressed in a very forceful manner. Secondly, I must say, since some time, the lab has been out of order because of unavailability of spare parts. It's only now that the technician from South Africa is coming for the lab is coming to Mauritius to ensure that spare part is available to repair the lab. And thirdly, in the meantime, we are not leaving any stone unturned. We are sending samples, or what we call the juice, to a laboratory in Egypt.
Honourable Third Member for Vieux-Grand-Pont as well.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. PQB 660, please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, since my becoming Minister of Land Transport, I have initiated several initiatives that seeks to modernize the transport sector. Today, the penalty point system is fully digital, just like the online payment of road tax, commonly known as online MVL. Forthcoming ones are the digital driving license and online payment of fines for which drafting instructions have already been issued to the Attorney General's office. The cashless ticketing system is at consultancy stage. We are going for the extra mile in the quest for digitalization of the land transport, and I'm sure my colleague, the Minister of ICT, will surely concur with me on this front. The fleet management system, which is the subject matter of Honourable Ramdas, is a key initiative, which I and officers of my ministry have relentlessly worked on, with an initial intention to have it on a PPP basis, with almost no budgetary provision, except for consultancy services. We have, after consultation with the Attorney General's office, deemed it more appropriate that it be financed and implemented by government, as all PPP projects that followed strictly the process of the Build, Operate, Transfer unit of the Ministry of Finance have never been completed as far as we know. An international bidding exercise was launched on 21st of January 2026 for implementation of the fleet management system with an initial closing date of 9 March 2026 and a bid opening on 11 March 2026. The closing date was subsequently extended to 24 March 2026 following representations from bidders and opened on 26 March 2026. 3 bids have been received at the closing date. The technical evaluation exercise has been completed and the relevant report has been submitted and is being processed for endorsement. My ministry expects to award the contract very shortly in line with procedures laid down in the Public Procurement Act. I am confident that the fleet management system will be running in early 2027 and will go a long way in enhancing transparency, efficiency and accountability in the public transport system while improving service delivery to commuters. Deputy Speaker, sir, I thank the Honourable Member for his interest in the project, which when coupled with the bus services bill, for which we have already issued drafting instructions to the Attorney General's office, seeks to modernize the public bus services that convey nearly 500 million people daily. The fleet management system, which inter alia entails the installation of GPSs in all buses, will profoundly redefine the current bus operation system. It will introduce digital tools to support real-time operations, improve timetable adherence, and enable data-driven decision-making for both operators and regulators. It will also allow for payment of compensation for free travel and diesel subsidies based on the real numbers of trips effected. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable
Mr. President, in view of the difficulties faced by the inhabitants of remote areas of the country, including Saint-Hubert, as the Honourable Minister is aware himself, may we have a clear timeline as to the full implementation and putting into practice of the fleet management system?
Yes. My officers and technicians tell me that it will be for early 2027, because once the tender is awarded, there will be extensive work involved in installation of the electronic system in 2,000 buses and the central control system. So we should be okay by 2007 if all goes on well.
Honourable Second Member for Grand-Bay, Pluto.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Sir. B661.
Monsieur le Vice-président, le CEB m'informe qu'entre 2016 et 2019, un total de 288 recours techniques ont été engagés en 3 vagues distinctes, soit 152 techniciens trainees et 38 techniciens grade 2, ainsi que 98 cadet techniciens. J'ai également été informé que les critères de recrutement applicables au poste de technicien trainee avaient été modifiés afin de permettre l'enrôlement des candidats ne détendant pas encore la certification NC3 ou NTC Level 3. Donc cela a été modifié pour que vous ayez du travail comme cadet technicien au CEB, vous devez avoir soit le NC3 ou le NTC3. Ce qui s'est passé dans le passé, l'ancien régime, ce qu'ils ont fait, c'est qu'ils ont recruté des gens sans avoir la certification NTC3. Donc, ceci dit, ce travail de cadet technicien, c'est un travail technique. Vous avez à travailler directement avec l'électricité. Donc, ils ont modifié le scheme of duty pour pouvoir recruter certaines personnes de leur circonscription. Il avait alors été convenu que le CEB prendrait les dispositions nécessaires avec le MITD afin que ces recrues qui n'ont pas de certificat puissent suivre la formation requise et obtenir leur qualification durant leur période de stage. Donc on vous recrute pour travailler, ensuite on vous demande de passer les tests. Donc c'est comme si on prend un infirmier à l'hôpital, il n'a pas ses certificats, il travaille comme infirmier ou comme médecin, et après qu'il est demandé d'avoir sa certification. Monsieur le vice-président, les contrats prévoyaient clairement que ces formations devraient s'étendre sur une période minimale de 24 mois, 2 ans, et maximum de 36 mois, 3 ans. Après quoi, les recrues devraient être confirmées dans leurs fonctions ou soit voir leur engagement prendre fin. Or, monsieur le vice-président, les faits aujourd'hui relevés démontrent des graves défaillances administratives et un manque flagrant de suivi au sein du CEB. J'ai appris que plusieurs années après leur recrutement, dans certains cas, plus de 5 ans après, certains cadets techniciens n'avaient toujours ni complété leur formation, ni réussi leur competency test, ni été régularisés dans leur statut. Ces dysfonctionnements n'ont été pleinement découverts qu'en décembre de l'année dernière, en 2025, lorsque le nouveau conseil d'administration du CEB a exigé un rapport complet sur la gestion de ces recrutements et du suivi des cadets techniciens. Monsieur le vice-président, cependant, cette affaire, malheureusement, a pris une tournure extrêmement sérieuse lorsque 4 anciens cadets techniciens ont contesté leur licenciement devant le Employment Relations Tribunal. Dans son jugement, l'IRT a sévèrement pointé du doigt le CEB pour non-respect des dispositions fondamentales du Workers' Rights Act. Le tribunal a conclu que ces employés étaient demeurés en poste bien au-delà de la période maximale prévue dans leur contrat de cadetship et qu'ils devaient être considérés comme des workers pleinement protégés par la loi. Plus grave, le tribunal a constaté que le CEB n'avait pas respecté les procédures obligatoires prévues sous la section 64 du Workers' Rights Act. Monsieur le vice-président, cette affaire relève des manquements graves au niveau du suivi administratif et des responsabilités du département des ressources humaines du CEB. Je dois d'ailleurs dire que personnellement, je ne partage nullement l'interprétation que certains veulent me faire dire ici au Parlement, selon laquelle il appartenait uniquement au chef des départements techniques de recommander la résiliation ou non des stages et des cadetships. La question liée aux nominations, au renouvellement des contrats, au suivi des formations, au respect des délais contractuels ainsi qu'à la conformité avec les obligations légales relève directement de la responsabilité du département des ressources humaines. Or, il est forcé de constater que déjà depuis ni en 2021 ni en 2022, le département de HR n'a attiré l'attention de la direction du CEB sur les risques légaux considérables découlant du maintien prolongé des sans-employés dans une situation irrégulière pendant plusieurs années. Cette négligence administrative place aujourd'hui le CEB dans une situation extrêmement embarrassante où des fonds publics devront être mobilisés pour assumer les conséquences de ces erreurs. Dommage que les leaders de l'opposition ne soient pas présents.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, sir. May I ask the Honourable Minister, according to my information, around 5.6 million of rupees of public funds have already been paid by the CEB. Can he inform this House what disciplinary action has been taken against any person responsible for this situation?
Je dois dire, Monsieur le Vice-président, que effectivement, un montant de plus de 5,6 millions devra être payé ou a été payé, ont été payés à ces employés. Et personnellement, Monsieur le Vice-président, j'ai demandé au board du CEB de demander des explications formelles, que ces explications formelles soient réclamées au chef du département des ressources humaines afin de déterminer pourquoi ces situations n'ont pas été signalées plus tôt et pourquoi les procédures qui étaient prévus n'ont pas été respectés avant les licenciements. J'ai également été informé que le chef du département des ressources humaines, qui est une dame, Madame C.M., a essayé de donner une explication. Mais je dirais que si les explications ne sont pas satisfaisantes, des sanctions administratives et disciplinaires pourront être envisagées à l'encontre des responsables concernés, parce que dans ce cas précis, il y a eu complot.
Oui. Vu la dangerosité du métier et du poste de cadet technicien et que vu la plupart des candidats n'étaient pas aptes à exercer ce métier, est-ce que l'honorable ministre peut nous informer s'il y a eu un audit pour déterminer si ces candidats sont désormais aptes ou non à exercer ce métier? Merci.
Oui, c'est sûr que oui, un audit a été fait pour voir si ces techniciens sont des véritables techniciens ou ce sont des gens qui n'ont pas les qualités requises pour faire ce travail. Parce que, comme je l'ai dit un peu plus tôt, Monsieur le Vice-président, ce sont des gens qui sont obligés de travailler en contact direct avec l'électricité sur les colonnes. Oui, mais je dirais aussi que dorénavant, le scheme of duties ont été changés complètement pour ce que vous devez avoir au préalable le NCC3 ou le NC3 pour pouvoir être admis, être recruté en tant que cadet technicien ou trainee technicien au CUB.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Vice-président. La question B662, s'il vous plaît.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I wish to inform the House that Mauritius as a tropical island state with heavy rainfall, flooding, increasing urban density and continuous international travel remains vulnerable to the spread and importation of infectious diseases such as chikungunya, dengue and mpox. My ministry has therefore enforced preparedness, surveillance and response mechanism in collaboration with relevant ministries and stakeholders. With regard to Party 1 of the question, all regional hospitals and designated health institutions are equipped with isolation and treatment facilities for infectious diseases. The new Suyak Hospital serves as a designated admitting institution for highly infectious disease, due to its proximity to Sir Sisaga Rambulam International Airport. Strategic stockpiles of personal protective equipment, disinfectants, medicines, laboratory consumables, and infection prevention and control materials are maintained. Laboratory diagnostic capacities have also been strengthened through collaboration with organizations such as the World Health Organization, the Indian Ocean Commission, and Africa CDC. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I regard area health centers and community health centers. These institutions play a key role in early detection, reporting, prevention, and management of infectious diseases through screening, triage, referral vaccination, health education, and surveillance activities. With regard to sanitary officers posted at the airport and port, officers are deployed on a roster basis to screen incoming passengers and vessels. Free prachik is granted to vessels only after clearance by my ministry. Incoming passengers are required to complete the Mauritius all-in-one travel form, and particulars of travelers arriving from affected countries are transmitted to the 13 regional health officers for follow-up surveillance. Blood and sputum samples are taken whenever required for laboratory analysis. In addition, dedicated general practitioners have been deployed to strengthen surveillance against imported infectious diseases. Enhanced surveillance protocols are implemented for passengers arriving from countries affected by diseases such as mpox, including physical visits, telephone monitoring, and immediate referral procedures where necessary. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, effective prevention and control require coordinated action across several sectors. Mauritius has therefore strengthened intersectoral collaboration under a One Health approach involving ministries responsible for environment, agro-industry, local government, tourism, education, and other relevant stakeholders. A multi-sectoral committee chaired by me ensures high-level coordination for surveillance, vector control, sanitation, risk communication, and outbreak preparedness. I'm tabling the various measures put in place. I'm tabling the various measures put in place regarding preparedness to respond to emerging infectious diseases. With regard to Part B of the question, my ministry had developed and implemented several preparedness and response plans, including the national operational plans for leptospirosis, mpox, dengue, chikungunya, and viral hemorrhagic fever diseases. These preparedness and response plans are also implemented in Rodrigue. Mauritius is also implementing innovative vector control strategies such as the sterile insect techniques involving the release of sterile male Aedes albopictus mosquitoes in selected regions to reduce vector populations. Risk communication and community engagement activities are carried out through door-to-door sensitization, schools, community talks, and mass media campaigns to encourage behavioral change and elimination of breeding sites.
The Honourable Second Member for Rodrigue.
Yes, thank you. B663.
The Deputy Speaker, sir, the bus modernization scheme was introduced in 2014 to provide a financial support to bus operators for renewal of bus fleet through the replacement of aging buses with safer, more efficient and environmentally compliant vehicles with the objective of improving passenger comfort, service reliability, road safety and sustainable public transport both in Mauritius and Rodrigue. For Mauritius, the bus modernization scheme, in short BMS, is administered by the NLTA, and the bus operators are provided subsidies as follows. Number one, a high-floor diesel bus, 20% of the total price of the bus, subject to a maximum of 700,000 rupees. For number two, semi-low floor bus, 1 million rupees. Number three, electric bus, 30% of the price of the bus, subject to a maximum of 3.5 million rupees. Deputy Speaker, sir, I am informed that there are currently 73 buses in Rodrigue, and that for the period 2017 to 2023, the NLTA was making the disbursement to applicants from Rodrigue for subsidy under the BMS. Thereafter, payment has been effected by the Rodrigue Regional Assembly, RRA. I am further informed that since 2014, these bus operators are entitled to a government subsidy of 1 million rupees for high-flow buses. That is 300,000 rupees more than is paid to operators in Mauritius. This difference is explained by the fact that operators in Rodrigue incur additional costs in shipping the bus acquired from Mauritius to Rodrigue, a cost which is not borne by local operators. Moreover, justification for higher subsidy arose from the fact that the wear and tear of buses running in Rodrigue was more due to topography of the island. More often than not, spare parts required for repairs had to be acquired from Mauritius, which again entailed increased expenses. The NLTA is called upon only to check compliance of the bus with the specifications of the Road Traffic Construction and Use Regulations 2010 and to recommend the applications for payment. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regard to the question from the Honourable Member on the cost of the bus body being higher than the chassis, I am informed by the NLTA that this is not quite the case, although true, it is that the bus body costs as much as 85 to 90% of the cost of the chassis and the fitted engine. This cost is equally borne by operators in Mauritius as well as those from Rodrigue. I wish to clarify that the BMS subsidy framework is not structured around individual cost components of any bus, such as the body, the chassis, or the engine, but rather takes into account the overall acquisition cost of a compliant bus. The subsidy amount has been worked out as a fixed sum on the total capital investment of any bus operator without factoring in the difference cost of buses based on make, model, seating capacity, etc. The only defining criteria is whether the bus is a high floor, semi-low floor, or electric bus. Having regards to the specificity of Rodrigue, I am given to understand that only high-flow buses are concerned. I am made to understand, Deputy Speaker, sir, that disbursement for the BMS for the last 3 years for Rodrigue are as follows. Financial year 2022 and 23, 2 million rupees for 2 buses. 2023-2024, 3 million rupees for 3 buses. 2024-2025, 7 million rupees for 7 buses. 2025-2026, 3 million rupees, only free applications processed so far as at May 2026. As announced in budget exercise 2025-2026, the NLTA is carrying out a comprehensive exercise for the revamping of the BMS. During that exercise, the quantum of the subsidy will be worked out anew to align subsidy amount with actual investment costs, taking into account government policy objectives, including environmental considerations. The Road Transport Advisory Board has also been requested to submit their advice on the proposed views. To end, Deputy Speaker, sir, once this exercise is completed, the new quantum will be shared with the RRA, enabling them to adjust subsidy payment to bus operators at their end. I am informed by the Ministry of Finance that as at date, no request for review under the BMS has been received at the level of the Commission for Public Infrastructure and others in Rodrigues. I'm also given to understand that there is a provision of 5 million rupees for financial year 2026-2027 under the BMS. Thank you.
The Honourable First Member for Montaille Blanche and Grand Rivière.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. B664.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. I wish to inform the House that there are currently around 65,000 hectares of land potentially available for agriculture, out of which 40,000 hectares are dedicated to sugarcane production and some 8,000 hectares to food crop production. The remaining extent is under other crops, including greenhouse farming, tea plantation, and orchards. Our most recent analysis shows that around 6,500 hectares of land out of the 40,000 hectares belonging to small planters, government, and corporate growers were no longer under sugarcane plantation in 2025. Out of these, 4,000 hectares are located in areas classified as high or moderate potential for agriculture. With regard to Part A of the question, since November 2024 to date, some 1,100 acres of state land have been allocated to planters from the Ministry, Ausbel Sugar State, and Sugar Investment Trust. And this extent of land is actively under cultivation. With reference to Part B of the question, I'm informed that some 1,050 acres of state land remain available and will be allocated to planters who have submitted or who will submit application for state land for agricultural purposes. The Honourable Member may wish to note that the procedures for obtaining state land have been streamlined to facilitate timely access for planters and to accelerate cultivation in support of national food security in the light of the ongoing conflict in the Middle East and its implication for global food supplies. It is increasingly imperative that our country expand domestic production to reduce dependence on import and moves towards greater self-sufficiency. To this end, my ministry has reduced the number of eligibility criteria applied to applicants for state land from 14 to 4, so as to fast-track the allocation process and render same more attractive to small planters. I wish to assure the House that the ministry remains fully committed to promote measures to achieve and strengthen food security. The ministry, through Small Farmers Welfare Fund, Food Agricultural Research Extension Unit, and Agricultural Marketing Board, provides extensive support and incentives to small planters and farmers to the tune of 568 million rupees, so as to ease the burden of increasing costs of input for the agricultural sector, such as fertilizer, mechanization, seeds, and livestock feed, amongst others. For the benefit of the House, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm tabling the comprehensive list of incentives and support measures administered through Small Farmers Welfare Fund, the FARE. I would like to I thank the Honourable Member for raising this important question and reiterate the Ministry's determination to support the plan and to put all necessary measures to ensure national food security.
Honourable Second Member for Granby Pouzo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, sir. B665.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Deputy Speaker, presently there are 2 barrachois which are operational in constituency number 6, which have been allocated to promoters and not leased to them. These are as follows: Barachois Largesse, also known as Petit Barachois, allocated on the 9th January 2014 for horticulture to Pearson Royal Company Limited, having as director Mr. Kemra's person and located at Kouakou Road, Grand Gomme. And 2 Grand Barachois, also known as Bassin Humbert, allocated to Moricos Limited on the 17th September 2015, having as director Mr. Yashodar Boiga and located at Morel, Rivière du Rempart. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the activities carried out by the above promoters as follows. Pearson Royal Company Limited has been allocated the Petit Barachois of an extent of 19 arpents for the Barachois and 3 arpents 25 pairs for the adjoining state land for oyster culture for a period of 3 years from 2016. The company was allowed to continue its activities till date. The species which are currently farmed in plastic drums in the Barachois oysters, clams, and crabs. Future development in the Barachois include the construction of a hatchery, an epuration station, and a laboratory which has been favorably considered by the Ministry. A lease agreement for a period of 10 years has been worked out by the Ministry for this Barachois and has been legally vetted by Attorney General's Office. On 22nd April 2026, the draft lease agreement has been submitted to the company for its view prior to the signature. The ministries are waiting for the company's reply. The Ministry of Housing Lands has also been requested to confirm the demarcation coordinates of the Barachois, which, if ever the lease agreement, this agreement will be finalized. So let me come to Grand Barachois, also known as Bassin Humbert. Moricos Limited has been allocated the Grand Barachois of an extent of 110 arpents to pairs for the Barachois and 11 arpents 85 pairs for the adjoining state land for mud crab, sea cucumber, and oyster aquaculture for an initial period of 5 years since 2015. The company was allowed to continue its activities till date. Now, the species which are currently farmed in the Barachois oysters and mud crab, there was also seed production of sea cucumber, and sea cucumber juveniles have been released in the Barachois. Further development plan includes production of high economic value nutraceutical for cosmetic and health industry. Now, the project write-up submitted by the company was in March 2025 and is being looked into. The draft lease agreement for this Barachois is currently being drafted by the Ministry, which will include all approved ongoing above mentioned. Once finalized, if ever it is finalized, the draft lease agreement would be vetted by the Attorney General's Office and then finalized if we are going ahead with the lease agreement. So let's wait and see. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Deputy Speaker, sir. Will the Honourable Minister indicate whether any arrears of payment fees are outstanding in respect to any Barachois operating in constituency number 6? And if so, what are the measures taken till now?
Yes, there was no lease agreement, as I've stated, okay? I leave it to the Attorney Generals. Once advice is tendered to us, we certainly, if the need is felt, we have to recover the areas. And you can rest assured appropriate measure measure will be taken. There's also the indemnity for use, which my good friend is conveying.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, sir. Can the Honourable Minister state whether the Ministry has carried out inspections of the Barashwa during the last 3 years with regards to any compliance, non-compliance, what action has been taken till now?
We have no choice but following the questions which you've put. It's an eye-opener, and you can rest assured more than one visit will be carried out.
The Honourable third member for Maybeck Penmagnon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, sir. B666, please.
Deputy Speaker, sir, coincidence has it that this year's Global Road Safety Week was kick-started last Saturday morning at Mayberg in the presence of the Honourable Lakiram and Honourable Apollo. The Honourable Ramphal could not make it as he was overseas. I have to thank the three Honourable members for the arrangements they have made to make this event a success. Deputy Speaker, sir, I'm informed by the Commissioner of Police that from 1st of January 2023 to 7 May 2026, that is 3.5 years period, a total of 74 fatal road accidents have been recorded in the southern division of the island, unfortunately, resulting in the loss of 78 lives. I'm tabling the yearly breakdown thereof. In regard to part A of the question, I am informed that the principal causes of these fatal road accidents have been identified as speeding, as well as dangerous, careless, and inconsiderate driving. With regard to part B of the question, Deputy Speaker, sir, one of the major policy measures already implemented since 31st January 2026, albeit not specific to the southern region, is the penalty point system. Last Friday, I have for the first time ever presented a first quarterly report to the Cabinet of Ministers about road accidents, more specifically about how the penalty point system has fared since it's coming into operation 3 months down the line. I intend to henceforth do this on a quarterly basis, as such transparent exercise allows us to bring changes wherever necessary and hopefully improve on road safety. I use the word hopefully because road safety is not merely a matter of infrastructure or law enforcement, it is a matter of culture. There was a peak in January 2026 as compared to January 2025, but in this respect, police recorded a reduction of 25% in road fatalities in April 2026 under the penalty point system as compared to April 2025 under the cumulative road traffic offence. Government has deemed it necessary to increase the range of points for the offence of using handheld phone while driving from 3 to 6 points to 5 to 6 points because of the high percentage of 70% that this offence constitutes in the total number of contraventions established under the penalty point system. And in terms of technological improvement, it may be realistically expected that the capture of road traffic offences through safe city cameras can significantly enhance compliance. In fact, I had the opportunity to visit the main command and control center of the police relating to the safe city cameras. On 2nd April 2026, I will be holding a meeting on the subject matter in due course, but sufficient for me to say right now that there will have to be quite a bit of investment to be made by the police in order for the cameras to be able to detect offences with the help of AI. My colleague was with me during the visit that we made to the police, Mr. Ramgol. In the meantime, the Attorney General's Office is working on several other decisions of government to strengthen enforcement on our roads, notably the possible impoundment of vehicles in case a driver is driving while being under the influence of alcohol or drug, and is also to include road rage as an offence under the Road Traffic Act. In terms of policy formulation, Deputy Speaker, sir, I have to underscore that a cumulative consultative workshop involving all key partners involved in the road safety was held yesterday in relation to the National Road Safety Strategy 2026-2030. Once finalized, the approval of government will be sought on that strategy document for its implementation. Deputy Speaker, sir, the Commissioner of Police has informed that intelligence-led policing through data analysis to identify accident-prone areas and black spots, high visibility enforcement operations, implementation of selective traffic enforcement policy, meaning STEP, regular alco test operations, speed enforcement through fixed and handheld devices, a special weekend crackdown operations and daily vehicle checkpoints along motorways are being conducted. In addition, roadblock and vehicle checkpoints are regularly conducted with the support of the Special Mobile Force and local police division across the island, including the southern region, which is the subject of the question. In terms of infrastructural improvement, TRMSU has identified several high-risk areas in the southern region, classified as black spots, or hazardous road sections where remedial
You got
works...
long to go, Mr. Honourable Minister?
No, not quite. Finishing soon.
Because you have been quite long.
2 paragraphs more, if I may.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Make it one.
Yeah, where remedial works are expected to commence shortly. These sites include Mordalbert Runabout, Plaine-Magnan-Weberg Road, Saint-Aubert along Savane Road. TRMSU will additionally implement traffic calming measures at several locations, namely Cambéria, Britannia near the school area, Rivière des Anguilles, almost finishing, Deputy Speaker, sir, along La Baraque Road, Midlands, and Cité Lachaud. Works have already been issued in this regard. There we are.
Thank you. Yes, Honourable Document.
Could the Honourable Minister please state how many of the fatal accidents in the southern region involve drivers testing positive for prohibited substances or synthetic drugs in the last 3 years?
That is an interesting question. I have the statistics for overall accident. I can find
You
out
can
the-
find it. You can
Yeah.
find the statistics. Honourable Jaman.
Thank you.
Deputy Speaker, sir. Can the Honourable Minister inform the House where matters stand regarding the repeated requests for speed breakers in constituency number 13?
Repeated speed request for speed breakers is not only to constituency, even in my own constituency. Even in my own constituency.
Okay, this question is for
I have to add that there is a process to follow, but they will be doing it shortly. I have a list that TRMSU has been submitted.
How short?
I can tell you, even in my constituency, I am having a lot of trouble with people, but it's going to be
Okay,
done.
next question. The Honourable First Member for La Cavienne Phoenix.
This question will be answered by the Prime Minister.
Sorry. So, the Honourable Third Member for Vieux-Grand-Port, Rosebell. 667. The Honourable First Member for Wooding.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Sir, question B667, please.
Monsieur le Vice-président, le CEB gère actuellement 2 projets agrivoltaïques. Donc le CEB agrivoltaïque 1 et le projet CEB agrivoltaïque 2. Le projet agrivoltaïque 1 a été lancé en juillet 2024. Depuis ma prise de fonction au ministère, Monsieur le Vice-président, j'ai demandé au CEB de revoir tous les programmes d'énergie renouvelable, car je suis conscient des nombreuses faiblesses et des obstacles et des contraintes qui entravent leur mise en œuvre. Ces éléments expliquent en grande partie la faible adoption des projets d'énergie renouvelable par différentes catégories de la population ces 10 dernières années. À la lumière des changements apportés, en décembre de l'année dernière, donc en 2025, nous avons lancé le projet agrivoltaïque 2. Le système agrivoltaïque, c'est un système qui associe la production agricole et la production d'énergie. Il vise à répondre au double défi de sécurité alimentaire et de sécurité énergétique. Il est particulièrement important car il permet une utilisation optimale des ressources foncières limitées, tout en rendant les activités agricoles plus rentables. Monsieur le Vice-président, en ce qui concerne la partie A de la question, le CEB m'informe que 131 demandes ont été reçues pour le programme de agrivoltaïque 1, lancé en juillet 2024, l'équivalent de 47,7 MW. 62 lettres d'intention ont été émises par le CEB à des demandeurs admissibles, représentant 21,8 MW, y compris pour Rodrigue. Suite aux évaluations techniques, seuls 22 accords de raccordement ont été signés à ce jour pour l'agrivoltaïque premier, ce qui représente une capacité totale de 9,1 MW. Concernant Rodrigue, 5 demandes représentant 1,6 MW ont été reçues, 3 lettres d'intention ont été émises, 2 raccordements ont été envoyés aux demandeurs, dont une a été signée. 3 demandeurs sont sur la liste d'attente et seront traités par l'ordre d'arrivée. En ce qui concerne l'agrivoltaïque 1 toujours, sur les 131 demandes initialement reçues, donc pour Maurice et Rodrigue, pour une capacité de 47,7 MW, un seul projet de 25 kW a été mis en service à ce jour. Cela confirme, Monsieur le Vice-président, ce que j'ai déjà mentionné un peu plus tôt, l'adoption insatisfaisante de ce système et ses problèmes inhérents. Le nouveau programme agrivoltaïque 2, qui a été lancé l'année dernière, associé au stockage de batteries, a été lancé par le CEB le 10 décembre de l'année dernière. Le agrivoltaïque 2 représente une évolution significative par rapport au programme agrivoltaïque 1, initialement, tant en termes de portée que d'exigences techniques, de structure du marché. La capacité prévue pour agrivoltaïque 2 est de 40 MW pour l'île Maurice et 2 MW pour Rodrigue. Le CEB m'informe que 43 demandeurs ont été reçus, représentant une capacité proposée de 118 MW. 31 lettres d'intention ont été émises en février de cette année-ci, en 2026, représentant 93 MW, dont 24 accords de raccordement ont déjà été signés cette année-ci, pour une capacité totale de 72 MW. Pour Rodrigue, une demande a été reçue représentant 1,8 MW est actuellement en cours de traitement.
J'ai 2 questions supplémentaires. Est-ce que l'honorable ministre pourra rassurer la Chambre que son ministère agira pour promouvoir ces 2 schemes à Rodrigue et encourager des applications à Rodrigue, avec la collaboration de l'Assemblée régionale, bien sûr?
Et je peux rassurer l'honorable membre que nous avons eu un engouement par rapport à agrivoltaïque 1 et agrivoltaïque 2. D'abord, ce qui a changé, c'est bien de savoir, c'est que ce qui a changé, en collaboration avec le ministère de l'Agriculture, nous avons changé au moins 4 points du scheme premier, si je peux l'appeler ainsi, de l'agrivoltaïque 1, l'agrivoltaïque 2. Donc, ce que nous faisons, c'est que d'abord, l'agrivoltaïque 2, vous êtes obligé de mettre la batterie. Que ce soit à Rodrigue, que ce soit à Maurice, la batterie est obligatoire. Pourquoi? Parce que notre problème à nous, vous le savez déjà, de 6h à 9h du soir, nous avons un problème de la pression sur notre demande. Donc la batterie va nous aider. Deuxième chose, c'est que nous avons l'agrivoltaïque 1, c'était de 600 kW maximum. Dorénavant, c'est 4 MW maximum. Donc nous avons plus que triplé la capacité d'installation. Donc de 600 kW à 4 MW. Et la batterie demandée, nous avons demandé des batteries de 2 MW pour pouvoir injecter sur le réseau. Nous avons aussi, je suis content de le dire, nous avons aussi discuté avec mon honorable collègue ministre de l'Agriculture, et dorénavant, les LCP, the Land Conversion Permit, sera traité en espace de 7 jours. Donc si vous êtes un promoteur, vous demandez de Land Conversion Permit, en 7 jours, vous savez déjà si votre projet peut aller de l'avant ou votre projet va être rejeté. Ceci dit, nous avons aussi, avec la collaboration de l'agro, arrivé à une entente pour dire que dorénavant, vous avez un projet, peu importe que ce soit à Maurice ou à Rodrigue, déjà l'agro-industrie, le ministère peut vous dire déjà en amont que si votre terrain est low potential, medium potential. Donc, au départ, vous savez déjà que pas nécessaire d'attendre 3 mois, 3 ans, après que l'agro va vous dire que non, on ne pourra pas vous donner parce que c'est high potential. Donc, 4 items ont été ajoutés, changés dans le scheme initial, parce que nous voulons que on n'invente rien, à l'île de la Réunion, ils le font déjà, hein, il n'y a absolument rien. Donc, ce que nous voulons, c'est que à Maurice et à Rodrigue, que ce soit l'agriculture, mais l'élevage aussi, puisse se faire sous les panneaux de photovoltaïque.
Thank you. The Honourable Third Member for Vieux-Grand-Pont and Roswell.
PQB 669, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, in reply to my PQs B420 and B466 on 21st April, I elaborated lengthily on the essence, features, services available and measures taken by my ministry to promote the uptake and accessibility of the correct mobile application. This app represents a shift towards a proactive government that anticipates citizens' needs rather than reacting to the requests while fostering citizen empowerment through enhanced digital access, convenience, and participation in public service delivery. It's the opposite of what the previous government used to do. The correct application has been established with the aim of consolidating fragmented government applications into a single window for all the inhabitants of the Republic. We would recall that in the past there were different types of applications. There was this mot courant, mot prix, all sorts of moloyos were there earlier. But the citizens could not actually take advantage of the investment that was made out of public funds. And this is where the story was really sad. With keeping the citizen at the center, we redesigned, re-engineered, and restructured the services. And now we have the immediacy of service, the immediacy of information. One concrete example is the penalty point system that was worked upon collaboratively with my colleague from the Ministry for Transport. The driving license details, and very soon it will be a digital driving license. The real-time electricity consumption as seen from the grid on the app Correct. And there are more to come. The mobile ID, the application for morality certificate, and also the possibility for issuing complaints online for water leakages. So we've restructured it, and it's a restructured version of the National Authentication Framework application, which used to be referred as MOPAS. We've separated now authentication with services, from services. And one direct benefit has been the establishment of a single user ID and password for all of those services, which was not the case earlier. Since its launch on 30th January 2026, the Correct application is now easily accessible on Play Store, App Store, and Huawei App Gallery. To date, we have 462, 310 registered users, and 409 active users. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, on page 7 of the National Audit Report 23-24, the Director of Audit has been critical of the uptake of e-government services. And back then, out of 123 e-services, less than 10 were being effectively used by citizens. Clearly, the value versus investment ratio did not do justice to public funds. Our approach is to leverage existing investment in order to drive value for citizens. Therefore, it was necessary to extend the functionality of existing services to increase the uptake. And this extension pertains to phase 1 of Correct app, which is of limited scope and is being carried out under an existing agreement with the supplier of MOPAS. And that agreement provides for enhancements. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the next step is to embark on phase 2 of Correct Super App project, for which specifications have already been prepared to kick off the procurement process. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir.
Yes, you are supplementary, Honourable Ramdas.
May we have an indication from the Honourable Minister as to the timeline for the commencement of phase 2 of the app Correct?
Thank you, Honourable Member. So we will, within few weeks, issue the RFP, and we are looking at the regulatory period of around 3 months before we are able to receive the bids and start the evaluation.
Honourable First Member for Vakwa-Floréal.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, when I took office in November 2024, there was a total anarchy in the recruitment of foreign workers to work in Mauritius. Mauritius was placed on the blacklist of countries with forced labor by the Department of Trade of the United States of America. Reports from international non-governmental organizations suggested that foreign workers were being exploited and made to pay recruitment fees. My first priority, therefore, has been to work with the International Organization of Migration of the United Nations to come up with new regulation to ensure the ethical recruitment of foreign workers. The private recruitment agency regulations came into force in October 2025, and it is only as from that date that my ministry considered application for recruitment licenses. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, as regard Part A1 of the question, following the promulgation of the private recruitment agency regulations, my ministry has to date received 69 applications for recruitment of non-citizens for employment in Mauritius, licenses. As at date, only 2 recruitment licenses have been issued for recruitment of non-citizens for employment in Mauritius. In addition, 6 applications for such licenses have been approved, and claims for payment of the license fees and security have been issued, but payment is being awaited. Another 7 applications have been recommended by the committee, subject to additional information being obtained. I'm tabling the names of the 2 companies which have obtained a recruitment license for the recruitment of non-citizens for employment in Mauritius. However, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the names of the beneficial owners cannot be disclosed in view of the provisions of the Data Protection Act. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, as regard Part A2 of the question, for the past 3 years, no recruitment licenses have been suspended or revoked. However, all recruitment licenses lapsed in 2024 and were not renewed as the legal framework was being reviewed. With regard to application for recruitment license for non-citizens to work in Mauritius after October 2025, 9 applications have been rejected so far. The reason why the applications have been rejected is because they do not meet the new statutory criteria being required to issue a recruitment license, including A, technical knowledge and experience in recruitment, B, knowledge of applicable law, C, sufficient financial resources, and D, fitness and suitability of shareholders, directors, and senior officers. As regards Part B of the question, I wish to inform the House that following the issue of the recruitment licenses under the new legislation and to prevent illegal recruitment of workers, my ministry has issued a communique to inform the public and employers that recruitment of workers should be carried out through duly licensed private recruitment agencies in accordance with the law. The list of licensed private recruitment agencies for each category of licenses have been posted on the website of the ministry and is being updated as soon as new licenses are issued. Such measures have been taken with a view to promoting fair, transparent, and ethical recruitment practices, safeguarding the rights and welfare of non-citizen workers, preventing illegal recruitment activities, and ensuring compliance with local labor laws and international labor standards. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the law already prohibits the charging of fees from workers either by the agent or the employer. The regulations expressly provide that all fees and costs in respect of migrant workers should be borne by the employer, and the recruitment agent is not allowed to charge migrant worker any recruitment fees. In addition, licensees should, on a quarterly basis, submit relevant returns on vacancies and the number of job seekers placed both locally and abroad. Any person who contravenes the provisions of the private recruitment agency's legislation shall commit an offence and shall, on conviction, be liable to a fine of not less than 500,000 rupees and not exceeding 1 million rupees, and to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 5 years. All licensees should display their license and condition conspicuously in their office premises, otherwise they may be liable to a fine of up to 50,000 rupees. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, finally, Since January 2025 to May 2026, some 21 cases of recruitment of foreign workers without a valid recruitment license have been referred by my ministry to the Commissioner of Police. Despite reminders sent to the Commissioner of Police, it would appear that up to now, the police has not prosecuted anyone for illegal recruitment. Further to the issuance of the recruitment licenses, my ministry is envisaging post-inspection to ensure that recruitment agencies are adhering to the conditions specified in the legislation. Thank you.
Yes.
Le ministre est-il au courant que de nombreuses compagnies agissent comme agences de recrutement sous couvert de consulting, puisque n'ayant pas de licence officielle? Et si oui, est-ce qu'il accepte cette pratique non encadrée?
Tout à fait, Monsieur le Président de séance. Et c'est la raison pour laquelle, en 21 occasions, on a référé des cas à la police, parce que c'est inacceptable. Donc, on ne tolère aucun consultant qui puisse agir sans la licence voulue. Mais je dois dire qu'on a donné une certaine flexibilité avant octobre 2025 pour que les employeurs puissent faire une demande pour des travailleurs étrangers en leur propre nom, parce qu'on n'avait pas encore recruté, on n'avait pas encore émis des recruitment licenses. Maintenant qu'on a émis des recruitment licenses, tout le monde devra passer à travers les agences de recrutement qui ont un permis valable.
Yes, no,
Peut-il informer la Chambre si la compagnie Lexus Recruitment Agency Co. Limited, incorporée le 5 février 2025, et dont l'adresse du beneficial owner est la même que celle de son proche collaborateur et agent électoral, M. J.S., est-ce que cette compagnie fait partie des 21 cas qu'il a mentionnés? Est-ce qu'elle a été directement ou indirectement impliquée dans le recrutement des travailleurs étrangers depuis l'an dernier?
Monsieur le Président de séance, dans la liste que j'ai des cas référés par mon ministère à la police, il n'y a pas le nom de la compagnie dont fait mention l'honorable membre.
OK, last one.
Il n'a pas répondu à ma question. Est-ce qu'elle a été impliquée d'une manière ou d'une autre, indirectement ou directement, dans le recrutement? Même si elle n'est pas dans ces 21 cas, est-ce qu'il est au courant que cette compagnie a directement ou indirectement participé au recrutement de travailleurs étrangers, puisqu'il vient de dénoncer cette pratique de consulting?
Comme je l'ai dit, tous les cas d'abus, tous les cas qui sont référés à mon ministère, où après enquête, on voit qu'il y a une personne qui a agi comme agent recruteur sans une licence, a été référé à la police. Et on a une liste de 21 cas qui a été déjà référé à la police. Malheureusement, le nom de la compagnie dont on mentionne l'honorable membre n'est pas sur cette liste, mais si elle a des informations, je l'invite d'aller à la police et faire une déposition en bonne et due forme.
The Honourable Third Member for Flag-Bonakai.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, sir. B671.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the student discipline remains a matter of utmost priority for my ministry and for this government, as it is directly linked to the creation of a safe, stable, and conducive learning environment, which is essential for quality education and the holistic development of our learners. Having said that, let me add that today it is becoming increasingly challenging for heads of schools and educators, both in primary and secondary schools, to manage discipline. I'm informed that for the period January 2025 to 7th May 2026, the following cases of indiscipline were reported in primary and secondary schools. 353 cases of bullying, 63 in primary schools, and 290 in secondary schools. 21 drugs-related incidents, 7 in primary schools, and 14 in secondary schools. Moreover, 56 cases of online harassment were reported in secondary schools, while 88 cases of inappropriate behavior were recorded in primary schools. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, discipline management in schools remains the responsibility of school under the Education Act. However, this government has adopted a structured, preventive approach to tackle indiscipline through close collaboration with the Mauritius Police Force, the Family Support Services, and other relevant stakeholders. Disciplinary committees operate at school level. CCTV surveillance systems have been installed in some schools. Moreover, targeted police patrols are being conducted in areas identified as high risk. In parallel, prevention and behavioral transformation are being reinforced through the evidence-based Get Connected program for students at lower secondary level, particularly those in grades 7, 8, and 9. The program focuses on the development of core life skills such as self-awareness, emotional regulation, and responsible decision-making, with the aim of strengthening protective factors at an early stage and reducing vulnerability to risk behaviors, including substance abuse. It is delivered by trained educators. This is being complemented by regular sensitization sessions conducted by the Anti-Drug and Smuggling Unit and the Harm Reduction Unit, as well as class-based interventions on bullying, violence, emotional regulation, and conflict resolution. It is planned to carry out another drug use prevention initiative, namely the Rebound program, designed for grade 10 students. This program will focus on resilience building, critical thinking, and risk awareness. It will adopt interactive and media-based approaches to help students better understand the consequences of drug use and make informed choices. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, my ministry has also reinforced psychosocial support mechanisms through student care and counseling desks in all state secondary schools, counseling units known as Service d'écoute, and the deployment of educational psychologists and social workers. Furthermore, a whole school and community-based approach is being promoted through parental sensitization programs, multi-agency case conferences for complex situations, and early intervention initiatives at primary level through the Body Safety and Wellbeing Program. Many anti-bullying workshops have also been conducted, and my ministry is finalizing a comprehensive anti-bullying policy together with practical guidelines for schools, parents, and students. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, this government remains committed to maintaining discipline in schools while adopting a balanced approach focused on prevention, support, rehabilitation, and student well-being. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable.
Does the Honourable Minister also consider the appointment of discipline masters in schools from the teaching staff who can help in maintaining discipline? Thank you.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, discussions are ongoing with the Minister of Finance in the prelude for the budget presentation, and such requests have been made. We have to wait for the budget in order to know whether it would be implemented or not. Thank you.
Honourable Third Member for Parliamentary Questions.
Monsieur le Président, B673.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I'm informed that Banco Valor International Limited has not been granted any license by the Financial Services Commission. On the other hand, on 29 September 2016, the FSC received an application for an investment banking license in the name of Alvaro Sobrino Africa Limited, with Mr. AS as sole shareholder and beneficial owner. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, at the time of the receipt of the application for the investment banking license, Mr. AS was already the ultimate beneficial owner of a number of entities for which the FSC had already issued licenses after carrying out the due diligence on his fitness and propriety. And I'm informed that the FSC used the same due diligence that was carried out in assessing the application for the investment banking license. I'm also informed by the FSC that when the initial due diligence was carried out in 2015, adverse remarks were noted and the management company that had submitted the application had provided necessary explanation and submitted the following documents to clear the matter. A. Summary of criminal proceedings dated 23rd May 2013, carried out against Mr. A.S., both in Angola and Portugal. And B. Notice of clearance from the Public Prosecution Service Attorney General's Office of Angola, dated 8 November 2011, declaring that the state of Angola had no wish to pursue any legal action against AS. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the license for investment banking was therefore granted to Alvaro Sobrino Africa Limited on 25th November 2016. As regards parts A of the question, the board of the FSC was not informed at the time the investment banking license was granted in 2016. It was only on the 2nd of March 2017, following adverse press articles published in February 2017, that the FSC board was apprised of the case. These press articles related to the alleged involvement of AS in a case where a prosecutor in Portugal was accused of closure of several cases, of which one case involved Mr. AS. This was viewed as a red flag at the FSC, which had considered the summary of proceedings dated 2013 carried out on Mr. AS in Angola and Portugal in determining the fitness and propriety of Mr. AS while granting the licenses. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the FSC board, then I am informed, was instructed that all entities having Mr. AS as beneficial owner should not start operation without the approval of the then acting chief executive, and a communique dated 2nd March 2017 was issued by the FSC to that effect. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I am also informed by the FSC that on 4 April 2017, Kroll Associates UK Limited was appointed to carry out an independent due diligence on Mr. AS and for an assessment of the reputational and integrity profile of Mr. AS. On 21st April 2017, Kroll submitted its report and highlighted various issues which adversely impacted the reputation and character of Mr. AS and questioned his fitness and propriety. However, no documentary evidence was submitted in support of the statement made in the report, and Kroll further indicated that it would be unable to confirm the status of any criminal proceedings on Mr. AS. In the absence of elements to be considered and authoritative confirmations from FSC counterparts regarding wrongdoings imputed to Mr. AS, no enforcement actions were initiated against Mr. AS. Alvaro Sobrino Africa Limited did not commence business operations under the investment banking license. The said license was suspended by the FSC on 27 March 2018 and was terminated with effect from 11 September 2023 under Section 22(4) of the Financial Services Act for non-payment of fees. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, as regards Part B of the question, I'm informed by the FSC that the application for the investment banking license was examined and approved by the Applications Committee, chaired by the former acting chief executive and comprising 6 members who were heads of supervision and licensing clusters at the FSC at its meeting held on 23rd November 2016. I'm informed that no actions was initiated against any officer. Thank you.
Time is over. Okay, I will allow you one supplementary on it, because time is over.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Could the Honourable Minister therefore advise the House, did the FSC actually clear Mr. Sobrino, given that no enforcement actions has been taken against him?
I wouldn't say that they cleared, but they did not take any action. So they based themselves on the previous due diligence done. They gave the license, but when press reports were published, then they commissioned the report from Kroll. But in fact, Kroll only gave judgment, but they did not supply any, from what I'm told, they did not supply any documentary evidence, and no action was taken. They only decided to request him not to start any operation. So the companies were not allowed to operate and subsequently suspended.
Time is over. The table has been advised that the following PQs have been withdrawn. B 686, 691, 687, 707, 681, 690, 682, 705, 677, 685, 675, 708, 689, 695, 630, 672, 680, 692, 698, 703, 678, 699, 694, 700, 688, 704, 706, 683, 684.
Motion.
Honourable Acting Prime Minister.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I beg to move that all the business on today's order paper be exempted from the provisions of paragraph 2 of Standing Order 10.
Seconded. The question is that all the business on today's order paper be exempted from the provisions of paragraph 2 of Standing Order 10. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Statement by Minister.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with your permission, I wish to make a statement on a matter of pressing national importance. The persistent threat of legacy asbestos, a known cause of asbestosis, lung cancer, and mesothelioma in the EDC houses built on ex-CHA estates after Cyclone Alix and Carol in the early 60s. This is not a new problem. It has been documented for a quarter of a century by the Addison Assessment, 2001-2002, the National Action Plan, 2002, Dr. Sibati Report, 2006, the National OSH Profile, 2009, the Truth and Justice Commission Report, 2011, the Communiqué of 22nd of July 2015, the Ombudsperson for Children Annual Report 2017-2018. Our legislative framework prevents new exposure. What it has not done, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, is resolve the legacy. The state's own records are not consistent. Depending on the source and the year, the initial stock has been reported as 3,013 or 3,113. The units still contain asbestos as 1453 or 1560, and units dismantled since 2015 as 2018 or 2028. I will not stand here in this August Assembly and pretend otherwise. The discrepancy in figures is itself one of the hurdles we must overcome. And it is one of the reasons Statistics Mauritius has been tasked to deliver a reconciled, updated national picture. What is not in doubt is the order of magnitude. Well over 1,000 families still live under asbestos roofs,
and progress over the last decade has been unacceptably slow. On the 10th of April 2026, Cabinet established an interministerial committee which I chair, comprising of my colleagues, the Honourable Ministers of Environment, National Infrastructure, and Health and Wellness, together with the Junior Minister of Local Government who was present and who represented his ministry. The committee held its first substantive meeting on the 6th of May 2026 at my ministry, with senior officials from Finance, Housing and Lands, Environment, National Infrastructure, Health, Local Government, and Statistics Mauritius. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I make this statement today not to announce a finished plan, but to demonstrate that a process has begun and to be transparent about where it stands. 3 hurdles. 3 hurdles have for decades blocked decisive action. The first is the data discrepancy I have just acknowledged. It will be resolved by a single reconciled inventory. The second is la case héritier, the complex inheritance arrangements that stall any intervention. A simplified ownership pathway is being examined in consultation with the Attorney General's office, including the constitutional avenues available to cut through prohibitive red tape where strictly necessary. The third is the rehousing eligibility constraint. Current policy disqualifies those who own immovable property, unjustly excluding the very families trapped in toxic homes on their own land. We are designing a voluntary land for housing exchange. The state takes over the affected plot transparently and independently valued in exchange for a clean social housing unit. For households who prefer to reconstruct on their own land, 2 financial options are under examination: channeled credit through the Mauritius Housing Company or a direct grant per household. Replacement units would be standardized at approximately 49 meters square with a monthly rental allowance during a targeted 9-month replacement cycle. Indicative reconstruction costs of 2.5 to 3 million per unit. Intervention will be evidence-based. The Mauritius Standards Bureau has been engaged to conduct airborne asbestos testing on an initial sample of 35 houses. Statistics Mauritius will shortly submit its comprehensive updated survey. The Ministry of National Infrastructure will undertake structural assessments. The Ministry of Local Government will expedite legal notices on abandoned units. On finance, the historical record shows 800 million provision in the 2022-2023 budget, 40 million in 2023-2024, and 100 million under the casting of roof slab scheme in 2024-2025. But consolidated outturn figures across agencies have not been readily available. A dedicated program code, ring-fenced, subheads, quarterly reconciliation, and independent audits will have to be put in place. Public money spent on saving lives must be traceable to the last rupee. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, let me be candid with the House about the sequencing. Everything I have outlined depends on 3 sequential clearances. Financial clearance from the Ministry of Finance, legal clarification in particular from the Attorney General on the compulsory intervention protocol or on the ownership pathway, and thereafter Cabinet approval of the consolidated package. The immediate milestones are these. By the end of May 2026, this month, preliminary statistics Mauritius results and MSB airborne testing results received, the committee reconvenes. In short term, a reconciled national inventory published, the Attorney General's opinion obtained, legal notices served on dangerous abandoned units, the dedicated financial program code activated. In the medium and long term, a national communication campaign, the formalization of the land for housing exchange and the financial options, phased dismantling and reconstruction, and a long-term health surveillance. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, Je crois en une politique de transparence. I will not promise the House what I cannot yet deliver. And I will not hide from this House the dependencies, the discrepancies, or the difficulties. What I can say with certainty is that a process has begun, that it is structured, that it is anchored in evidence, in law, and fiscal discipline. I therefore undertake before this House to keep the National Assembly fully informed at each stage. Once the airborne testing results are received, once Statistics Mauritius reports, once the Attorney General has opined, once Finance has cleared, and once Cabinet has decided. The health and dignity of every Mauritian family living under these roofs is non-negotiable, and the era of reports that gather dust is over. Thank you.
Bill, second reading.
The Honourable Minister for Tertiary Education, Dr. Suko.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the National Research and Innovation Institute Bill number 4 of 2026 be read a second time.
Seconded.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I rise today not only to introduce a bill, I also rise for a turning point on decades of fragmented research, a turning point on siloed institutions that rarely talk to each other, a turning point on reports commissioned, shelved, and forgotten. That era ends today. This bill draws a line, bold, permanent, and irreversible, between what Mauritius has been and what Mauritius must now become. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, what separates a nation that participates in the global economy from one that helps to shape it? It's rarely geography or natural resources. It is the capacity to generate knowledge, to translate that knowledge into innovation, and to deploy that innovation in the service of national development. That capacity is what this bill creates. C'est pour cela que je le dis avec force aujourd'hui. Ce projet de loi ne vise pas à créer une institution de plus. Il vise à doter notre pays d'un véritable moteur national d'idées, de preuves, d'innovation et de transformation économique. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, we're an island. No oil, no gas, no minerals. Our principal resource is the resource that never runs out, is the brilliance of our people. The world has changed. Today, knowledge is power. Innovation is power. Research is power. There are so many examples, like Singapore, which did it with brains. South Korea did it with brains. Ireland and Finland did it with brains. Singapore generates thousands of patents and supports hundreds of spin-off companies every year. South Korea invests close to 5% of its GDP in research and development. And Mauritius. In 2024, for every resident patent application generated in Mauritius, Singapore generated 270, and Finland around 600, and South Korea around 28,000. Even if we normalize it for the population, the per capita innovation intensity for Mauritius is 56 times lower below Singapore, 32 times below Finland, and 676 times below South Korea. It reflects clearly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, being several times less patent intensive than these countries is not a simple gap. It is a structural gap. It reflects years without a national innovation culture. It will not close down on its own. It will not close down with goodwill. It will not close down with isolated effort. It closes through deliberate institutional intervention, and that is precisely what NRI delivers. The world spent $2.87 trillion on research and development in 2024. Not billions, trillions. Global research and development spending has nearly tripled in real terms since year 2000. That is the scale of the global commitment to knowledge. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, Mauritius has decided not to remain behind. That is why I wish to express my gratitude to the Honourable Prime Minister, because the government programme 2024-2029 at paragraphs 21 and 37 committed this government to a groundbreaking framework for research and innovation, and to the legislation to operationalize it. Consequently, the budget 2025 and 2026 at paragraphs 21 and 23 also place research, development and innovation at the heart of our new economic model, and proposed the very institute we are establishing today. This bill, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, is the delivery of that promise, on time, on mandate, on record. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, it is a fact that the World Intellectual Property Organization, WIPO, ranks Mauritius 53rd in the world on the Global Innovation Index, and number 1 in sub-Saharan Africa, and classifies Mauritius as one of the fastest climbers on earth. But a ranking is not a destination. In fact, a ranking is a departure point. The NRI being proposed today is how we depart, decisively, ambitiously, and permanently. The MRIC was created with good intentions. It served a purpose. We will never deny that. But MRIC was built for an earlier phase of our development. That world it was designed for is gone. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, for decades we have produced research reports of impressive thickness and impressive obscurity, beautifully bound, professionally printed and stored. We can't continue doing this. Today, fragmentation is a liability. Delay is a liability. Timid ambition is a liability. Section 41 repeals the MRIC Act. This bill does not rename MRIC. It does not tinker. It does not adjust. Sections 3 to 45 build something fundamentally and permanently different. What Mauritius needs now, that is the NRI. A stronger body, a broader body, a sharper body, a national centralized body. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, allow me to walk this House briefly through the architecture of the bill. Sections 1 and 2 set the legal foundation. They define applied research. They define mission-oriented research as research directed at finding practical solutions to national challenges. They define our national research and innovation priorities. No more research for the sake of research. No more papers that collect dust. We start with the problem. We commission the research to solve it. Here, I would like to let the academic know that we are not saying that we will not do fundamental research. That will continue. They will continue to have research funding from the Higher Education Commission and other sources. But what we are saying is that we are focused on national challenges. We want everybody to contribute to find the solution to the national challenges. Section 3 establishes the NRII as a body corporate, a real institution, a national institution. Section 4, the heart of the bill, sets 11 national commitments, evidence-based policy making, coordination of the research ecosystem, mission-oriented research on climate, food, health, the ocean, the digital, and energy, capacity building inside the government, resource mobilization, talent attraction and retention, and stronger international positioning. Section 5 places research inside the government itself. The NRII aims to train public officers to conduct, commission, and interpret applied research. Evidence will become the standard, not the exception. NRII promotes research and evidence-based policy decision. Section 6 empowers NRII to conduct strategic research for new economic sectors. The blue economy, the green economy, biotech, advanced manufacturing, digital frontier, to include a few. I wish to say clearly that diversification that we have been talking about should not remain a slogan. Diversification is research, is evidence, is strategy. The next pillar of our economy is likely to be born from the NRII research. Section 7 gives the institution the powers to deliver, to contract, to partner, to establish laboratories and innovation hubs, to appoint international experts, to raise funds globally, to patent, to license, and to generate royalties. Sections 8 to 14 establish 5 divisions: administration and support, strategy, applied research and commission studies, partnerships, and innovation, which in fact bridges the academia, which is the bridge between academia and industry, and crosses the so-called valley of death between discovery and deployment, and capacity building and talent development, which manages fellowships and the Mauritius Brain Gain Initiative. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, allow me one illustration. We all know Alexander Fleming. He discovered penicillin by accident, be it when he saw the bacteria near the mole dying. And this happened in 1928. But only 15 years down the lane, it was 15 years after, that is in 1943, that penicillin was given to everybody. So 15 years between discovery and the time it came to the market and made available to everyone. 15 years between discovery and deployment. 15 years lost in what scientists call the valley of death between research and impact. Mauritius cannot afford such valley of death. Frankly, no one, not even our patients. The Partnerships and Innovation Division of the NRII is the bridge across that valley. That's why NRII aims to build the talent base that our economy demands. Scientists, engineers, technologists, researchers. It will grow a research-intensive, innovative, and entrepreneurial economy. And most importantly, it aims to turn researchers into entrepreneurs through mentorship, through training, through access to funding for research. Because Mauritius does not need more papers on the shelves. Mauritius needs more entrepreneurs in the marketplace, spin-off, startups, and Mauritius companies built on Mauritian research. This is the ambition, this is the deliverable. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, Section 15 creates the Board of Governors of Competence, proven competence in research, science, finance, technology, transfer, higher education, entrepreneurship, policy, or public administration. Thus, competence, results, and accountability are built in from day one. Section 23 establishes the National Research Institute Coordinating Council. It includes every government research body, like FARE, MCIA, MOI, and other public-funded agencies, convened by mandate every 2 months to align efforts and eliminate duplication. Because the hardest problems, like climate, food, cities, health, sit at the intersection of disciplines, not within any single one. Breakthrough come from teams. And above all, excellence demands convergence. Section 25 establishes Scientific Advisory Council. 5 independent experts from academia, industry, and research organizations will form part of that. Their mandate: protect quality, enforce rigor, ensure relevance, and ensure that the reports, the biannual reports, are tabled on time. This builds transparency and quality into the institution's DNA. Part 5, we have introduced financial discipline from day one. There is a general fund, and the auditor will be the director of audit, the independent audit authority of this republic. Clearly, this is bold but disciplined, ambitious but answerable, strong but properly governed. Section 31 vests the Institute with the right to patent, license, sell, and generate royalties. We are building a knowledge economy. Intellectual property is its currency. Sections 43 and 44 ensure a smooth, lawful transition. Every MRIC officer is protected, same terms, conditions, pension rights. No one loses the job, no one loses the pension, no one is left behind. This is clearly not a reckless change. It is a lawful reform, but a necessary reform. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, what this bill is really about. It's about whether Mauritius is serious about the future. Do we want to remain reactive or become strategic? Do we want fragmented effort or coordinated action? Do we want policy-based assumption or policy based on evidence? Do we want to keep old structures because they're comfortable, or build new structures because the times demand them? The government has made its choice. We choose science, we choose research, we choose innovation, we choose coordination, we choose the future. To every researcher, every scientist, every engineer, every doctoral student, every Mauritian who left because they could not see a future here for the work they love. This bill is for you. The NRI says that your work matters, your discoveries have a home, your career can be built here. Your country needs what you know. The race is on, the leading nations are pulling away, and Mauritius, #1 in Africa, one of the fastest climbers on earth, is not going to sit in the stand and watch. Together, we are going to compete. We are going to discover. We are going to build. We are going to win. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the national interest demands modern institutions. It demands courage, and it demands NRI. We are not merely establishing an institute. We are building the future. It is with full conviction and profound pride that I commend the National Research and Innovation Institute bill to this august assembly. Thank you, Deputy President.
Thank you. I suspend the sitting for half an hour.
Yes, Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to intervene today on the National Research and Innovation Institute Bill. Madam Speaker, I've listened carefully to the speech of the Honourable Minister on the bill, and allow me to make it very clear from the start. We support stronger research and innovation. We support evidence-based policy, but, Madam Speaker, we do not support legislation that centralizes power, weakens independence, and risks turning science into a tool of political convenience, Madam Speaker. This bill in front of the House today, as stated in the explanatory memorandum, repeals the Mauritius Research and Innovation Council Act of 2019. In doing so, Madam Speaker, it replaces a coordinating council by a centralized institute. On paper, the change sounds efficient. However, in practice, Madam Speaker, it raises some serious concerns. I shall, during my intervention, Madam Speaker, deal with some of the key clauses of the bill and explain why they matter and why I stated what I said earlier. Now, let me, Madam Speaker, start with clause 3, that is the national centralized body in applied research and innovation. In fact, Madam Speaker, this clause deals with centralization without the proper safeguards. The bill establishes the institute as the national centralized body on applied research. True it is that centralization can reduce duplication. Nevertheless, that specific clause gives the institute sweeping powers to conduct research, commission studies, and shape policies without clear limits. And this raises some serious questions. For example, where is the protection for university-led research? What is the guarantee that independent, curiosity-driven science will not be sidelined? And allow me, Madam Speaker, at this stage to give you an example. Let us imagine that the University of Mauritius has spent 10 years building expertise, for example, in coral reef restoration. And they have published peer-reviewed studies. They have trained local students. Now, let's say, for example, that this bill, the ministry needs a quick report on coastal resilience. Instead of partnering with the university, the ministry goes directly to the new institute
and the Institute under pressure to deliver fast result, commissions a short-term study using external consultants. The university's long-term work is sidelined, the expertise is ignored, therefore their students lose opportunities, Madam Speaker. This is not hypothetical. Centralization concentrates commissioning power. It creates a single gatekeeper for research funding, Madam Speaker. In a small country like ours, and we should take note of that, that gatekeeper can easily become a bottleneck or a tool for preference, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, under the Mauritius Research and Innovation Council Act, the MRIC model funded diverse actors. This new model under this present legislation runs the risk of creating a monopoly on research priorities, and as well as we all know, monopolies stifle innovation, and we have seen this lesson globally, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Clause 3 also gives the Institute power to establish and operate, two words, establish and operate research facilities, laboratories, innovation hubs. Again, this sounds very positive, Madam Speaker. But let me give you two examples. What happens to existing facilities like the Mauritius Oceanography Institute or the Food and Agricultural Research and Extension Institute? Will they be duplicated, Madam Speaker? Will they be defunded in favor of the new institute-run labs? And this bill is silent about that. Madam Speaker, silence creates uncertainty, and uncertainty wastes resources, Madam Speaker. Let me come now to Clause 4, which deals with the role and responsibilities of the Institute. Mission-oriented research is useful, but it can be dangerous if misused. Clause 4 mandates mission-oriented research on climate resilience, food security, digital transformation, and social inequality. Although we do agree that these are urgent challenges, we also note, Madam Speaker, that the clause also empowers the Institute to define what counts as national challenge. The question, Madam Speaker, today is who decides? The board? Yes. But who appoints the board? The answer is the minister. And to explain what I just said, let me share two concrete examples. And the first one refers to food security. The Institute, Madam Speaker, could commission a study favoring high-tech, for example, imported seed varieties, because they promise quick yield gains. But in this case, what about research on traditional, climate-resilient crops favored by small planters? What about agroecological methods that protect soil and biodiversity? If the Institute leadership prioritizes quick wins or, Madam Speaker, aligns with commercial interests, alternative approaches
get marginalized. The bill says research must be evidence-based. But, like I said earlier, the question today is who decide what counts as evidence. The answer is that if the definition is controlled by a politically appointed board, science becomes selective, Madam Speaker. Let me share another example with regard to clause 4, which explicitly mentions, for example, gentrification as a national challenge. Good, Madam Speaker. But let us imagine that the Institute commissions a study on housing, for example, policy in Port Louis. The research finds that current policies displace low-income families. Let us say the findings are inconvenient. Under clause 32, which I shall address at a later stage, the minister could direct the institute to refocus the study or, Madam Speaker, delay the publication or commission a counter-study. What would be the end result then, Madam Speaker? Public policy will not be shaped by independent evidence, but by political comfort, Madam Speaker. And allow me here to refer to clause 15(3), which is very clear, Madam Speaker. The minister appoints the chairperson and 7 members. No independent nomination panel, and the appointment will require just proven competence in the various fields which I stated earlier under clause 15(3)(a). But what is proven competence? How do we define proven competence, Madam Speaker? And based on the nomination made by this government since the beginning of their mandate in November 2024, I'm worried, Madam Speaker, that when it comes to their definition of competence, we know what has happened on the several institutions of our country. And in this specific clause, Madam Speaker, there is clearly no statutory quota for academic or civil society representation. Madam Speaker, what I fear is that this board will be under the control of the minister. Why I'm saying that, Madam Speaker, for example, the minister could appoint board members with strong ties to a particular corporate sector. Say, for example, real estate development. That board then will oversee research on gentrification, land use, or housing policy. Is it therefore, Madam Speaker, I put the question, realistic to expect them to prioritize studies that challenge their associates' interests? The bill, Madam Speaker, relies on goodwill. Good governance requires, and I say, structural safeguards. And, Madam Speaker, this brings me to clause 32, which deals with the powers of the minister, or rather the minister's overriding power. And this is the most dangerous clause of the bill. It states the minister may give such directions of a general nature to the institute in the national interest, and the institute shall comply. Madam Speaker, national interest is not defined. General nature is not defined. This is merely a blank check to the minister, who can direct the institute to prioritize research that supports a political narrative, Madam Speaker, and I am going to give two concrete examples to this House, Madam Speaker. First, let's say we are talking of, in the first instance, on energy policy. Mauritius is debating its energy mix. The Institute is asked to study the feasibility of solar microgrids in rural areas. The research finds that decentralized renewable energy is more cost-effective and equitable than expanding the central grid. But, Madam Speaker, this finding challenges existing utility contracts and investment plan. Under Clause 32, the Minister could direct the Institute to reassess, for example, the methodology, or broaden the scope indefinitely. The study, Madam Speaker, never sees the light of the day. Public debate is deprived of independent evidence in that case, Madam Speaker. Another example, the Institute commissioned research on wage disparities.
I'm sorry, these are real cases?
No.
This is what you're saying?
This can happen with this piece of legislation, Madam
They're
Speaker.
not real cases?
Yeah, but then we should...
No, go ahead. I just want to
Madam Speaker,
understand.
the data reveals significant gaps linked to gender, region, and ethnicity. Publishing these findings could fuel public debate or opposition criticism, Madam Speaker. The Minister, citing what is there in the law, national interest, could direct the Institute to delay publication, redact key findings, or commission a balanced counter-study. And the result, research, unfortunately, under this bill, Madam Speaker, becomes a tool for managing perception and not advancing truth, Madam Speaker. And this is why I believe this clause will suppress findings that are inconvenient and delay studies on sensitive topics, Madam Speaker. The 2019 Act had no such provision, Madam Speaker. Why add it now? Scientific integrity requires insulation from political pressure. This clause, unfortunately, removes that insulation. Now, allow me to come back to clause 15 and also address clause 20. Board members and the CEO serve 3-year terms and renewable. Madam Speaker, research does not work on 3-year cycles. Breakthrough takes time. Talent needs stability. A researcher offered a 3-year contract will not commit to a decade-long project, Madam Speaker. You will agree that some of them will leave the country for more secure institutions abroad. We are building a knowledge economy, yet we're designing governance structures that promote in the short term. The 2019 Act allowed for more flexible tenure arrangements. This bill locks us into political appointment cycles, unfortunately. Madam Speaker, allow me to address clause 28, which deals with estimate of income and expenditure. It is stated in the bill that the Institute must submit annual estimates for ministerial approval. There is no statutory guarantee for baseline funding, no multi-year budget framework. Madam Speaker, research cannot thrive on annual appropriations subject to political whims. The MRIC had clearer grant disbursement mechanisms. This bill replaces them with a general fund depending on ministerial discretion. Clause 27 stipulates that all monies go into this fund, and Clause 28 says the minister can approve only part of the estimate. This is not financial autonomy for an institution. This is financial vulnerability, Madam Speaker. Let me share some views with regard to Clause 31, which deals with intellectual property. Clause 31 vests intellectual property rights in the creator. This is positive. It encourages innovation. But the clause also allows the Institute to assign intellectual property to sponsors on such terms and conditions as they may mutually agree. Who negotiate these terms? The Institute's management, under whose oversight a board appointed by the minister? Madam Speaker, I'm afraid that without transparent arm's length negotiation protocols, this provision risks favoring well-connected private interest over public benefit. Where is the requirement for open licensing of publicly funded research? Where is the mandate for public access to findings? I shall now, Madam Speaker, address clauses 23 and 24, which deals with the coordinating council and the role and functions of the council. The coordinating council sounds useful. It brings together CEOs of research agency, but unfortunately, clauses 24 gives it only advisory functions. It shall advise. It may facilitate. It can contribute. And these are weak verbs, Madam Speaker, in this bill. Meanwhile, the Institute under Clause 4 has executive powers to commission research, build labs, hire staff. What stops? The question is, what stops the Institute from bypassing existing agencies? What prevents duplication under the pretext of coordination? What this bill is creating, Madam Speaker, is a new layer of bureaucracy without resolving the fragmentation it claims to fix. And finally, Madam Speaker, let me come to clause 37, which deals with confidentiality and criminal penalties. Clause 37 imposes strict confidentiality on officers and board members. Any breach of that clause carries a fine of 100,000 rupees and up to 2 years imprisonment. Therefore, whistleblowers who expose misuse of funds, political interference or flawed research could face jail term. Where is the public interest defense? Where is the protection of those who reveal wrongdoing? Transparency, Madam Speaker, is essential for public trust in science. And this clause chills accountability, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I believe that this piece of legislation requires amendment. Without proper safeguard, this bill risks creating a research institute that is efficient at delivering political outputs, but ineffective at producing independent, transformative science. Madam Speaker, research is not a service industry for government. It is about challenging assumption and should be able to question power. It therefore requires freedom, Madam Speaker. And let me tell the government of the day that if they want to serve the country, it's not through a politically motivated institute that this will happen, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to intervene on this extremely important bill. I rise today to offer my unequivocal support for the National Research and Innovation Institute Bill. This is more than a timely piece of legislation. It is a foundational necessity for the future of our Republic. At the outset, I wish to congratulate the mover of the bill for coming with this piece of legislation. The Honourable Minister, who himself comes from academia, knows the pertinence of research and innovation. Mauritius stands at a decisive crossroads. We have reached the limits of traditional growth. Our aspiration to become a high-income, knowledge-driven economy is bold, but it remains a distant shore until we build the bridge of systematic research and innovation to reach it. This bill comes at a crucial time when we have geopolitical upheavals, uncertainties, and tensions. Still, our zeal is to harness research and innovation. This should not be dampened by what we have just heard by the leader of the opposition. Having been part of the academia, Honourable Minister, for some time, humbly I'm saying it, without being pedantic, I think if it were a viva, it would have got the mention referral. I am not being nasty, but I think we need to compare likes and likes. The leader of the opposition says he supports research and innovation, but I don't know how come he has been looking for nitty-gritty here and there to cast doubt on the bill, on the intention of the bill. Earlier during the day, I told a friend, jaundiced eyes see yellow everywhere. And the Honourable Leader of the Opposition has not left behind his political lens. He's talking like a politician. And the more he talks like a politician, the more he insults academia. He insults the core of researchers, of scientists, Mauritian academics. By the way, by his approach, he sees yellow everywhere, he sees problems everywhere. And I'm disappointed, really disappointed by the way he has delved into such a piece of legislation. Does he want a status quo where on this side of the house we are vouching for what? For innovation. What do we want? We want to leave a legacy for young emerging researchers, but at the same time for established researchers. We said it. We don't want research to be fragmented. Unfortunately, I will say, from academia's perspective, I would say that both my ears for those who belong to academia, his ontological and epistemological paradigms are erroneous. And when we do research, we have two words which we shouldn't miss. One is reliability, second one is validity. When we talk about validity, we have dependent validity and independent validity. Now, the quality of his analysis, I better not comment more because I have more serious things to do in this House. Centralized, he's against centralized research and innovation systems. I would ask him to go and look at literature and try to see what are Germany, Japan, United States, Taiwan, Australia doing. Are these countries wrong in bringing a national institute for research and innovation? Allow me, Madam Speaker, to delve on this bill. I will not, like him, wear a political lens. Let me look at this bill from a small island developing state perspective. When we did our research, for our masters, for our PhD, at least one chapter or paragraph, we have to look at it being Mauritians. Because for a small island developing state, perspective changes. This is what the Honourable Leader of Opposition completely missed in his analysis. And secondly, I will look at it as the Minister of Education and Human Resources. For a small island developing state, since research and innovation are not just academic pursuits, they are essential tools for building resilience against unique geographical and economic vulnerabilities like we face. By focusing on targeted technological and systemic shifts, we can transform constraints into competitive advantages. This is what we are proposing through the creation of this institute. Madam Speaker, how do we prepare our country for an economy that is changing faster than ever before? How do we prepare our young people for jobs that do not yet exist? How do we ensure that Mauritius remains competitive in a world where innovation is increasingly determining which countries move forward and which countries fall behind? These are serious national questions. These are not political questions. And this bill responds to those questions. By establishing the National Research and Innovation Institute, government is creating a stronger national mechanism to support applied research, innovation, evidence-based policymaking, the development of new economic sectors, by driving the transition of Mauritius into a resilient, competitive, and knowledge-powered economy. This reform is both practical and forward-looking. It strengthens the country's capacity to use research more effectively in addressing national challenges and preparing Mauritius for future economic opportunities. Madam Speaker, I refer to Section 6 of the bill, where we can read that the National Research and Innovation Institute shall, in collaboration with relevant ministries, government agencies, the private sector, and international partners, conduct strategic research for the identification. It is not the minister who will be choosing. I don't know how. He was completely misled in his reading of the bill. Madam Speaker, we are talking about collaboration among different ministries. I don't think the Honourable Minister will decide what the other Minister of Health or Agro will have as policy making. All right, there will be collaboration. Feasibility studies, rightly said. Market analyzers for emerging industries and economic activities. Research into the development of the ocean economy, green economy, public health, digital transformation, creative industries, biotechnology, energy sustainability and sovereignty, social inequality, advanced manufacturing, work-life balance, and other sectors of strategic national interest. I can't find how it is being hijacked politically. Madam Speaker, let us be clear. This bill represents a structural reform of profound national importance. It proposes to reduce duplication. This is what perhaps the leader of the opposition wanted. It proposes to reduce duplication and promote interdisciplinary collaboration. Let that be clear. I also wish to thank and acknowledge all those men and women who have been involved in research and innovation over decades and decades, who have contributed in so many groundbreaking research and innovation despite limited resources and difficult circumstances. The pioneers of research and innovation have to be saluted for their commendable work that they have done so far. But today we are going one step further in our wish to equip our country with a sort of one-stop shop for research and innovation by building a critical mass of researchers and scientists to support knowledge-based economy. And this is crucial for a small island developing state. Indeed, Mauritius already possesses significant research capability. The problem is that these efforts are currently fragmented, siloed, and under-leveraged. We are data-rich, but inside pool, because our research is not always strategically aligned with our national goals. Section 5, Part 2 of the bill clearly stipulates that the Institute may, at the request of any ministry or government agency, second research officers to provide technical assistance to support or conduct the research and preparation of evidence policy briefs, analytical reports, and impact assessments. The NRII is going to be a game changer. It sets up a centralized, mission-driven powerhouse designed to, first, align research with our highest national priorities. 2, strengthen rigorous evidence into the heart of policymaking. 3rd, coordinate a scattered ecosystem into a unified force. And 4th, support the emergence of an entirely new economic sector. Madam Speaker, a modern state requires robust analytical capacity to navigate global volatility. The NRII is an investment in governance and efficiency. I repeat it. The NRII is an investment in governance, I would add good governance and efficiency. By rooting our decisions in rigorous data rather than institution, we eliminate waste and ensure that every rupee of public resource is directed towards high-impact outcomes. Madam Speaker, as Minister of Education and Human Resources, I see very clearly why this bill matters so much. Very often, we tell our young people, study hard, work hard, develop yourself, prepare for the future. But we must also ask ourselves a very important question. Are we preparing them to be future ready? A student sitting in a classroom today may enter the labor market in 10 years that will look completely different. Artificial intelligence is changing industries. Biotechnology is changing industries. Digital transformation is changing industries. Some jobs may disappear. New jobs will emerge. If our education and training systems do not evolve fast enough, we risk preparing young Mauritians for opportunities that may no longer exist. That is why this bill matters. It will help Mauritius identify future economic sectors and future workforce needs. And once those needs are identified, our schools, technical institutions, universities, and training institutions must respond accordingly. This also requires continued emphasis on science, technology, engineering, and mathematics education, so that our young Mauritians are better positioned to take part in emerging industries and innovation-driven sectors. Madam Speaker, this bill also recognizes something very important. Research cannot remain confined within universities. Government must work with universities. Universities must work with industry. Industry must work with government. If these institutions continue if these institutions continue operating in isolation, Mauritius loses opportunities.
Don't be distracted.
No, I will not. Without proper coordination, valuable research outcomes may remain underutilized. Innovation may be delayed, and important economic opportunities may be lost. This bill helps create stronger coordination across these institutions. That is exactly what Mauritius needs. Madam Speaker, let us consider how research can directly solve practical national challenges, for example, in relation to food security. Research can help Mauritius to better determine which crops are best suited for specific regions based on soil condition, climate patterns, and water availability. This can strengthen agricultural planning and improve long-term food resilience. Research can also help Mauritius identify emerging industries and ensure that our education and training institutions are preparing young people for future employment opportunities. Madam Speaker, as the Minister of Education and Human Resources, it is my duty to work on the human capital development. My ministry will closely collaborate with NRII to stimulate the brain gain effect that is mentioned there. It is imperative to create proper ecosystem for retention of Mauritian talent. We must provide high-level career path for the nation's brightest students, preventing them from feeling they must move abroad to pursue a career in science or technology. We must rethink skill transformation with the setting up of the NRII. It must act as a bridge between the education system and the labor market, ensuring that the curriculum evolves alongside global technological shifts. Madam Speaker, we should not forget that we need to forge our international prestige and ensure international collaboration. For a small island state like Mauritius to punch above its weight on the global stage, we need to reconsider our role as regional leader by specializing in a niche. Tropical medicine or oceanography, an island can become a regional hub for excellence, attracting international grants and partnerships. Accurate research will allow the state to speak with more authority in international forums like the UN or COP summits, backed by empirical evidence of their specific challenges. Madam Speaker, education should move from rote learning to a competency-based curriculum. Research here focuses on digital literacy and pedagogical innovations that prepare students for a green and digital economy, ensuring that at-risk learners are not left behind. The bill proposes to enlist the support of women and youth in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics in the field of research and innovation. My ministry is already collaborating with Mauritius Telecom and the Ministry of ICT to empower our kids and provide them alternative modes of learning. The NRII can act as the bridge between current educational practices and the evolving needs of a modern economy. For a small island state where human capital is the most valuable resource, it is important that the education system is agile, data-driven, and future-proof. Madam Speaker, education systems often struggle with curriculum lag, where the skills taught in schools don't match the requirements of the job market. The Institute can address the skill gap by revamping ongoing research into the local and global market trends, shifts towards the blue economy or green energy to inform periodic curriculum updates. We need to opt for tailored pedagogy by researching how our students learn best, considering language, culture, and the environmental factors to develop teaching methods that improve literacy and numeracy competencies of our children. Madam Speaker, we need to produce a testing ground for digital tools, ensuring that technology serves the teacher rather than replacing them. Development of interactive pedagogical materials to boost up teaching and learning. Madam Speaker, we need to encourage teachers to become researchers in their own classrooms, helping them identify what works and scaling those successes across the national school network. It is high time that we set up clear, data-backed benchmarks for school performance and teacher efficacy, moving away from subjective assessments toward a standardized culture of excellence. Education is not just about academics. It is about the well-being of the whole child. Psychosocial research will help to investigate the root causes of indiscipline, bullying, or disengagement within schools to develop preventive frameworks rather than purely punitive ones. Impact of mobile phones and tablets on students' well-being also may be research. The Institute will help to bridge the gap between secondary school and tertiary institutions as it will ease the transition from secondary school to workforce or university. Madam Speaker, I also wish to highlight the issue of talent. Mauritius invests significant resources in education, tertiary development, and workforce training. It is therefore important that we create sufficient opportunities for highly skilled Mauritians to contribute meaningfully within our economy. We must create an environment where talent can thrive locally, and we must create opportunities for Mauritian researchers and innovators to contribute to national knowledge-based economy. With these words, Madam Speaker, I commend the National Research and Innovation Institute bill to the House. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Etoiria, I would appeal to members to be concise because we have a long list of orators. Thank you. Go ahead, Honourable.
Madame la Présidente, je voulais presque vous demander pardon. Tout à l'heure, quand le leader de l'opposition est en train de faire son discours, il a parlé du développement des industries basées sur les connaissances traditionnelles. J'ai trouvé très intéressant. Et puis, je n'ai pas pu m'empêcher de lui poser d'une position assise. Lesquelles? Évidemment, il n'a pas répondu, peut-être qu'il n'a pas entendu, mais il n'a pas répondu.
Moi, j'ai entendu.
Vous l'avez entendu, mais il n'a pas répondu. Je suis désolé, Madame la Présidente, de dire que le leader de l'opposition aujourd'hui a fait un discours que pour faire des discours. Il aurait dû, au fait, dans un débat comme celui d'aujourd'hui, s'abstenir. Parce qu'il est resté dans des généralités. Il n'a pas apporté des points importants sur un sujet aussi important pour notre croissance, pour notre économie de demain. Moi, quand j'ai appris qu'on allait débattre de ce projet de loi, je me suis dit, mais pourquoi on ne l'a pas fait auparavant? Parce que tous les pays de la planète, qu'ils soient, tous les pays, peut-être les pays africains un peu moins, mais même là, il ne faut pas sous-estimer les pays africains ou les pays d'Amérique du Sud qui ont tous établi des centres de recherche et de l'innovation parce qu'ils savent que c'est l'innovation qui sera la matière première qui fera vivre les économies de demain. Comme nous, on a vécu sur la canne à sucre, ensuite sur le textile, la finance, l'immobilier. What next? Peut-être le ministre aujourd'hui est en train de poser les premiers jalons pour notre économie de demain. Donc, c'est normal que je les félicite. Je félicite le ministre Sougon qui somme toute en tant donné à la recherche, à l'innovation et à la toute-puissance, parce qu'il reconnaît à la toute-puissance intellectuelle mauricienne les lettres de noblesse et leur juste place au sein de l'économie mauricienne. Son message est limpide. Nous ne produisons pas de riz, nous ne produisons pas d'essence, mais nous pouvons produire des idées. Nous ne sommes pas dans la beauté du geste, on est dans l'impératif économique. Les pays qui progressent le plus investissent dans la recherche et l'innovation. Comme je disais avant, Madame la Présidente, je ne comprends pas pourquoi on n'a pas créé une telle instance auparavant. Elle répond pourtant à des aspirations qui ne sont pas nouvelles. Elle renforce la compétitivité, le ministre l'a dit, elle encourage l'innovation et elle soutient l'émergence d'une économie fondée sur la connaissance. En réalité, le ministre Soukon installe aujourd'hui une usine à idées. Les idées, oui, Madame la Présidente, ça compte. Nous savons que le plus grand hôtelier du monde n'a pas une seule chambre et que le plus grand service de taxi n'a pas une seule voiture. Bien sûr, je parle de Booking.com et de Uber, des idées simples, mais qui brassent des milliards aujourd'hui. Je vais axer mon discours, les restes de mon discours, sur un aspect que je trouve important et pour mettre toutes les chances de notre côté, je pense qu'il faudra accorder une importance à cela. Le projet de loi ne limite pas le champ d'action de cet institut. Mais forcément, les recherches se dérouleront dans nos domaines de prédilection, la mer, les nouvelles technologies des communications, les services financiers s'y prêtent à merveille. Mais surtout, notre pays, avec sa biodiversité unique et riche, 39% de nos plantes sont endémiques, ainsi que nos connaissances traditionnelles offrent des perspectives illimitées. Madame la Présidente, qui dit l'innovation, dit aussi la propriété intellectuelle. Nous devons protéger l'innovation issue de notre patrimoine unique. Il faut se donner les moyens de gérer les brevets issus de projets financés par l'État. Il faut aussi garantir un partage équitable des bénéfices. Il faut prévenir toute biopiraterie et cela est important quand nous savons que la biopiraterie est aujourd'hui une forme moderne de pillage des ressources naturelles par les laboratoires européens et américains. La biopiraterie menace directement les nations qui, comme la nôtre, possèdent une diversité unique et des riches traditions, bien sûr, médicales et agricoles. Nous savons tous, nous nous souvenons tous, lorsque nous avions la fièvre ou un peu de tout, quand on était gamin, la grand-mère ou la maman nous donnait un peu de sirop de la feuille d'apana.
Petit Robert.
Voilà. Madame la Présidente, vous avez certainement lu des ouvrages de l'ancienne présidente de la République, Madame Amina Garib Fakim, en la matière, notamment Guide illustré de la flore de Maurice et de l'océan Indien, Lesser Known Underutilized Crops, ou encore Plantes médicinales de Maurice, Pharmacognosie, phytochimie et études comparatives des données ethnobotaniques. L'île Maurice compte, Madame la Présidente, 315 plantes endémiques qui ont un potentiel médicinal. Je vais vous donner cette petite information. Selon l'OMS, 25% des médicaments modernes viennent des plantes. Le marché mondial des médicaments pèse 100 milliards, ou pèsera 100 milliards de roupies en 2030. Si Maurice capte 0,01% grâce à ces plantes endémiques, ça nous fera 5 milliards de roupies par année. Il y a une filière, il y a un fil à tirer, Madame la Présidente. Et ça, seulement on peut le faire grâce à la protection intellectuelle et en combattant de façon efficace la biopiraterie. Je vais mélanger les chiffres, c'est bien. La bonne nouvelle, comme je disais, Madame la Présidente, nous sommes assis sur une mine d'or, en fait. Quand je parlais de ces 315 plantes potentielles médicinales, c'est notre pétrole vert. C'est notre pétrole vert qui peuvent nous apporter de la croissance de demain. Ça, c'est la bonne nouvelle. Il y a aussi une mauvaise nouvelle, que ce sont les entreprises étrangères qui exploitent nos plantes, nos remèdes et nos connaissances léguées par nos grands-mères, comme je le disais avant. Pourquoi? Parce qu'il n'existe pas des registres centralisés plantes mauriciennes brevetées. Pourquoi? Parce que la majorité des travaux de l'Université de Maurice GMSI Oreille restent au stade académique. L'étape suivante, c'est-à-dire l'isolement du principe actif, le brevet et ensuite le financement, la transformation en produits commercialisables nous manque. Nos chercheurs s'exilent. Résultat, aucun brevet majeur mauricien ne recensé dans les bases de données de l'OMPI depuis ces 10 dernières années, l'OMPI étant l'Organisation mondiale pour la production intellectuelle basée à Genève. L'IP Office mauricien ne gère rien en fait, excusez-moi, ne gère rien de la biodiversité locale, alors que nous avons tous ces potentiels. Et pourtant, et ça c'est important, des brevets déposés à Londres, Paris, New York, à Genève, des brevets citent des specimens from Mauritius, sans que l'IP Office mauricien ait de quelconques traces des Material Transfer Agreements. C'est un peu technique, mais nos plantes sont exploitées par des compagnies à l'étranger et nous ne savons même pas qu'ils ont ce potentiel. En gros, ça veut dire échantillon sorti de Maurice, brevet déposé à l'étranger, zéro retour pour Maurice. Le protocole de Nagoya 2020, si je ne me trompe pas, Nagoya, oblige les détenteurs de brevets à déclarer l'origine de la molécule. Mais voilà, Maurice a signé le protocole de Nagoya, mais il n'a pas intégré dans sa loi nationale. Ce qui veut dire que n'importe qui peut breveter un produit basé dans la matière première est basé à Maurice, mais le produit final sort des laboratoires à l'étranger.
Mais faites le lien avec le projet de loi, s'il vous plaît. Faites le lien avec le projet de loi.
Je vais venir,
La
madame.
recherche.
Je vais y venir. Sans une protection intellectuelle efficace, nous laissons la porte grande ouverte au vol de notre biodiversité. Il y a trop de cas dans l'histoire qui montrent que les voleurs sont à l'œuvre. Au fait, ils sont à l'œuvre depuis le début. Vous savez, dans les expéditions coloniales, quand il y avait des expéditions qui partaient en Afrique, il y avait toujours des botanistes qui partaient avec pour regarder qu'est-ce qu'il y avait de précieux comme plantes. Je propose, pour faire les liens, madame, je propose que le National Research and Innovation Institute agisse comme les gardiens de notre biodiversité.
Voilà.
Qu'ils soient tenus de publier chaque année un rapport, pas seulement de l'audit des dépenses et des rentrées financières, un rapport d'impact qui soit soumis au Parlement et mis à la disposition du public. Ce rapport devrait présenter les montants investis, les résultats obtenus, les brevets déposés et les partenariats signés. Car la transparence est la clé de cette confiance et la science publique doit rendre des comptes à la nation. Je vais terminer, madame, en disant que nous sommes une petite île. Et puis, nous sommes très riches en biodiversité, mais peut-être nous n'avons pas tous les moyens. Donc, nous devrions nous ouvrir à la coopération internationale. La science, la recherche moderne n'a pas de frontières. L'innovation se nourrit de la coopération entre nations. Le futur institut doit être un pont entre la science mauricienne et le reste du monde. Je vois 3 alliances possibles. Et il ne faut pas faire la fine bouche. La Chine, première nation au monde au nombre de dépôts de brevets, selon l'Organisation mondiale de la propriété intellectuelle. Collaborer avec la Chine, c'est accéder à une immense capacité technologique, des moyens financiers, mais aussi aux supercalculateurs chinois. L'Inde, partenaire historique et culturel majeur de Maurice, ce grand pays a su développer des modèles d'innovation frugale adaptés aux pays en voie de développement comme le nôtre. Enfin, on ne peut pas oublier nos partenaires africains avec qui nous partageons des défis communs. Et cela est important, santé, résilience climatique, énergie propre. Mais toute cette coopération doit être équilibrée. Nous devons veiller, et cela est important, nous devons veiller à un transfert réciproque des compétences et une reconnaissance mutuelle des droits des propriétés intellectuelles. Ce nouvel institut ne doit pas être un lieu clos réservé à quelques experts. Il doit devenir un catalyseur des créativités nationales, un pont entre chercheurs, entrepreneurs, agriculteurs, artistes, jeunes. Parce que l'innovation, ce n'est pas seulement inventer.
Oui, vous vous égarez un peu dans les papiers, là.
L'innovation, Madame la Présidente, ce n'est pas seulement faire travailler les laboratoires. Il faut, en fin de compte, c'est trouver des solutions à nos problèmes quotidiens. Sinon, l'innovation ne sert à rien. Je dirais qu'on a raté la révolution industrielle au XIXe siècle. On n'était pas là. On n'y était même pas là, comme je disais. On a raté la révolution numérique. On n'était pas assez développé. Nous n'avons pas le droit de rater la révolution du brevet au XXIe siècle, car le brevet et la protection de ce brevet sont bien le fruit de la recherche et de l'innovation et la source de notre future croissance économique. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Je vous remercie, c'était très intéressant. Honourable François.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before proceeding with my intervention on this National Research Innovation Institute Bill number 4, 2026, as I have the floor, allow me, on behalf of the European Party and the people of Rhodes, to extend officially our warm congratulations on the symbolic nomination of the first female Deputy Prime Minister and today Acting Prime Minister, Honourable Ariane Navamari, following the Prime Minister's choice. This marks a meaningful new chapter for our Republic, reflecting the growing role of women in leadership and serving as an inspiration to women and young girls who aspire to higher responsibilities in politics, public service, and national leadership. We have moved from dream to reality for women in our Republic. I wish the Honourable DPM, as she continues to serve our Republic and beyond her commitment to national unity, may she champion reconciliation and support women in facing the climate crisis and its multifaceted impacts. May her new responsibilities be marked by progress, success, and continued positive impact on our Republic. Thank you, Madam. Now, Speaker, coming back to the bill, in his last budget speech on strategic economic renewal, the Honourable Prime Minister prioritized shaping an innovative Mauritius as well as in the government program. The ambition of this bill to establish a National Research and Innovation Institute, as presented by Honourable Sukron, whom I congratulate, to replace the Mauritius Research and Innovation Council is sound and in principle a good bill. Mauritius needs a centralized mission-oriented research body if it is to transition from a service economy to a genuine knowledge-powered economy. I acknowledge that intent, however, intent must translate into delivery, and it is delivery that this House must scrutinize. So, my question is, how will this bill ambitions translate into on-the-ground research delivery in Mauritius and critically in Rhodes? Architecturally, the bill is elegant, with 5 divisions, a scientific advisory council, and a coordinating council. Now, let me comment on a few clauses to seek greater clarity. Clause 2. Interpretation. The word innovation is not defined anywhere in the bill, as this is a national institute. Innovation drives 4 key divisions, as listed in Clause 8b to E, which define responsibilities in their respective clauses: Partnership and Innovation Division, Clause 12, Strategy Division, Clause 10, Capacity Building and Talent Development Division, Clause 13, and the Intellectual Property Framework, Clause 31. Yet, the term innovation has no statutory definition. Without a definition, any activity could be labeled innovative and funded accordingly, with no accountability framework. Clauses around mission-oriented research and national research and innovation priorities should be transparent about how priorities are set to avoid a drift towards narrow sector specific priorities. My question: who decide which mission-oriented research projects take priority each year? Is it the institute, the board, or the minister? Clause 30, powers of a minister, grants sweeping general directive powers, as this is standard in our legislation. However, we must ensure this does not compromise the scientific independence of the institute to preserve integrity and objectivity. Clause 16E requires the board to monitor and commission independent evaluations every 5 years. Now, Speaker, in our fast-changing society, 5 years may be too long to detect underperformance. Can Mauritius and Oryx afford to wait half a decade, not to be embarked in what the Honourable Sukron said, valley of death gap, like development in penicillin? Madam Speaker, key performance indicators are crucial. I propose the Honourable Minister to introduce an obligation to publish annual KPIs, including number of research outputs published per year, Rodrigues specific research engagements per annum, private sector partnerships, and co-funding arrangement activated. Now, Speaker, Clause 31 on intellectual property is the most commercially consequential and requires robust expansion. The bill should clearly outline how IP generated by the institute or by researchers using its resources will be commercially exploited so that Mauritius can capture the economic value. We should look to effective international models, for example, Ireland's research commercialization framework and Singapore, A-STAR, who pushes science towards real-world outcomes and contributes significantly to GDP and employment. Intellectual property is not just a legal right, it is a revenue stream, an FDI magnet, and a driver of high-skilled job creation. I hope the Institute will bridge the gap between science and market-ready solutions from lab to startup and from lab to market. Clause 2D mentions co-funding arrangement and tax incentive programs, but these are functions, not entitlements. The framework for tax benefits must be laid out in the Income Tax Act or in the Investment Promotion Act, not left to regulatory discretion. And my question is, will the Ministry of Finance commit to amending the tax framework to create research and development incentives and a patent commercialization regime that give this institute intellectual property outputs real economic teeth? Singapore and Ireland generate hundreds of millions from IP commercialization annually. Mauritius is, as rightly mentioned by Honourable Sukron, is ranked 53rd on Global Innovation Index and #1 in Sub-Saharan Africa. And Mauritius has the legal framework to begin this journey if the Ministry of Finance aligns with what this bill promises, which can be addressed in the next budget itself. Madam Speaker, I now address Rodrigues specifically. Rodrigues represents an ideal territory to serve as a national sustainable island living laboratory, as it is itself a natural laboratory for research. I will elaborate during my speech on how innovative solutions addressing climate resilience, food security, sustainable tourism, ocean economy development, water and renewable energy transition can be piloted in Rodrigues. And Speaker, I note that there is no specific definition for Rodrigues or outer islands, nor any geographic scope in the bill. The bill is silent on whether the Institute mandate extend to Rodrigues, Agalega, or outer islands, despite mentions of collaboration with government agencies. This omission, I believe, may affect funding, research coverage, and whether Rodrigues' specific challenges fall within the statute's scope. A definition of national that explicitly includes Rodrigues and outer islands will be a step forward. Madam Speaker, during budget debates 2025-2026, I noted Mauritius' new culture of innovation as a policy priority. This is in line with my party OPR vision of Rodrigues Innovation, Rodrigues' new innovation culture, a model of innovation, technology, and modernity. Rodrigues has strong potential in priority sectors such as Rodrigues Blue and Economy Innovation, Rodrigues Sustainable Food System, Rodrigues Climate Innovation and Resilience, Rodrigues Circular Economy, Rodrigues Community and Grassroots Innovation, and Rodrigues Supporting Grassroots and Youth Innovation. Madam Speaker, Rodrigues' social fabric provides a solid foundation for social innovation, where social needs meets environmental sustainability and prosperity. I propose that government should establish alongside the Institute what I call a social innovation driving unit with appropriate budgetary support and resources. Development research for Rodrigues social innovations reflecting local culture remains a fertile area of future research while we pursue le rêve Rodrigues. Health issues, including cancer and NCDs and demographic changes, are important avenues for Rodrigues-focused research. To strengthen Rodrigues' presence, the NRII bill should empower the new NRII research branch with greater capacity, facilities, and staffing following the 2024 fire that destroyed the MRIC office thereat. Madam Speaker, I propose an amendment to the bill to create a Rodrigues Research and Innovation Center or a directorate with necessary staffing in collaboration with the Rodrigues Regional Assembly. This would integrate Rodrigues specificity, challenges, and opportunities into the national innovation system in a concrete and actionable way. This inclusion will officially recognize Rodrigues as a distinctive component of the Institute with a defined mission and responsibilities for Rodrigues-specific programs, coordinating activities, and supporting the Regional Assembly policy needs under the guidance and collaborations of the Institute and the Regional Assembly. Madam Speaker, I strongly believe that this bill offers a strategic opportunity for Mauritius to position Rodrigues as a sustainable island innovation demonstration territory and national innovation priority by strengthening the NRII Rodrigues branch. As it aligns with OPR's New Horizon Vision 2051 for Rodrigues, moving towards excellence in all what we do, fostering an inclusive research community, and delivering benefits for the people of Rodrigues and Rodrigues society at large. This bill must explicitly enable a Rodrigues branch or directorate with clear, I mentioned it again, clear staffing, budgetary autonomy, and a mandate to co-design programs in collaboration with the Regional Assembly. I propose also the creation of a Rodrigues Research and Innovation Fund within the budget framework to finance pilot projects, capacity buildings, and public-private partnership in Rodrigues. Such a structure will empower Rodrigues to pilot climate resilience, blue economy solutions, sustainable tourism, and youth-led innovation in a way that scales nationally. It will also ensure transparent accountability with dedicated reporting on Rodrigues research outputs and impact. Now, Speaker, to conclude, I urge the House to consider amendments that define Rodrigues within the geographic scope of NRII and to set binding mechanism for collaboration between the Institute, the Regional Assembly, and the new NRII branch Rodrigues. I urge thoughtful consideration of proposed amendments to ensure that Rodrigues is explicitly, again, included, adequately funded, and empowered to act as a national hub for innovation and sustainable development. These amendments will cement Rodrigues' role as a strategic innovation demonstration territory within the Republic of Mauritius and help realize the OPR Road Innovation Vision. OPR. Road innovation. Okay. I have to mention OPR. I love it. Madam Speaker, I commend the Honourable Minister Shukla for introducing this bill. Mauritius can harness the full potential of NRI to drive inclusive growth, protect our environment, and unlock opportunities, especially for our youth, through a non-fragmented and coordinating approach to build a better future for our Republic. With these words, I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you. Thank you for keeping good time. Yes, Honourable Bablal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To allow me to intervene on the National Research and Innovation Institute Bill. While this bill seeks to bury the Innovation Council Act of 2019, we must ask ourselves, are we burying a failed system or simply redressing its ghost in a new uniform? Madam Speaker, we are told this is a landmark step towards a resilient, knowledge-powered economy. We heard those same soaring adjectives in 2019, yet here we are again. If we do not fix the engine of our institutional design, then in 2099, a new government will bring a new bill to repeal this one, to innovate again. Madam Speaker, the Republic cannot afford to move in circles while the rest of the world moves forward. Madam Speaker, we embrace the ambition of this bill, the desire to harness the ocean, green and digital economies. However, the concerns raised today strike at the heart of our national dilemma. The cavernous gap between legislative intent and operational reality, its structural integrity is rarely achieved through the text of a law alone. Madam Speaker, to determine if this bill can truly eradicate systematic underperformance, we must look for the specific teeth within the legislation. Does the bill move beyond simply noting failures? Does it introduce personal consequences for accounting officers who oversee wasted expenditure? Does it provide for independent mid-project audits that can halt a failing project before billions are lost, rather than relying on a post-mortem from the Auditor General? Does it bridge the administrative capacity gap by mandating specific qualifications for project managers? Or does it leave appointment to the same system that produce these nil results? Madam Speaker, history suggests that without a fundamental shift in accountability, new laws become mere paperwork, masking recurring failures. The Republic cannot afford for noble intentions to be the only thing on our ledger. Under the 2019 Act, the Minister appointed the chairpersons. Billions in taxpayers' money were lost. Now again, the Minister will appoint the CEO and the chairperson. If we do not change the system, why should we expect a different result? Madam Speaker, the bill suffers from the vanguard of centralization. By granting the Minister total dominion over the appointment of the board and the CEO, we are not building a sanctuary for science. We are building a playground for patronage. When research follows the preferences of power rather than the pursuit of truth, it ceases to be innovation. It becomes propaganda. Madam Speaker, let us look at clause 34. Protection from liability. No liability, civil or criminal, shall attach to the institute, the board, a board member, a committee member, or any officer in respect of any act done or omitted to
to be done in good faith in the discharge of its or his function under this Act. It offers a blanket of immunity for good faith actions. Madam Speaker, good faith must not become a sanctuary for incompetence. Clause 34 should be revisited, as protection from liability must never extend to gross negligence, willful misconduct, or fraud. Without this line in the sand, accountability is an illusion. Vouching for innovation with taxpayers' money needs accountability. Madam Speaker, the Director of Audit has warned us repeatedly. Our state has eyes, but no muscles. More than 50% of audit recommendations are ignored. This is the mechanical reality we must face. If the system is a broken engine, changing the driver will not make the car go faster. Without mechanisms to penalize non-results, this bill is merely a performative announcement. It is all noise and no motion. Madam Speaker, innovation is not a solitary act. It is a collaborative one. Yet, this bill excludes civil society and industry from the boardroom, creating a dangerous echo chamber. We do not need insularity. We need an ecosystem. Madam Speaker, Mauritius does not suffer from lack of intelligence. It suffers from lack of institutional change. Madam Speaker, as long as we prefer the loudness of political outrage over the precision of structural analysis, we will continue to witness failures with remarkable accuracy. We must prove beyond political tribalism towards institutional literacy. We need an independent appointment committee, not just for this institute, but for the soul of our public service, to ensure transparency is the rule, not the exception. Madam Speaker, unless we move from rhetoric to reality, we are not innovating. We are merely recycling promises. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, Honourable Parapet.
Madame la Présidente, le ministre, l'honorable Soukon, nous a ramené plutôt en 1928 à la découverte de la pénicilline. Je me propose de ramener la Chambre à 1945 avec un certain Percy Spencer, américain, ingénieur autodidacte. Il travaille à l'époque pour la compagnie Raytheon, une grande entreprise américaine de la défense, qui à l'époque a innové en créant le radar, une des grandes avancées de la Seconde Guerre mondiale, peut-être la seconde plus grande avancée derrière la fission nucléaire et l'arme nucléaire. Et Percy Spencer est debout devant un magnétron actif, un engin qui émet des micro-ondes. Et à ce moment-là, il va être témoin d'un phénomène assez bizarre. La barre chocolatée qu'il a dans sa poche a fondu. Et au lieu d'être en colère, voilà que sa curiosité est éveillée. Il ramène du pop-corn et le rapproche du magnétron. Et voilà que le pop-corn aussi se transforme immédiatement. Le lendemain, il ramène un œuf et l'œuf éclate au visage de son collègue. Voilà à peu près comment le four à micro-ondes a été inventé, Madame la Présidente. Il faut se rappeler qu'on est dans une période très sombre de l'histoire, 1945, et que cette découverte qui va ensuite devenir le four à micro-ondes est faite dans un local destiné à la recherche militaire. Il y a beaucoup de Mauriciens et de Mauriciennes avec qui j'ai la chance d'interchanger et qui me demandent souvent quelles sont les solutions pour le futur de notre pays, surtout dans les conditions actuelles. Et bien sûr, parce que tout le monde ici, je suis sûr qu'on a des idées qu'on voudrait implémenter pour l'avenir de ce pays, mais j'ai une réponse constante à cela. Il faut donner à notre pays un environnement propice à l'innovation. Mais la culture d'innovation, elle ne s'improvise pas. Pour que l'innovation puisse se produire, il y a tout un écosystème à mettre en place. Et c'est pour ça que la découverte du four en micro-ondes par Percy Spencer nous rappelle que cet écosystème ne vient pas du jour au lendemain. On ne peut pas parler d'innovation sans parler de la recherche et du développement, le R&D. Et quand on fait un constat à travers le monde par rapport à la recherche et le développement, on voit quand même que différents pays sont à différents stades en termes de dépenses par rapport à la recherche et le développement. Là, j'ai avec moi une liste des 10 pays qui investissent au moins 3% de leur PIB dans la recherche et le développement. L'Allemagne, l'Autriche, la Belgique, la Suisse, le Japon, les États-Unis, la Suède, Taïwan, la Corée du Sud et Israël. Et ces pays, je pense que tout le monde sera d'accord pour dire que ces pays sont véritablement en avance sur beaucoup d'autres pays à travers le monde en ce qu'il s'agit d'innovation. Et à Maurice, le budget dépensé pour la recherche et du développement est à peine de 0,25% du PIB. Donc le projet de loi du ministre, l'honorable Soukon, est un excellent projet de loi. Il a le mérite d'orienter la recherche nationale ainsi que l'innovation vers des enjeux réels, chose qui était complètement absente de la précédente législation. C'est une excellente initiative de lier la recherche et l'innovation à des problématiques récurrentes de notre société. Souveraineté alimentaire, souveraineté énergétique, résilience climatique, économie océan, économie verte, biotechnologie et j'en passe. C'est des problèmes récurrents et c'est des enjeux où on a un retard considérable. Donc, lier ce nouveau projet de loi à ces problématiques et ces enjeux est salutaire parce que on ne fait pas de la recherche que pour faire de la recherche et pour épater la galerie. On fait de la recherche parce qu'on recherche et on a envie de trouver des solutions concrètes à des problèmes récurrents. Sauf que, malgré toute la bonne volonté du ministre, même si ce projet de loi, c'est un excellent projet de loi, si on ne se donne pas les moyens de faire de ce projet de loi un succès, ben la recherche, l'innovation sera que sur papier. Parce que vouloir innover sans s'en donner les moyens, c'est un peu comme vouloir gagner une compétition sans y avoir participé. C'est très compliqué. Et c'est dans cet esprit que je pense qu'il est grand temps que le pays, le gouvernement, l'État se donne les moyens de ses ambitions. Et aujourd'hui, en tant que député de ce gouvernement, mais surtout citoyen ayant à cœur l'avancement de notre pays, je fais un plaidoyer pour que au moins 1% du PIB de la République soit investi dans la recherche et le développement annuellement. Et bien sûr, je ne demande pas à ce que cet argent provienne uniquement des caisses de l'État, mais comme une société, comme une économie, avec des partenariats avec le privé et des collaborateurs internationaux, 1% du PIB représente à peu près 7 milliards de roupies. Avec 7 milliards de roupies, on a quand même un budget suffisant pour faire des projets pilotes à moyenne échelle. Parce que l'innovation est souvent accompagnée d'échecs. Les entrepreneurs le savent mieux que d'autres. Toutes les idées n'aboutissent pas à un succès retentissant. Mais la beauté de l'innovation, c'est que du moment qu'on a un succès, ça peut facilement effacer 9 échecs. Et c'est dans cet état d'esprit que ce projet de loi doit être vu. Je suis sûr que cet institut va venir de l'avant avec plein d'idées, avec beaucoup de recommandations, mais si on n'arrive pas à les mettre en pratique, à au moins essayer de voir qu'est-ce que ça va donner dans la République de Maurice, incluant chez nos frères et sœurs Rodriguez, c'est un peu un coup d'épée dans l'eau. Les innovateurs sont des perturbateurs du statu quo, parce qu'ils posent 2 questions fondamentales. Pourquoi faisons-nous les choses de cette façon? Et que se passerait-il si on faisait les choses différemment? Et bien sûr, quand on parle d'innovation, pour la majorité de personnes, l'innovation est souvent rattachée à la technologie. Quand on parle d'innovation, on pense à l'intelligence artificielle, on pense aux large language models, on pense à la technologie informatique, aux microprocesseurs et tout. Mais on ne peut réduire l'innovation seulement à la technologie. Il y a d'autres innovations qui sont extrêmement importantes pour une société. Et là, pour conclure, j'aurais envie de parler de l'innovation sociétale. Maurice est prisonnière du statu quo par rapport à son modèle de gouvernance, son système électoral, depuis bientôt 60 ans. Et aujourd'hui, quand on pense à innover, à venir de l'avant avec un nouveau modèle, un nouveau contrat, certains qui n'aspirent pas probablement au changement mettent de l'avant la loi de Murphy, Murphy's Law. Anything that can go wrong will go wrong. D'ailleurs, cette loi, elle n'est basée sur aucun fondement scientifique, mais ça rassure ceux qui ne veulent pas que l'innovation sociétale aboutisse. Parce que quand on veut de l'innovation sociétale, il faut se donner les moyens, et les moyens à cette question, ce n'est pas des moyens financiers, mais uniquement une question de courage politique. Donc, pour terminer, je vais reprendre 2 phrases que le ministre, l'honorable Soukon, a mentionnées. Il a dit « What we want to achieve is not what Mauritius has been, but what Mauritius should now become. » Et il a aussi dit « Do we want to keep the old structures because they keep us comfortable? Vive l'innovation, vive les nouveaux modèles, vive le nouveau monde, vive le mauritianisme. Merci.
Merci. Yes, Honourable Narsinghan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a very, very important bill, and I will comment on 7 points. I have to explain the context of this bill. And my second point, I will deal with the reality of developing countries where the Minister and the Ministry of Higher Education has chosen pragmatism over prestige. And I think that, with all due respect, the leader of the opposition is not trying to make that distinction between what is known as fundamental research as opposed to applied research. Now, what this bill is doing also, Madam Speaker, it is trying to bridge the chasm that is, we know about the triple helix model, and this bill with my colleague Minister Sukon, we are shifting from the triple helix model to a better model, what I would call a multiple helix model. And then also, what this bill is trying to do, Madam Speaker, is to do away with red tapeism, and whereby we are trying to empower researchers, but also civil servants, to rope in civil servants. And also, very important, I heard my learned friend, Mr. Babulal, mentioning that civil society is not being involved. Then, Madam Speaker, who is a researcher? Is a researcher not part of civil society? So, and also very important in the bill, the minister and his members of the staff of the ministry has also not forgotten the diaspora. We're going to make appeal to members of the diaspora because we've got a number of researchers in the US, in France, and in many other countries. And we need these people. And also, I will deal, if I have time, about the financial accountability, a point which was raised by my learned friend, Mr. Babula. Madame la Présidente, nous vivons à une période, je dirais, très difficile de notre histoire. Très difficile, mais en même temps, une période exaltante. Avec, aujourd'hui, nous parlons beaucoup de AI, l'intelligence artificielle, nous parlons de la biotechnologie, nous parlons de la numérisation, nous parlons de recherche médicale, nous parlons de l'environnement. So today, we stand at a very critical juncture in the economic and social history of our republic. And therefore, my colleague, Mr. Sukon, is right. Either we adapt or we perish. And with this bill, we have chosen to adapt, Madam Speaker. The global economy does not wait for latecomers, and technological advancement does not pose for nations tangled in bureaucratic inertia. We do not have natural resources. The minister mentioned we do not have oil, we do not have gold, we do not have other minerals. And at the same time, we cannot have a labor-intensive economy, especially with the demographic crisis with a declining population. So we don't have any choice than to have a knowledge-based economy. And the explanatory memorandum, well drafted, Mr. Minister, which hammers on innovation, mission-oriented research, and not only abstract or theoretical research as it used to be. And furthermore, what is important now with this bill, there would be coordination and no duplication. So when you compare the previous Act of Parliament, where we had approximately 25 sections, whereas with this bill we have approximately 45 sections. The previous bill, we had only 4 substantive sections, whereas with this bill we have approximately 24 substantive sections. If this is not progress, what is progress, Madam Speaker? So we are moving away from a theoretical and purely academic research to pragmatic and mission-oriented research. And this is very important. It is a significant shift. And this is not merely a procedural replacement of the repealed Mauritius Research and Innovation Council bill. It is a fundamental rewiring of our national intellect. By establishing the National Research and Innovation Institute as a centralized body dedicated to advancing scientific discovery, applied research, and evidence-based policymaking, we are laying down the infrastructure to transition Mauritius into a resilient, competitive, and knowledge-powered economy. And the leader of the opposition, and to a certain extent, my learned friend, Mr. Babulal, was referring to over-centralization. Madam Speaker, this bill will not preclude other research centers like the University of Mauritius, like UTM, and other private universities to continue to do research. And both my learned friend, Mr. Babulal, and the leader of the opposition failed to understand that as a developing country, we don't have unlimited resources. And that is why it is very, very important to make that distinction between applied research as opposed to fundamental research. In US, in UK, in France, and to a certain extent even South Africa, they can afford to make fundamental research. And as an ex-academic, I'm not saying that we should not do at all fundamental research. According to me, we have to filter. Possibly there are a few geniuses where we can allow fundamental research. But at the same time, if we have funding, this funding has to be destined to applied research, to mission-oriented research, as pointed out in the bill. So, at the same time, Madam Speaker, I think it is important to understand also that we are choosing a model which is pragmatic. Fundamental research seeks knowledge for its own sake, as mentioned by my colleague, my neighbor. It asks why. Applied research, contrastingly, which this bill defines as original investigation directed primarily towards a specific practical aim or objective, and asks how. While developed nations with multi-billion-dollar budgets can afford to spend heavily on open-ended research, Mauritius cannot do that. And at the same time, as an academic, I can say that some of my colleagues in the field of science, a few among them, they have done good research. But unfortunately, also, I have to confess, nothing wrong to confess, that many academics, they are engaged in a pursuit of promotion, and at times some universities, they become like a sort of paper mills. And I think the minister mentioned that we are shelving all these research papers, collecting dust, and there is no practical results. And with a deficiency in funding, Madam Speaker, we have to choose, and this is what the minister And this is what this bill is doing, to make a choice. So at the same time, look at the trajectory of nations like China. I think the minister mentioned, and some other colleagues mentioned about South Korea, India, and Singapore. In their developmental phases, these countries did not necessarily reinvent the wheel. They mastered what is known as reverse engineering. Just as a sort of anecdote, Madam Speaker, when I was an academic at the university, and also I was based at one time in Geneva, I asked WIPO to come to Mauritius. You know, Madam Speaker, that patents get spent after 20 years. And we, as a developing country, the new institute which we are setting up, of course, with the collaboration of University of Mauritius and other private universities, we can do that reverse engineering. This is what we have to do, and this is what is good with this bill. And so universities and the new research institute can scud expired patents, understood the mechanics, and adapt foreign technologies to the local context. You see, before what we were doing, not only in pure science, but also in social science. Here also, I've seen with my eyes, because when I was at the university, at one time, early stage of my career, I was also doing research just for the sake of research. But when I joined the Law Reform Commission, for 10 years nearly, I've been a member of the Law Reform Commission, with my learned friends, Mr. Daniel Foucan, and my very, very good friend who was an excellent researcher, excellent academic, Mr. Rosario Domingue. This is where I learned how to transform that pure academic research into practical research. And the Attorney General who is here will agree with me how many important papers this Law Reform Commission has produced. And this is what needs to be done. We have to be practical. So, Madam Speaker, another important point, very, very important point, which this bill is trying to break, is to bring together the industry, the academia, but not only that, but also because up to now, we have been adopting what I would call a sort of silos approach, which is not good. And this is what this bill purposely is doing, to bring on board not only the academia and the university, but this time, making the civil servants themselves becoming researchers, where civil servants cannot capriciously bring a new bill. They have to get sort of evidence-based research before bringing a new legislation. And even ministers should not bring bills capriciously. They have to rely on evidence-based research, Madam Speaker. So this is what the bill is doing. And over and above that, as I mentioned, the bill is trying also to rope in our researchers from abroad, members of the diaspora. And this is very, very important also. So this partnership, what I call shifting from the triple helix model to the multiple helix model, and the minister has to be congratulated for that, because don't forget that the minister was an expert in statistics, and he knows what research is, and he has also understood what were the shortcomings of traditional research, fundamental research being done, and how, while keeping to a certain extent fundamental research, but at the same time we have to put more focus, more emphasis on practical research. And this is important. So, at the same time, what this institute will be doing, for many, many years, a lot of good work has been done at the University of Mauritius, but unfortunately, at that point in time, there was no incubation centers, and there were no researchers cannot be at the same time entrepreneurs. Whereas with this bill, the new institute will have a possibility, I'm sure, to recruit people with expertise to commercialize, because at the end of the day, what is important, we have to commercialize what we are trying to bring during our research. Otherwise, it remains abstract. And rightly, not more, I would say wrongly, academics are very often qualified as being in an ivory tower, and we don't need our academics and new researchers to be in an ivory tower. And at the same time, Madam Speaker, I think it is important that we get rid of red tapeism. Just to give you another anecdote. Since 7 months, I approached one Italian university, and I spoke with my colleague. After more than 7 months, Madam Speaker, an MOU has not been signed because, unfortunately, some of these work, they end up in a drawer and no work is being done. And I'm sure this time, with the new institute, the work will be done. But at the same time, I will take a last point, Madam Speaker. I think my friend hinted at that. In spite of all the good intention of the minister, which is a very, very important bill, I think it has sought a lot of inspiration from the best models that we have in Singapore, in South Africa. Don't underestimate South African universities. In spite of that, if we don't put in funding, for example, during the last budget, I think we have earmarked 200 million rupees. I'm just wondering whether people involved in research have been able to use that 200 million rupees. And not only 200 million rupees, I think we have to, if we want really to make Mauritius a little sort of South Korea or Singapore, we have to spend more on research. But also, a very important point, Madam Speaker, which I want to drive, is we need a collaboration from the private sector. And this is where I would suggest that we have to impose a levy on the big banks, on the big hotels, to drive that money, put that money for research. And last point, Madam Speaker, unfortunately, the treatment which is meted to academics and researchers is shameful. And I will take the initiative, and I hope that the Minister of Education and the Minister of Higher Education will do the same, because the salary of a researcher at the University of Mauritius, and even at MRIC for the time being, you will be shocked. The salary of a starting lecturer or a starting researcher at the University of Mauritius and other universities is only 33,000 rupees or 36,000 rupees, ending with a sum of 60,000 rupees. So if we mean business, and this is where I agree with my colleague, Honourable Parapen, we have to chip in money, we have to do the necessary efforts, because the bill, this is a sort of exemplary bill. This is why I strongly commend it, but at the same time, we have to make things happen. And for things to happen, we need to work in collaboration, the private sector, the public sector, civil servants, researchers, everybody. This is where we will make Mauritius progress, and this is where there would be a real paradigm shift. On that, Madam Speaker, I would like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Yes, Honourable Minister Ramtual.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the National Research and Innovation Institute Bill 2026. I'd like to begin by congratulating my colleague Minister for coming up with this initiative and this bill. It was really high time for the ecosystem for innovation to be reviewed in this country. It's good we go back think we went back to 1945 earlier. I'd like to take you a few years a little later than 1945. That was 1969 in the US, with the establishment of what we called as ARPANET. That was the seed of the internet. On the 29th of October 1969, the first electronic message was exchanged between Stanford Research Institute and the University of California, Los Angeles. In 1973, they managed to connect that small network with the Department of Defense in the UK. That was the first transatlantic electronic connection. But that connection was driven by British universities. And it's good we remember, we recall, and we respect the role that universities have played in the development of all technologies, and I will focus on internet technologies. There are moments in life, Madam Speaker, of a nation when legislation is not merely administrative. It is directional. Moments when a bill does not simply organize institutions, it redefines ambition. And today, this House is called upon to consider one such moment. Because what we are debating is not only the establishment of a new institution, it is the deliberate construction of the intellectual engine that will power Mauritius into its next economic era. For far too long, Madam Speaker, research in this country has existed in fragments and silos. Ideas were produced, reports were written, consultations were held, but too often, again, impact remained elusive. We had knowledge, but not always direction. We had ambition, but not always coordination. Our youth in this country, they deserve better than what we are able to provide to them at the moment. Not a single groundbreaking research that we have seen emanating from Mauritius that make a global impact. Not a single unicorn that has come out of this country. And my colleague, Honourable Babulal, was talking about changing the way we are doing things. He's absolutely right, and this is what we are trying to do. And I'd refer you to the famous definition of what Einstein called as insanity. We keep on doing the same things over and over again while expecting the results to be different. In the current model, the results will not be different. This is why it's time for change. And this is precisely what my colleague minister is trying to do. And this bill corrects that issue. It establishes a national centralized body for research. And many countries have followed this example. China, which is leading research globally today, has that very model for research. And this is designed to align efforts to eliminate duplication, to make more judicious use of public funds, and to ensure that knowledge translates into policy and economic value. It institutionalizes evidence-based policy making, ensuring that decisions are grounded not in guesswork, but in data, analysis, and foresight. I'm sad that the leader of the opposition is not here. I would have loved for him to listen to me here. This is not a cosmetic reform.
Maybe he's listening.
Probably he is. I hope he is. This is not a cosmetic reform. This is structural. We heard about the political lens which the leader of the opposition used to look at this bill. He mentioned the powers of the minister with regards to directions of the research. And I'd refer here to the MDPA bill of 2023. And in that bill, there was this section with regards to employment of officers in the MDPA back then. And those are the changes that were made by the MSM government, of which the current leader of opposition was an active member. And that read, Section 16, powers of the minister in the MDPA bill and act. The minister may give such written directions of general nature to the agency. So MDPA is Mauritius Digital Promotion Agency. And I'll repeat, the minister may give such written directions of a general nature to the agency not inconsistent with the Act as he considers necessary in public interest, and the agency shall comply with these directions. Madam Speaker, and the very same person today is challenging the powers that are being given to the minister with regards to the operation and the directions of this institute that is being established. And in the current bill, with regards to the employment of staff in this new institution, the minister has no power. The power is delegated to the board. And this is proper governance. The board would actually decide with regards to the employment of people. And he might also have missed another element with regards to the role that universities would be playing. He presented a hypothetical situation whereby people would actually overlook universities, they ignore universities to go and do the research themselves. But Section 4.1 subsection G actually makes provision for universities to be fully involved in the research work that will be carried out by this new institution. And Madam Speaker, allow me to place this bill in its true context now. Because this legislation is not an isolated initiative, it is a cornerstone of a much larger transformation. Our projected transition for a digital state, from a digital state to an intelligent state. And under clause 4, the institute is mandated not only to promote innovation, but to conduct mission-oriented research, addressing digital transformation and national challenges. If all the people working in government and all our institutions start operating in a mission mode, Madam Speaker, the results will be palpable. It will not just be continuous, but measured and continual improvement that we will achieve. And in fact, this is where my ministry steps in, not as a spectator, but as a catalyst of the change for the research and innovation that is being aimed at by this institution. And this is guided by our national AI strategy and the FAIR guidelines, FAIR standing for Fairness, Accountability, Inclusiveness, and Responsibility, that was launched on April 9th this year. And through this AI strategy, we will ensure that AI is not just imported blindly, but augmented locally and also developed through applied research programs. Government data is actually not underutilized, but it becomes the foundation of AI models that are actually built in Mauritius, obviously within the data protection norms. Public services are not digitized in isolation, but augmented with AI and integrated end-to-end. The AI unit established within my ministry is very purposeful with regards to the research that will be carried out in the institution. And those areas will touch upon healthcare challenges. Once the e-health system constructs the electronic medical records, based on research, we'll be able to implement the bracelets for patients who demand immediate care. And that takes research. For food security, climate resilience, digital transformation, and social inequality. AI-trained models on Mauritian data developed by Mauritian researchers is what we are aiming at. And this will be our sovereignty in the age of AI. This bill goes even further. Under clause 12, the institute will bridge the gap between academia and industry. And this aligns directly with what we are aiming at implementing. The Innovation Lab under the AI unit and the National AI Marketplace that we have established under the ministry. And we will work with the institute to complete the ecosystem for research and innovation in AI. This institute actually aims at coordinating with universities, reducing duplication, and accelerating collaboration. Therefore, this speaks to our AI strategy, which is built on the 4 Ps: public, people, private, partnership. Because innovation does not happen in silos, it takes ecosystems. And behind every clause of this bill, there is a human story. Under clause 6, this institute is mandated to identify and develop new economic sectors, including the digital economy and advanced technologies. Honourable Narsinghan mentioned that a lot of research work is done in Mauritius. However, a lot of those research work remain in drawers. And I would strongly call for a central repository for all those research work to be published so that people can actually leverage those research ideas and try the commercial viability of same. And this is where Mauritius has a historic opportunity as well. The bill is about the young Mauritian who does not want to leave the country, but to build here. It is about the startup founder who has ideas, but he needs to rely on an ecosystem. It is about the student who dreams not just of using technology, but of creating it. It is about the farmer who can benefit from predictive analysis, the patient who can benefit from the AI-assisted diagnostics, the citizen who deserves smarter, faster, and more responsive public services. Honourable Ministers, it is also about the fisherman who takes risks and navigates to actually bring back his food that is he's going to put on the market. He should be able to navigate safely but surely to pre-identified fishing grounds. These are the kinds of research that needs to take place, and this institution guarantees this. Through AI, through data, through innovation, we can position Mauritius as a regional leader for AI services. We can export digital solutions, not just consume them. We can create high-value jobs for our youth, and our AI strategy points into that direction. And we must also recognize where we are coming from. There was a time when digital transformation was spoken about, but not fully executed. When innovation was announced, but not always delivered. When structures existed, but ecosystems did not. Let me put it this way, because I believe in being fair, but also in being honest. The previous government sometimes treated innovation as an event. We are treating it as a system. They focused on visibility, we focus on viability. They focused on short-term announcements, but we focus on long-term architecture and economic reconstruction, which is sustainable. And history, Madam Speaker, does not judge intentions. It judges outcomes. We are not planting a seed today and expecting a tree by next week. Research, innovation, and the building of knowledge economy require time, consistency, and patience. I have gone through that cycle, and I know what it takes. But what we are doing right here, right now, is far more important. We are laying solid foundations. Foundations upon which future industries will emerge, new jobs will be created, and a new generation of Mauritians will thrive. Those who only look for immediate results may miss the significance of this moment. But those who understand nation building will recognize this for what it is, an investment in future stability, competitiveness, sovereignty of Mauritius. Madam Speaker, this bill ensures that Mauritius no longer operates in fragments. The world is entering an era where AI is programmable. Data is strategic, and innovation determines competitiveness. And Mauritius has made its choice. We will create, we will innovate, we will lead, but responsibly, intelligently, and inclusively. This is not just a bill for today. It is a framework for the next generation. A generation that will not ask what Mauritius adopted, but what Mauritius created. Let us give them that foundation and move from ambition to impact. Madam Speaker, I commend the bill to the House.
Thank you. Perfect timing for us to break for dinner. One hour. 1 hour. please be seated? Yes, Honourable Minister of Financial Services.
Madam Speaker, Mauritius has beaten all predictions of doom at the time of independence. Our economic and social progress is recognized internationally. But as our colleague minister said earlier, the success of our nation was not built on oil, gas, minerals, or vast land resources. Our greatest and most enduring natural resource has been our people. Yes, our people, their intelligence, their resilience, and talent. 5 decades ago, in 1976, we got free education, free secondary education, which changed the lives of countless citizens up and down the country, especially for girls from villages. Free education laid the foundation that led to economic and social mobility of its people. And today, we are at the dawn of yet another frontier. In a small island state like Mauritius, research and innovation are not mere wish lists. They are economic necessities. They are the pathway through which we create high-value jobs, improve productivity, strengthen competitiveness, and most importantly, expand social mobility so that every young Mauritian, regardless of background, can rise through knowledge, creativity, and opportunity. I therefore commend my colleague, the Minister of Tertiary Education, Science and Research, for bringing forward the National Research and Innovation Institute Bill. Through this National Research and Innovation Institute Bill, we are making a strategic choice. A choice to rise to the next level of our country's destiny. A choice to build on the foundation of 5 decades of investments in education, learning, and become a nation that innovates, creates, and exports to the world. As my ministry develops Vision 2050 and the National Development Plan 2035, the establishment of the NRII could not be more timely. Data-driven research, innovation, and policy making is at the heart of planning. I would even argue that an institution like the NRII has been long overdue. Singapore's National Research Foundation links economic competitiveness with innovation and the creation of an enabling ecosystem. The push for greater competitiveness is something we have been missing for some time. This could well explain the slowdown in growth that we have witnessed in recent years. The challenges of our growth model are well documented. Post-independence, our economic development was boosted by preferential market access and guaranteed prices. This allowed our sugar and textile sectors to develop, in the process benefiting from a demographic dividend by leveraging on youthful population. Decades later, the factors that drove our economic growth are mostly gone. Our traditional economic pillars are facing existential challenges, and we face a declining workforce and population. Under these circumstances, Madam Speaker, we need to redefine our growth path. Our future growth will no longer be based on the quality of our labor, will no longer be based on the quantity of our labor, but more importantly, on its quality. Growth will be driven by how much we invest in our talent through better education, vocational training, reskilling, and upskilling. How we leverage technology to be more productive and regain competitiveness. Growth will be driven by R&D, how we develop cutting-edge technologies to adapt to the defining challenges and harness the opportunities technology and AI are creating. We are facing these policy choices as we seek to boost our growth and accelerate our economic development. Traditional sectors such as agriculture and manufacturing need to move up the value chain if they are to survive. Sugar production has declined from a peak of around 700,000 tons to reach around 225,000 tons. Labor shortages, rising costs, climate risk are forcing planters to abandon their land, contributing to the worsening of our food security. Manufacturing is also facing a similar fate. Nearly 60 years after independence, Madam Speaker, our nation stands at crossroads. We stay still, we decay. We move forward with ambition, we unleash a new era of economic development and social mobility for the people of our country. Unleashing this new growth model requires more research and innovation. We are currently investing in R&D at 0.23% of GDP. In contrast, Singapore spends closer to 1.85% of GDP. During the launch of the National Consultations for Vision 2050, the Prime Minister set up the challenge of becoming an advanced economy by 2050. His New Year's message highlighted that 2026 is the year of the economy. To achieve these ambitions, we need to move from business as usual. The NRII is the right vehicle to advance this agenda. It has been entrusted with 11 objectives. Let me focus on 4 of direct relevance to economic planning and delivering a growth path to take us in the future. First, evidence-based policymaking, coordination and interdisciplinary collaboration, high-impact applied research for public and private sectors, partnerships and talent. First, I cannot but fully endorse the need for strengthening evidence-based policymaking. We need to better leverage data and analysis in informing policy decisions to maximize their impact and effectiveness. In a context where budget constraints are binding, we need to ensure we are informing our policies on data. Where will we get the biggest impact for every rupee we spend? As my ministry has been conducting the consultation for Vision 2050, common questions are, why have we been facing water shortages for decades? Why are we so close to an energy crisis? Why labor shortages? Why did we not see all this coming? Evidence-based policy decisions and planning would have averted this crisis situation and the firefighting that we are having to manage on a daily basis. Second, Madam Speaker, I also support the case for strengthening coordination and promoting interdisciplinary collaboration as we aim to develop new sectors. As I noted earlier, there are sectors that we have been trying to develop for the best part of a decade. Results have been encouraging. For instance, the blue economy, as it stands, contributes to close to 10% to our GDP. But a vast potential remains untapped. Part of the reason has to do with the fact that policies are too often designed in silos, as my colleague said earlier. The future economy is not siloed, it is integrated. The blue economy, for instance, is not just a matter of fishing and of ports. It is also about the broader food chain. We need different expertise, we need different skills, we need the cross-fertilization of ideas. It will not be developed just on the oceans. It will be developed in our port, at our universities and our laboratories, and in new export markets. Same for the development of life sciences and pharma. We need better collaboration between the academia, researchers, and the industry. Third, I fully support the case for high-impact applied research for public and private sector. In fact, last year, my ministry commissioned a study from the University of Mauritius, an economic impact assessment study of the financial services sector. The findings were utterly revealing and is driving policy and future direction of the sector. Some say the sector makes too much profit. The report revealed that sector is also the largest corporate and PAY tax contributor to the Treasury. Now, whatever angle you look at, one cannot but agree that more collaboration is needed between academia, industry, and government. Fourth, and this will be my final point, Madam Speaker, I fully agree with the case for stronger partnerships and attracting talent. Foreign partners can bring technologies that we do not readily have access to. They can also bring financing. At the same time, we need to ensure we are training the graduates that the new industries require. In many countries, universities provide the intellectual and entrepreneurial backbone to business hubs. They support the creation of startups, technology, commercialization, and innovation. This was the case for Silicon Valley and Stanford University. Similarly, the University of Cambridge acts as the anchor institution for a large biotech and tech cluster around the Cambridge area in the UK, with around 60 global firms leveraging the university's talent pool. So as we speak of new industries, we have to clearly acknowledge that we will require talent at scale, talent that we do not readily have. Where do we source these talents from? How do we incentivize them to choose Mauritius? These are important questions for us to think as we embark on developing new industries. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, let me say we have the seeds for what it takes to be an innovation-driven economy. Being small comes with some constraints, but it also means we can move fast. We have an opportunity to chart a new path with the NRII. We need to seize that opportunity. And once again, I commend this bill to the House. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Yes, Minister Ganes.
Madam Speaker, at the very outset, let me congratulate my colleague, the Minister of Tertiary Education, Science and Research, for introducing this bill today in the House. The presentation of this bill coincides with the Africa Forward Summit co-hosted by Kenya and France in Nairobi, where our Prime Minister is attending actually, and where one of the key themes is innovation and growth. Therefore, this bill comes at an opportune moment and marks an important milestone in the field of innovation and research, which are vital for our society. As we are all aware, our country stands at a critical crossroads. We are facing rising economic vulnerability, increasing climate risk, considerable food insecurity, and rapid technological disruption. Our economy remains highly vulnerable to external shocks, such as the tension and instability arising from the ongoing conflict in the Middle East. At present, we have to import about 70% of our food, while climate change continues to threaten our coastlines and the future sustainability of our tourism industry. At the same time, the world is undergoing rapid technological transformation. Artificial intelligence, biotechnology, and advanced manufacturing techniques are redefining global competitiveness. In this global race, Madam Speaker, countries that invest in research and innovation take the lead. Those that do not are left behind. Mauritius currently invests less than 0.5% of GDP in research and development, far below the 2-3% benchmark observed in innovation-driven economies. Therefore, it is imperative for us to take immediate remedial action to boost up research and development, and I totally concur with my colleague, the Junior Minister, Parapen, who also emphasized on this, that we need to invest more on research and development. Jointly with the private sector and the government, we have to find means to invest in research and development, or else we'll be left behind countries which are investing in innovation and development. Madam Speaker, research is not a luxury. It is a necessity for survival, for building resilience, and for economic transformation. It is therefore timely that this bill is introduced in order to establish a National Research and Innovation Institute to spearhead research, strengthen our national ecosystem, promote the adoption of innovative practices, and support the economic development of our country. The bill presents several commendable and forward-looking elements. It appropriately positions research and innovation as key drivers of economic transformation, particularly in emerging sectors that are critical for the diversification and resilience of our country. Streamlining research efforts currently dispersed across multiple ministries and agencies is a strategic necessity to improve efficiency, maximize impact, and ensure better alignment with national goals. By coordinating these efforts, institutions can pool expertise, share data, and avoid the redundant studies or siloed findings that often occur in fragmented systems. This integrated approach not only reduces costs and accelerates the production of high-quality, actionable insights, but also fosters the interdisciplinary collaboration needed to address complex challenges like climate change and economic resilience. Ultimately, a unified framework enhances accountability and accessibility, ensuring that limited resources contribute meaningfully to national progress and evidence-based policymaking. Madam Speaker, this bill marks a significant departure from traditional policymaking by empowering public officers to actively conduct, commission, and utilize research to ensure decisions are grounded in evidence and strategic foresight. By institutionalizing research as a core function and providing continuous professional development in data analysis and innovation management, the law bridges the gap between research and implementation. This initiative recognizes that effective governance in a rapidly changing world must be supported by robust, timely, and relevant research embedded within the public service. Ultimately, this reform will strengthen institutional capacity and foster a culture of critical thinking, positioning public officers to design forward-looking solutions that enhance service delivery and national development. Madam Speaker, I have no doubt the introduction of this new law marks a decisive step in shaping a resilient, inclusive, and modern Mauritius. As a small island developing state, Mauritius faces unique vulnerabilities that require a comprehensive and forward-looking legislative response. This bill addresses, through research, a wide range of critical issues, including climate resilience, food security, public health, digital transformation, ocean economic development, and energy sustainability. Climate resilience is essential to safeguard our communities, our infrastructure, and our economy from the increasing threats of climate change, including rising sea levels and extreme weather events. Food security remains a national priority. It will ensure that our population has reliable access to safe and nutritious food while reducing dependency on imports. A strengthening public health system is equally vital to enhance preparedness and protect our citizens against emerging health risks. This bill, Madam Speaker, also embraces digital transformation as a key driver of innovation, efficiency, and economic diversification. In parallel, it promotes the sustainable development of the ocean economy, recognizing the vast potential of marine resources. Energy sustainability is being addressed to reduce reliance on fossil fuels and transition towards cleaner renewable sources. Furthermore, the bill tackles pressing social challenges such as gentrification and social inequality, ensuring that development remains inclusive and equitable. It also acknowledges the importance of work-life balance in improving productivity and overall well-being. This holistic and integrated approach contained in this bill reflects a bold vision for Mauritius, one that balances economic growth with environmental stewardship and social progress for the present and the future generations. Madam Speaker, strengthening cooperation between government institutions, research centers, and universities represent a valuable opportunity for Mauritius. Such partnerships promote the exchange of knowledge and ensure that academic research is aligned with national priorities and public policy objectives. This enables more informed decision-making while allowing researchers to address practical national challenges. These collaborations also encourage innovation by bringing together expertise, resources, and institutional capacities. With effective government support, research and technological advancements can be translated into practical solutions that contribute to economic development, public health, environmental sustainability, and digital transformation. At the same time, stronger institutional ties will support human capital development by providing students and professionals with greater exposure to interdisciplinary learning and practical experience, better preparing them for the evolving demands of the labor market. For a small developing nation like Mauritius, such coordination will optimize limited resources, strengthen national resilience, and support the development of a sustainable, knowledge-driven economy that benefits all citizens. I note with great satisfaction, Madam Speaker, that this bill makes provision for such types of partnership. Another landmark feature contained in this bill is that it provides for the identification and growth of new economic sector and pillars to enhance our competitiveness and diversify our economy. Identifying new economic sectors and pillars for growth is highly essential to ensure long-term resilience and the sustainable development of our economy. In a rapidly changing global environment marked by technological disruption, reliance on a narrow range of traditional sectors exposes economies to significant risk. Diversification is therefore a strategic necessity rather than an option. I have no doubt the development of new economic pillars will create fresh avenues for investment, innovation, and employment creation. These sectors will not only generate higher productivity, but will also encourage knowledge and skills development, strengthening the overall capacity of our workforce. Moreover, identifying emerging sectors will enable government to design forward-looking policies that attract foreign direct investment and stimulate local entrepreneurship. It will also foster greater resilience by reducing dependency on vulnerable industries and external shocks. Countries that proactively invest in diversification are better positioned to withstand global economic downturns and adapt to technological advancements. Long-term economic diversification also supports inclusive growth by opening opportunities for small, medium enterprises and promoting regional development. Ultimately, the continuous identification and nurturing of new economic pillars is key to building a dynamic, competitive economy capable of sustaining success and prosperity to generations to come. Madam Speaker, emphasis on mobilizing diverse funding sources is a positive step towards expanding the research and development and innovation financing base. Importantly, the bill seeks to better connect research with policy, which can enhance evidence-based decision-making. Equally important will be the establishment of a strong governance, accountability, and interinstitutional collaboration mechanism to ensure that research outcomes are effectively translated into practical policy actions and measurable national benefits. Madam Speaker, the National Research and Innovation Institute Bill 2026 is a transformative piece of legislation that will fundamentally reshape the future of Mauritius. This bill is not merely about the setting up of a new institution. It is about preparing our country for the future. It is about building a resilient, innovation-driven, and knowledge-based economy capable of competing in a rapidly changing global environment. Madam Speaker, the economic implications of this bill are profound and far-reaching. By strengthening our national research and innovation ecosystem of Mauritius will be able to stimulate sustainable economic growth through the emergence of high-value added sectors, attract both local and foreign investment, and create quality employment opportunities for our people, particularly for our youth. Madam Speaker, with regard to the construction sector, which falls under the purview of my ministry, and which has long been an important pillar of our economy, must now evolve to meet the demands of the future. We are no longer building solely for today. We are building for the next 30 to 50 years. This requires transition from traditional labor-intensive approaches towards a modern, innovative-led and technology-driven construction model. The future of our construction sector lies in innovation across the entire value chain. In design, we must embrace digital modeling, simulation technologies, and building information modeling to optimize structures, reduce waste, improve planning, efficiency, and lower long-term costs. In construction methods, we must encourage modular and prefabricated systems, automation, robotics, and advanced technologies that reduce construction time, improve quality control, strengthen safety standards, and increase productivity. In project management, we must increasingly rely on real-time digital monitoring systems, predictive maintenance technologies, data-driven planning, and intelligent infrastructure management systems to ensure that infrastructure is not only efficiently built, but also efficiently managed through its entire life cycle. Madam Speaker, traditionally, infrastructure development relied heavily on conventional methods and imported expertise. Today, however, we are entering a new era, where infrastructure must become smarter, greener, more resilient, more sustainable, and more technologically advanced. First, it will enable targeted research on construction material, techniques, and technologies suited to Mauritius' specific conditions such as cyclonic risk, coastal erosion, and climate change impacts. This will lead to the development of more resilient and sustainable infrastructure, improving the durability and safety of buildings and public works. Second, the bill promotes stronger coordination between government, academia, and industry. This will allow universities and research institutions to work more closely with contractors, engineers, and planners, ensuring that innovation are rapidly translated into practical construction solutions. For example, advances in green building technologies, energy-efficient designs, and low-carbon materials can be more easily adopted across the sector. Third, by encouraging mission-oriented research, the proposed institute will support cost-effective construction methods and better project planning. This is particularly important for Mauritius, where infrastructure investment must be efficient due to limited resources and high import dependence for materials. Fourth, the bill will enable the strengthening of skills development and capacity building within the construction workforce. Research outputs will enhance training programs for engineers, architects, and technicians, ensuring that this sector keeps pace with global standards and emerging technologies such as digital construction methods and smart infrastructure systems. Finally, the focus on innovation will enhance the sector's competitiveness, enabling Mauritian firms to adopt advanced construction practices and to expand regionally. Madam Speaker, in practical terms, this means that our roads, bridges, drainage system, public buildings, and transport network will be better designed, more durable, more cost-efficient, and more aligned with the long-term development needs of our country. I'm just finishing, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
I'm just finishing. Yes, Madam Speaker, ultimately, the bill is not solely about research, it is about the future direction of our economy. It is about modernizing our institution, it is about strengthening national resilience, and it is about equipping Mauritius with the tools necessary to confront the challenges of the 21st century with confidence and ambition. It challenges us to rethink how we should innovate, how we should build, how we should modernize, and how we should prepare our nation for the future generation. With vision, innovation, and collective national commitment, we can transform Mauritius into smarter, greener, more resilient, and globally competitive nation. Overall, the National Research and Innovation Institute Bill will act as a catalyst for a smarter, safer, and more sustainable construction industry, aligning infrastructure development with long-term national resilience and economic growth. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I would like once again to congratulate the Minister. Well done on bringing this important bill to the House as an important milestone for the sustainable development of our country. I therefore reiterate my full support for this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. It's very difficult for me sometimes. I don't want to stop you, but sometimes it's difficult. Please, Dr. Boulel.
Thank you.
I'm sure you'll try and keep the time.
I will try my level best. It's not always easy. Madam Speaker, I'm rather appalled that there is no one on the opposition bench
Yes.
to listen to what we have to say, and it's such an important bill. Since I'm the last one to intervene before my good friend makes his concluding remarks, I will be like Speedy Gonzales, refer copiously to my notes and rushing through it. Let me congratulate the Honourable Minister for moving what I'll call a cutting-edge bill. The National Research and Innovation Institution Bill is a bill that will bring fundamental changes. And he has conveyed a message and come up with the solution. Time, Madam Speaker, is of an essence, and no one owes us a living. There was a time when we were an overcrowded barracoon, of course, in the 60s and 70s, and the ambition of many, out of necessity, was to enroll in a hospital, a teaching hospital in UK, to be a nursing officer, and then use the savings from working as a nursing officer to go to university to be professional in their respective fields. And they have contributed, or had contributed, enormously to the socio-economic development of our country. As I say, they've done well in their professional careers. Today, we have an aging workforce, and demographic changes is a daunting challenge to sustain our standard of living. Japan, many European countries, in contrast to Africa and India, have an inherent demographic problems. And it is, Madam Speaker, a conveyor belt with a weak link. But how to address the pernicious problems? One of the several solutions, notwithstanding circular migration or selective migration, is investment in research, development, and innovation. As I've stated earlier, no one owes us a living. The days of preferences are over. Market access with reciprocity, without guaranteed price, is our way of life. And we have to reinvent ourselves, and we can't relax, enjoy armchair comfortability as a small island developing state which has a legitimate ambition to be a knowledge-based big ocean state. Applied research, development, innovation, and creativity should be our new paradigm. And when I look at the bill and refer to the clauses, one of the outstanding clauses is clause 4, 1, D, and J. And I'm not going to highlight what they are, but they are there. And they look at us, as you say, smartingly. But then words are there, actions matter most. Now, the Applied Research and Commission Studies Division of Section 11 shall be responsible to acquire research tools, including AI, enable ones, and e-library. This is amazing. This is knowledge. This is the powerhouse. And if we want to stay one step ahead, or to be at par, we have no choice than to widen our circle of opportunities and increase our vista of knowledge. And I say, because there are miles to go, and I say to our good friend, because this is the harsh reality, our ranking on Global Innovative Index has to improve. And we all have to do it. The mindset has to be new. We have to shift the paradigm. Otherwise, we will be a lightweight. Not only should we shift the paradigm, but we have to re-engineer the process. Madam Speaker, the National Research and Innovation Institute will be the national oversight to advance scientific discovery, research, innovation, and evidence base. And we have, as I've said, to turn Mauritius into a resilient, competitive, and knowledge-based economy. It is not a soundbite, but has to be evidence-based with scientific data and re-engineering process. And it is the way of life in Estonia, Netherlands, and South Korea. Let me state There will be no encroachment, and the minister said it. I'm sure he didn't fly like a cuckoo's nest over one's head, but he said it. There will be no encroachment on any research organization. Collaboration and synergistic partnership is the way to level up research, development, and innovation, the bedrock of our national development. And it is pervasive and will permeate to bring positive changes at the Sugar Research Institute, the Mauritius Oceanographic Institute, and Albion Fisheries Research Center. These research organizations are delivering, and the findings in the recent reports on blue economy and agriculture are the outcome of applied research. MSI is a wealth of research of information. And I would like to pay tribute to late Mr. Gale, who was instrumental to do thorough research work in sugarcane industry. But there's no protection of intellectual property rights of the research carried out. It is a wealth lying idle, and the relevant data of published research and development has to be established. Section 24 clearly defines the role and function of the Coordinating Council. It is a facilitator and an enabler of existing organization in research, development, and innovation. Section 23 provides effective coordination across the government ecosystem, and we're also looking at emerging sectors. But we have to be more innovative, more creative, to have startup and to have the startup of new sectors. There is no brain drain, and I call it brain gain, because when you go overseas, when you work in reputed institutions, research has been carried out, and you've contributed to make things better. These are experiences acquired overseas in the best center, and they can easily be transferred today with constant breakthrough in research and technology. Our skilled Mauritian workforce, they would be willing to come. India is doing it, and maverick in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. EU hired the services of a prominent Mauritian professional in the field of medical science to strengthen our Institute of Biotechnology, and I deliberately won't drop his name. So it shows what we Mauritians can do, and when we do it well, because we are inspiring, we are committed, and when we deliver with the strength and skills acquired in our local institutions, right from the early days. That's why we have to put a premium on education, the best investment in life. Earlier we were talking of an idea, but an idea is worth every penny if it is matured through research, development, and innovation, and has the potential as a startup to be commercially viable. And my friends were right to say it does not happen overnight. I think it was Honourable Narsingen who said it. You invest, you allow the idea to mature through research and development, and you need to give it a commercial dimension. You not only commercial, but it has to be viable, and it has to be sustained, and value has to be added to it. But then we have to look at the level of our preparedness, because the only thing that remains constant in life is change, and we have to change for the better and constantly improve the well-being of our people, our best resource. Against, Madam Speaker, a background of financial uncertainty and oil crisis, as I've stated earlier, we need to have a culture focused aggressively on innovation, research, and development. From renewable energy to alternative urea fertilizer, applied research and development and innovation, and AI has to be our way of life. AI is a set of tools that make us more efficient, but sometimes at the cost of redundancy. Workers are released to be redeployed in other sectors, and we have to live with harsh realities. But we constantly need to give them the skill and reskill them. Research in relation to social impact of redundancy, as I've stated, has to be conducted. The debate can be endless as to whom should be on the council. What the minister has done, I will call it an early harvest, the low-hanging fruits. But if amendments have to be brought to bring in representatives from the Higher Education Commission, or University of Mauritius, or University of Technology, or the private sector, it will be given due consideration. After all, Madam Speaker, the law is an ass. The provisions of the bill pave the way to walk the talk. Let me reinforce what the Minister of Tertiary Education has stated. There would be no overplay, no overlapping, and no duplication. This is a strong signal being sent to all research institutions. These are signals that have been conveyed, and we need to collaborate, and we need to cluster our strength and look ahead and define what is the object of what we have to achieve. As Minister of Agro-Industry, Food Security, Blue Economy, and Fisheries, I'm setting up an integrated blue-green circular food infrastructure platform aligned with Mauritius' strategic priorities in food security, blue economy, execution, and climate resilience. But research and development and innovation remain the cornerstone. Smart with precision, and have impressed upon Civil Aviation Department to allow agricultural sector to use a bigger drone for use of precision agriculture, a valuable tool in research, development, and innovation. Our EZ, Madam Speaker, is the biggest in Africa and 20th in the world. The Mauritius Oceanographic Institute, the Albion Fisheries Research Center have data which is sought after by the Ocean Economy AI Lab launched by Mr. Georges Gentil. A collaboration, public-private partnership should not be ruled out. And our SIDS were a world in miniature with different soil types and microclimate, indeed an attractive destination for research and development. Which reminds me of people, you know, the Americans who went to Madagascar, collected a flower called periwinkle, which was used and turned into pharmaceutical produce and used to treat cancer, especially Hodgkin disease. But what was given to the Madagascar? Nothing. This is why it's important that as a small island developing state which nurture the ambition to be a big ocean state, we collaborate, we work together with countries in the region, and we convey strong signals to the appropriate forum to impress upon them that intellectual property rights and patency are ours of rights, our rights also, Madam Speaker.
To Big Pharma.
Sorry?
To Big Pharma.
That's right. You're always right when you say the good things. Concern has been expressed in some quarters over potential fundamental conflict, and the Minister has dispelled the myth and highlighted the importance of applied research, mobilizing resources to have a coordinated thrust. Albion Fisheries Research Center, the Oceanic Institute, the University of Mauritius, NGO, with funding from UN bodies, need to have a coordinated thrust. We cannot, Madam Speaker, be like headless chicken, running all over the place, and I don't want to sound like a cobbler who judges the research bodies by the shoes they wear. The perception of judge, jury, and executioner should be dispelled, and that has been dispelled without the Minister saying much, but the signals were sent. Can there be free distinct and opposing roles under one roof? A legitimate question. A single institute simply can fund, work together with relevant institutions to implement research simultaneously, but the coordinated thrust remains the backbone. There should be no inherent conflict of interest. Let me examine the bill from three perspectives. As a funder, there will be equitable sharing without any compromise on funding from specific relevant ministry. But the project-based budgeting of each project should be the cornerstone. As an implementer, no duplication silos approach, but synergistic coordination to allow the specific body to boost its project. As a training institute, various clauses of the bill allude to the role of the National Research Innovation Institute in training of public officers in research, and there will be streamlining of resource for better outcome. The rules are clearly defined, be it the Higher Education Commission or the Polytechnic as implementers of research and training students, the Civil Service College already mandated to train their public officers. The ministry which coordinates agricultural and ocean research through various institutions are fully on board. Madam Speaker, international best practices dictates clear separation from those who set the strategy, the coordinators, those who provide money, the funders, and those who do the work. And as a responsible government, the Minister has said it, none of us will depart from best practices. The Minister of Agro-Industry, Food Security, Blue Economy, and Fisheries oversees the foremost vital research of our nation, which I have highlighted. This. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, other key ministries will be fully on board. We've heard the speech delivered by the Minister responsible for IT or ICT, okay? And all other ministers who have intervened. It's relevant also that we are faithful to documents which are published by a specific ministry. The Minister Ganesh spoke lengthily on the merits of his ministry, and despite that resources, financial resources are not allocated to him, sometimes we are unduly penalized in our constituencies, but he's doing his level best and has a hands-up approach. Let me conclude, Madam Speaker. Various international reports highlight that the major problem of Mauritius is the lack of business-driven research and development. Traditional sectors are stagnating because the private sector is not investing enough in research and development. The problem with our private sector is that, like Oliver Twist, they ask for more and more. But when it comes to make the contribution and to act in unison with policy defined by government, sometimes they choose to stay far away. This goes against the policies defined by government to take everybody on board. They cannot simply ask for more and do less, Madam Speaker. We all have to live up to our responsibility. The Minister of Tertiary Education, as a good professor, will prepare the scientific roadmap with clear goals and broad objectives to avoid administrative pitfalls. Let me conclude by saying Singapore and Finland was developed, they come with a relevant policy, right, to address national research and innovation. Notwithstanding our own specificity, there are lessons to be learned and drawn. Both have lean structures with clear vision on the sectors that they wish to develop, solid interministerial coordination, public and private partnership platform, and high degree of accountability. Madam Speaker, the Minister has opted for constructive dialogue. He has presented a bill which is as good as gold. It's up to us now to live up to expectation, to be on the march, and to deliver forcefully and in a meaningful manner. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honourable Minister of Tertiary Education, Science and Research, Your concluding speech, please.
Madam Speaker, let me start by thanking everyone for the intervention. Let me particularly thank the Honourable Prime Minister, the Acting Prime Minister, yourself, and the Chief Whip for getting my energy back. And let me thank everybody for their intervention.
C'est très féministe. Allez-y, allez-y.
Everybody has contributed and have talked about various sectors, whether it is plant, financial planning, it is ICT, it is education. Everybody has shown how research can play a pivotal role in ensuring that we achieve the goal. The leader of the opposition, saying it in the research language that my colleague, Dr. Gangapas, had said, is totally confused. He has the right ontological stance by saying, yes, we are for evidence-based research, we would like more policies to be crafted based on evidence and research. But his epistemological stance was completely wrong. How can he have an epistemological stance that doesn't match his ontological stance? So he's talking about centralization. Let me give you the picture of how things are today. He took example of University of Mauritius. I have a lot of respect. The academics are brilliant, they're brilliant researchers. But what's happening now? You have researchers in one department not talking to another department. You have researchers within one university. That's why this government, as soon as we came, we started the National Research Week, bringing them together. When we have a national problem, I take Marshikos. Where are our researchers? Did you hear our researchers? When we have the problem of chikungunya, communicable diseases, where are they? Who is advising on what are the different methods available? When the country is facing issues of drain, after the cyclone or flash flood, where are they? They are very good. I repeat it. We have very good researchers doing very well. But they're happy to do research, publish in high impact factor journal, and get promoted. I'm making an appeal to them. I have been making an appeal since I became a minister. Please do not stop at an impact factor journal research. We need that research to be applied. We need you to find solutions to our national problem. What is happening now? What is, if you want me to summarize this bill in one word, is coherence. It's not centralization. It's like the brain. The brain can synchronize, but it will not do the work of the heart. It will not do the work of the lung, but it ensures that everybody is working in harmony and towards ensuring that we remain alive. So there will be no duplication. There will be no encroachment, as Honourable Dr. Bulel said. But there need to be synchronization. We cannot continue. Colleagues have said about the low investment in research and development. So with that low investment in R&D, we cannot afford duplication. That's why Section 23 brings everybody from all ministries conducting research together. Let them sit down. Honourable Francois asks, who sets the national research priorities? It is that committee. And the national research priorities, they will change. For example, we have an outbreak of communicable diseases. What do? We've got to have the team. And the bill makes it clear that when we don't have local expertise, we've got to have people from abroad. We've got to have experts and researchers coming from abroad working together. So, this bill is about coherence, convergence. The examples taken by the leader of the opposition about, well, they were hypothetical examples, but let me reassure everybody. I have said it to the academics and the researchers. Your research needs to be valued. Your research needs to be applied. Your research needs to solve the national challenges we are facing. This is what we want. We don't want that research to remain in that research journal or to remain at the university. So their research will be valued. So he doesn't have to worry about that. Second, he talked about governance. Section 15 of the bill makes it clear. Part 4, no person should be qualified to be a board member where he's a member of the National Assembly, a member of the local authority, otherwise actively engage in political activity. It goes beyond and describes the board referred to here will comprise people having proven competence in research, science, finance, technology, transfer, higher education, entrepreneurship, policy development, management of research, and public administration. The first thing that NRI will be doing is looking at a diabetes research center. And who will be leading that? Professor Frugel from Imperial College. He is the one who has the highest publication in this field. He is someone who is respected in this field. My colleagues can read about him. There was an article yesterday in Le Défi, and he was here for the research week. Why? We want to find possible solutions to this problem. He has a database, a data bank of markers that will help to do the DNA sequencing, identify those markers, and help people have a better life. So we want things to change. We want everybody. Section 23, when it talks about the council, brings everybody together. If you are in the field of agriculture, there is a problem there, then we will all collaborate. Because what is happening now? Research in agriculture is done only by the person expert in agriculture. But we need the economists there. We would need the person from the sociology background, because it has impact on life of people. So we need multidisciplinary research, and this is what this bill is bringing. Regarding Rodrigues, let me reassure Honourable François that we already have, MRIC already has a unit in Rodrigues that will continue to function. So he doesn't have to worry at all. Concerning the definition of innovation, we were hesitant to have it there, because why confine innovation in a definition? Because when you look at the definition of innovation in the MRIC Act, it talks about augmentation, increase. That's not innovation. Innovation is about letting people come up with ideas, and what the bill is about, having that bank of ideas.
Innovation is innovating.
Voilà. So, we have, regarding the finance issue, it's very clearly specified that there will be a general fund, and the NRI will not only produce financial report, as Honourable François again requested, it's going to produce those reports that will solve the issues. Because what is happening? No, you talk about the findings to be made available. Honourable Babulal talked about financial report. So those reports are mandatory. That's why apart from the council, we are also having a group of people to look at the rigor of the research. We are not going to do research for the sake of research. This scientific advisory council will ensure that there is rigor, there is quality, and we are able to achieve the goals. So, Madam Speaker, I would like again to thank everybody for supporting this bill, and let me reassure them that this bill is to ensure that the future of Mauritius is brighter. We need new sectors, we need new economic pillars, and this can only emanate from this research. To end, Madam Speaker, let me tell you, Maurice ne peut pas bâtir l'économie de demain avec les outils d'hier. Cet institut donnera à notre pays la force de recherche nécessaire pour rivaliser, s'adapter et prendre les devants. On this note, I commend this bill to the House. Thank you.
The motion is seconded by the Minister of Agriculture. The question is that the National Research and Innovation Institute Bill number 4 of 2026 be read a second time. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Public Bills Committee stage.
Please be seated. Okay.
Clause 1, short title. Clause 2, interpretation. Clause 3, national centralized body in applied research and innovation. Clause 4, role and responsibility of institute. Clause 5, research capacity within ministries. Clause 6, research for new economic sectors. Clause 7, powers of institute. Clause 8, divisions of institute. Clause 9, administration and support division. Clause 10, strategy division. Clause 11, applied research and commissioned studies division. Clause 12, partnerships and innovation division. Clause 13, capacity building and talent development division. Clause 14, other divisions and units. Clause 15, board of governors. Clause 16, functions and powers of board. Clause 17, meetings of board. Clause 18, secretary to board. Clause 19, committees. Clause 20, Chief Executive Officer. Clause 21, appointment of officers. Clause 22, conditions of service of officers.
The question is that clauses 1 to 22 stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 23, coordinating council.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that clause 23 be amended as per the amendment
As per circulated. Yes. The question is that clause 23 be amended as per amendment circulated. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that clause 23 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 24, role and functions of coordinating council. Clause 25, scientific advisory council. Clause 26, role and functions of scientific advisory council. Clause 27, general fund. Clause 28, estimate of income and expenditure. Clause 29, annual report. Clause 30, audit report. Clause 31, intellectual property. Clause 32, powers of minister. Clause 33, delegation. Clause 34, protection from liability. Clause 35, execution of deed, contract or check. Clause 36, donations and legacies. Clause 37, confidentiality. Clause 38, logo of institute. Clause 39, legal proceedings. Clause 40, regulations. Clause 41, repeal. Clause 42, consequential amendment.
Question is that clauses 24 to 42 stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 43, transfer of officers of IC to institute.
Yes, Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that clause 43 be amended as per the amended circulated.
The question is that clause 43, as amended, stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause
Yes, the question is that clauses 44 and 45 stand part of the bill.
I need to call it. Clause 44, other savings and traditional provisions. Clause 45, commencement.
Yes, the question is that clauses 44 and 45 stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I'm sorry. I think we should have done. The question is that clause 43 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. We come to 44 and 45. It's okay. Now you go to
Title and enacting clause.
Question is that the title and enacting clause stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that I do report to the House that the National Research and Innovation Institute Bill, number 4 of 2026, has passed the committee stage with amendment. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Okay. Honourable members, I have to report to the House that the National Research and Innovation Council Institute Bill, number 4 of 2026, has passed the committee stage with amendment.
Public Bill, third reading.
Yes.
Speaker, I beg to move that the National Research and Innovation Institute Bill number 4 of 2026 be read for the third time.
Seconded, yes. Question is that the National Research and Innovation Institute Bill number 4 of 2026 be read the third time and passed. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Adjournment of the House. Prime Minister, Acting Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move for the adjournment of the House to Tuesday, the 19th of May, 2026 at 11:30 a.m.
Thank you. The House stands adjourned. I have one adjournment matter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Rapidly, the issue I'm raising tonight is addressed to the Honourable Minister of Social Security, Social Integration and National Solidarity with regards to the non-scheduled sittings of Medical Appeal Tribunal, delayed and non-renewal of contract of NEF beneficiaries in Rodrigues. I'm informed that the last sitting of the Medical Tribunal in Rodrigues dated back more than a year ago, precisely since March 2025, and there are a few pending cases, amongst which are cases of schizophrenia. One will understand that these vulnerable persons can't even apply for any other support at the Social Security for normal BIP after 6 months, and they are penalized twice until their cases are attended by the tribunal. The tribunal used to sit on a quarterly basis, that is 4 times a year, to attend appeal for basic invalidity pension, BIP, and basic retirement pension, severely handicapped, BRP, SH cases in Rodrigues. In addition, there is also a problem with beneficiaries of NEF whose contracts have terminated and are awaiting visit. I understand that there is an administrative and coordination issues with regards to the lengthy process of application and visit at the level of Regional Assembly, then signature of NEF contract by NEF, and delays in payment thereafter. In the meantime, while awaiting renewal of their contracts, the potential beneficiaries and their school children are being penalized, and life is becoming a misery for them. In that regard, I will humbly request the Honourable Minister to see to it for urgent remedial actions by his ministry, the Medical Tribunal, and NEF in collaboration with the Regional Assembly pour capable d'aider rapidement sa bandimoun vulnérable et pour plus d'efficacité existisse dans sa processus de vérification. I thank you.
I thank the Honourable Member. Let me say I'm outraged since this morning because I've just confirmed that the Medical Tribunal effectively didn't have any session since March 2025. And this is, and there were, in October 2025, 42 people are waiting. 31st March 2026, 81 people are waiting. This is blatant discrimination. This is blatant disrespect to the people of Rodrigue. So I will, as from tomorrow, look into the matter and take appropriate action. This is just unacceptable. On the second issue, let me inform you, there is a coordination problem, but the whole NEF issue, integration and empowerment, are being discussed right now. There are several meetings with the Ministry of Finance, but I must inform the House of one important thing. Most of the support under the National Empowerment Foundation goes to the Rodriguan population. It's more than 40%. And 16% of the population of Rodrigue are under the National Empowerment Foundation. I think it's very, very important to understand at this moment that had it not been the case, we would have a massive migration in Mauritius. And we know the impact of this migration, because many of the people of our compatriots coming from Rodrigue, they live in precarious conditions. So the experience of Rodrigue will be taken into consideration when we'll be reviewing the NEF and the poverty threshold, as well as the integration and empowerment dimension of the National Empowerment Foundation. Thank you, Honourable Member.
Thank you very much, Minister. Yes, I thank everybody. I thank all those who've been working this evening.